Chapter 2642. As a result, his body's toughness and defense had improved once again. This was also the reason why he was able to block the opponent's attack. Kid, you're too reckless. Do you think that I won't be able to get it if you don't tell me? I'll just capture you and plunder your soul. The white-robed man's body instantly disappeared. Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon exclaimed. It opened its mouth and spat out flames that covered the entire sky. Lin Xian's body swayed lightly as he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. Together with the yin-yang reversal, the two miraculous footwork were gradually merged by him. There was a dragon shadow under his feet, and the yin-yang qi revolved around him. He also moved quickly, but the white-robed man laughed. It's useless. In front of me, the Wind Shadow King, the two of you can't escape. His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. A gust of wind blew between heaven and earth, and each gust of wind formed a sword qi. They were densely packed and covered the sky as they swept towards Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Boom! Lin Xian waved his fist and punched out. He directly shattered the wind sword qi in front of him, and a vacuum appeared in the sky. You want to hurt me with just sword qi? You're too naive. He used the 9 yang divine body and was like a god of war, killing in all directions and shattering the surrounding heaven and earth. Not a single sword qi could get close to him. The dark red dragon also took out 3 heaven-grade artifacts. A black pearl floated up and down, a terrifying treasure mountain, and a black spear. Under his control, it also shattered the heaven and earth. The combat strength of these two people was actually so strong. The Wind Shadow King frowned. Previously, he thought that the other party was only strong in defense. But now, other than defense, the other party's attack was also so terrifying. Who exactly were these two people? Where did they come from? The Wind Shadow King's eyes flickered. This was too strange. The two of them must have some incredible secret. They must have mastered some peerless divine ability. He must capture the two of them alive. Binding of wind. The Wind Shadow King formed a seal, and the gust of wind turned into chains of wind, sweeping towards Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. In an instant, 9 chains bound Lin Xian, binding him in midair. The dark red divine dragon dodged. Seeing this, Phoenix Shadow King laughed heartily. He raised his hand and continued to kill the dark red divine dragon. On the other hand, he walked towards Lin Xian. His speed was very fast. With a single step, he appeared in front of Lin Xian. Kid, do you see that? This is the difference between us. In front of me, you are no different from an ant. The Wind Shadow King's face was filled with disdain. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I won't kill you before I figure out your secret. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He reached out a hand, wanting to grab Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian also raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Boom! On his body, the 9 yang divine body erupted, and the 9 wind chains instantly shattered. Then he threw out a punch. Boom! This punch was very fast and very sudden. It rushed towards the Wind Shadow King with unparalleled power. The Wind Shadow King was shocked because he didn't expect the other party to be able to break the wind chains in an instant. Moreover, the other party was able to attack him. Could this be a trap? That's right, this was indeed a trap. How could mere 9 chains trap Lin Xian? Lin Xian was trapped because he wanted the other party to take the bait. At such a close distance, even if the other party had wind mystique, he wouldn't be able to dodge. This punch was earth-shattering. It was like a sun. The Wind Shadow King's body was also torn apart by this force. In between heaven and earth, the black hole slowly disappeared. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. It's over. Let this guy continue to act tough. Even an invincible king couldn't catch us, let alone a mere 8-star cultivator. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He was very confident in his fist. 2 ants, do you think you can kill me like this? Just as they were about to leave, a cold laugh came from between heaven and earth. Then, the two turned around and saw countless gusts of wind gathering in the distance, forming a figure again. The Wind Shadow King. His clothes fluttered, and he wasn't injured at all. How could this be? The dark red dragon's eyes widened. Lin Xian also frowned. The power of the 9-yang divine body was unparalleled. Even if this punch couldn't kill the other party, it would at least severely injure him. However, the other party was actually unharmed. This was really surprising. You underestimate me too much. Do you really think my wind mystique is something to be trifled with? The Wind Shadow King sneered. The two of you can't hurt me at all. Although he was an 8-star king, he was confident that he could fight against an invincible king. This was because his wind mystique was very special. His speed was very fast, and he was almost invincible. Unless some extremely terrifying weapon, such as the fragment of a saint, or some bloodline power, they would be able to hurt him. Other attacks were ineffective against him. This was because his body could turn into a gust of wind and dissipate at any time. He could reform again. Wherever there was wind, he would be there. This sentence wasn't a lie. As expected, the dark red dragon held a black spear and pierced through the other party's body. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows. This was because he realized that the spear didn't pierce through the other party's body. Instead, the other party's body dissipated, forming a black hole for the spear to pass through. As expected, when the dark red dragon retracted the black spear, the other party's body recovered. It could be said that this spear didn't hurt the other party at all. A mere ant wants to hurt me? The Wind Shadow King stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud. The dark red dragon was extremely shocked. Damn it, how could this be so strange? I'll burn you to death. He spat out a sea of fire, enveloping the other party. However, the Wind Shadow King's body completely disappeared this time. Accompanied by the wind, he floated away and reappeared in a place where there were no flames. I've said before that this world is my domain. Damn it, this kid is too strange. This isn't an ordinary wind mystique. The dark red dragon shook his head. Yes, he should have the power of a bloodline or a very terrifying treasure in his body. Indeed, what he used was a mystique of dragons, but the other party was able to dodge it so easily. He was definitely not simple. Don't worry, I have a way to kill him. Lin Xian observed for a while and revealed a cold smile. So what if the other party could turn into wind and dodge the attack? His great dragon sword soul could even slash through the void. Not to mention a body that could turn into a gust of wind. Is this what you're capable of? It's just so. Do you think that I can't kill you just because you can turn into a gust of wind? Lin Xian stood out, his body shining brightly. You still want to kill me? You can't even hurt me. What a joke. Ignorant. The Wind Shadow King sneered. The wind is formless. How can you kill me? As he spoke, his body kept changing, appearing in various positions at any time like a ghost. It was indeed shocking. Chapter 2643. Speaking of this, a destructive sword radiance exploded from his eyes. Similarly, terrifying sword chi surged out from his body. A loud dragon roar could be heard from within his body. At this moment, Lin Xian had turned into a sword god. A peerless sword god. Damn it, this kid sword chi was so sharp. The Wind Shadow King's expression changed. He did not expect the other party to release such a terrifying sword chi. Could it be that the other party was a swordsman? He did not dare to imagine. An ordinary swordsman's attack power was very strong, but they were not very strong themselves. They usually relied on defensive treasures to resist. However, this kid's defensive power was shockingly strong. In his opinion, the other party should be an expert in close combat. But now, the other party had released such a terrifying sword chi. This made him stunned. Who was the other party? You don't know your place. Let's see how you're going to kill me today. The Wind Shadow King sneered. A mere almighty actually said that he wanted to kill him? How could he tolerate this? In the next moment, his body flashed and he charged over. A green longsword appeared in his hand. It was completely formed by the wind. However, its power was extremely terrifying. In an instant he was in front of Lin Xian. The green longsword in his hand slashed down wildly. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and slashed down as well. It's useless. You can't find me. Seeing the other party attack, the Wind Shadow King's body turned into nothingness. No one could hurt him. Even an almighty could not hurt him under normal circumstances. Not to mention this kid in front of him. Whoosh, poof, the sword flew out and blood dyed the sky. The Wind Shadow King screamed and retreated. His white robe was stained with blood. At this moment, there was a sword mark on his body. It almost split him in half at the waist. How could it be? Damn it, how could he hurt me? The Wind Shadow King's face was filled with shock and disbelief. One had to know that his body had already merged with the wind. The wind was formless and nothing could hurt him. But how did the other party hurt him? Ha, who asked you to act cool? Now you've tasted the pain. The dark red dragon sneered. He was well aware of the might of the great dragon sword soul. How could his opponent possibly dodge it? Moreover, this guy didn't even try to dodge. Wasn't he just courting death? Impossible. Damn brat, how did you do it? Could it be because of that sword? Radiance flowed on the Wind Shadow King's body and healed his injuries. His eyes were fixed on the Dragon Abyss Valley sword. He didn't think that Lin Xian's sword chi was strange. In his opinion, it was only the opponent's sword that had a problem. This long sword actually gave me a very dangerous feeling. It should be a Heaven Step artifact and not a low-level one. Could it be a mid-level Heaven Step artifact? Or perhaps it was something that no one dared to imagine. But it was very likely that the grade was high enough to shock him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been injured. Brat, do you think you can hurt me with just a sword? I was careless this time. Now that I'm on guard, don't even think about hurting me. The Wind Shadow King's expression was solemn. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. Wind swirls heaven and earth. Boom, boom. Between the heavens and the earth, countless gusts of wind churned, turning into one figure after another. Doppelganger technique. The Wind Shadow King had also used his doppelganger technique. Every one of them seemed to be real, and his real body also disappeared into the sky. And what a strange ability. On the opposite side, the dark red dragon was extremely surprised. He realized that it was difficult to differentiate between the real and fake doppelganger. This Wind Shadow King did have some skills. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, the dark red dragon wasn't worried. He knew that not only was Lin Xian's swordsmanship outstanding, but he also had a pair of mysterious eyes. He couldn't tell if it was real or fake, but he thought that Lin Xian should be able to easily distinguish between them. That's right. Seeing the tens of thousands of doppelganger charging towards him, Lin Xian had a strange look in his eyes. You actually dare to use doppelganger in front of me? You're really courting death. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes as he charged in all directions. Soon, a smile appeared on his face, because he had found the location of the real body. However, he didn't make a move. He wanted to bait his opponent. Kid, go to hell. At this moment, a cold voice could be heard. Behind Lin Xian, the Wind Shadow King's real body appeared. He wielded his long sword and stabbed towards Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian didn't turn his head. This meant that he didn't know which one was his real body. Now that he suddenly attacked, coupled with his speed, Lin Xian definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. I've been waiting for you. The moment the opponent appeared, Lin Xian suddenly turned around. At the same time, he stretched out two fingers and pinched in front of him. With a clang, his fingers caught the opponent's green long sword. What? How is that possible? He found out. The Wind Shadow King was shocked and surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to turn around and counterattack at the last moment. This was something he didn't expect. But soon he sneered. This kid is too arrogant and doesn't know what's good for him. Lin Xian only used two fingers to deal with him? What kind of fingers does he think he has? Go to hell. He shouted coldly and wanted to break Lin Xian's palm. However, he realized that Lin Xian's two fingers were abnormally hard, as if they were the fingers of God. His sword chi couldn't cause any damage to Lin Xian. How is that possible? The Wind Shadow King couldn't believe it. He wanted to use more strength, but in the next moment, with a clang, his Wind Shadow sword broke into two. Lin Xian grabbed the upper half of the sword and slashed it forward. Not good. Seeing this, the Wind Shadow King's pupils constricted. His body suddenly turned into nothingness as he wanted to dodge. However, this sword contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and directly slashed his throat. With a puff, his head flew into the sky. Boom. Lin Xian punched out again. There was a dragon head on his fist and it directly exploded the Wind Shadow King's body. The head's face was filled with terror as it continued to flee into the distance. That was because he realized that Lin Xian was too strange and seemed to be able to restrain him. In a battle, the scariest thing was not that the enemy was stronger than you, but that the enemy could restrain you. This was basically unsolvable. That was why he wanted to run away. You still want to run away? Lin Xian sneered. He flicked a finger and pointed forward. This finger kept growing bigger and bigger. In the end, it was 100 feet long. It was like a dragon that reached the sky and kept roaring. There were mysterious runes engraved on it, and there was a biting cold sword light. With one finger, the Wind Shadow King's head exploded. He couldn't escape at all. Damn kid, just you wait. I'll definitely kill you. In the sky, a soul floated into the distance, carrying a strong sense of malice. He was defeated. He was defeated today. However, if his soul escaped, he could still live. Although Lin Xian's methods were fierce, it was impossible for him to destroy his soul. Buzz. Chapter 2644. The Wind Shadow King screamed. Damn it, why do you have a soul attack too? He was crazy. His opponent was too strong. His physique was strong, his swordsmanship was outstanding, and he even had a soul attack now. Who was his opponent? He didn't know. His face was full of fear as he knelt on the ground. I beg you to spare my life. I won't dare to attack you again. He was really scared. Spare you? That's the Buddha's business. My mission is to send you to the Buddha. As he spoke, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His soul fire instantly burned the Wind Shadow King into nothingness. The incomparably terrifying and strange Wind Shadow King was easily killed just like that. If anyone else was here and saw this, they would definitely scream. This was because even an invincible king might not be able to kill the Wind Shadow King. This was because the other party's methods were too strange. It would be very easy to escape. However, in Lin Xian's place, there was no way to escape. This guy wasn't rich and didn't have many amazing treasures. The dark red dragon grabbed the other party's storage ring and checked it. It curled its lips and was very dissatisfied. The storage rings of the 4 war monarchs were the ones that were rich. He was very happy. However, the Wind Shadow King was much weaker than the 4 war monarchs. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. It wasn't that the Wind Shadow King wasn't rich. It was just that the dark red dragon was too greedy. After seeing the storage rings of the 4 war monarchs and the saint, it was naturally dissatisfied when it saw the other supreme beings. In fact, the Wind Shadow King's storage ring could be considered a treasure trove in the eyes of other supreme beings. However, Lin Xian didn't care about this. These resources could be counted by the dark red dragon. What he was really excited about was the other party's movement technique. One had to know that he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was not only powerful, but it was also good at mimicking. As long as he had seen other divine abilities, he could use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to execute the other party's divine ability. Moreover, the power of the divine ability might be even more terrifying than the original version. Apart from the unique bloodline martial skills that he was unable to execute, he was able to execute the rest of the martial skills after inspecting them. Therefore, he closed his eyes and recalled the previous battle in his mind. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile because his body could also turn into nothingness to dodge the attack. Of course, with the 9-yang divine body, he didn't need to do so. But in times of danger, it could still save his life. At this moment, the sky split open, and a hand reached out and enveloped Lin Xian. The appearance of this palm was very sudden, without the slightest sign. Therefore, when he appeared, he gave the dark red dragon a fright. Lin Xian frowned as well. In the next moment, he immediately imitated formless wind. His body turned into a gust of wind and quickly escaped from these fingers. Therefore, this palm strike naturally missed. Soon after, a figure descended, bringing with him a sky full of blade light, unparalleled in the world. Because he realized that the Wind Shadow King had been killed. The divine ability that the other party used was very similar to the Wind Shadow King's. Why is this kid so strange? Damn, he's really haunting me. Lin Xian's face darkened when he saw that it was the other party again. He didn't expect that the Thousand-Knife King would find him again. As expected of an invincible king, he was able to find his traces so quickly. However, he sneered. How did it feel to have a clone? If you dare to chase after me again, it won't be as simple as tricking you. Damn kid, you're courting death. It would have been better if he didn't mention this matter. Now that he did, the Thousand-Knife King was about to explode. His doppelganger was actually being controlled by someone else. His entire body was charred black. This made him so angry that he went crazy. Kid, don't think that you can pose a threat to me just because you control a few clones. That thing can't hurt me at all. Today is the day you die. As he spoke, he slapped Su Chen again. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian didn't resist. His body instantly turned into a gust of wind, drifting with the wind and appearing in another direction. He had to admit that this move was very effective. However, he couldn't display the Wind Shadow King's strange speed. That was because it was condensed by the Wind Shadow King's bloodline power. However, Lin Xian had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and the chaotic Yin-Yang steps. In terms of speed, he wasn't inferior at all. His figure instantly dodged the Thousand-Knife King's dozens of knife flights. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. His speed was also good. However, do you think that you can escape? The Thousand-Knife King was really angry. He waved his hand, and the Thousand-Knife domain instantly enveloped the area. This time, he definitely wouldn't allow Su Chen to escape. Boom! The sharp knife light flashed and turned into a torrent, instantly slashing towards Su Chen. Su Chen moved quickly, but this time, the opponent's knife light was too shocking. It slashed his body and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too terrifying. This was also because he had the 9 Yang divine body. If it was before, this knife would probably have split him in half. He was fine. Kid, your physique is very strong. I don't know what divine ability you've cultivated, but it doesn't matter. When you die, all your divine abilities will be mine. The Thousand-Knife King was also very envious of Su Chen's physique. Screw you. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and roared angrily. The sword light on his body suddenly exploded. He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and quickly charged over. Ruffian dragon attacked together. Buzz. The biting cold sword light swept through heaven and earth. Lin Xian opened the 5 seals of the ancient dragon abyss sword, and its power was unparalleled. Seeing this scene, the Thousand-Knife King was surprised. He was also a swordsman. The sword was unconventional. A swordsman was simply unorthodox. It was impossible. Only the knife was the way of the king. At this point, the Thousand-Knife King pulled out the blue long knife on his back. It was like a starry sky, spinning in the sky. Only the knife was the master of hundreds of weapons. The knife slashed down, and a river of stars flooded the sky. The knife light filled the sky and cut open the entire sky. Clang. With the 5 seals and the power of the dragon sword soul, Lin Xian resisted. With a clang, he was still forced back. However, this was already very terrifying. An almighty being was able to resist an invincible king. If others saw this, their eyeballs would definitely fall to the ground. This was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? One had to know that not to mention an almighty being, even a late 8-star king wouldn't be able to block a single slash. The Thousand-Knife King was shocked that Lin Xian could block it. Damn it, this kid had to be eliminated. He realized that this guy was very strange. He didn't seem to be weaker than Yi Wudao. She naturally knew that someone wanted to eliminate Yi Wudao because they were afraid of his talent. Once he grew up, he would be very terrifying. Therefore, she wanted to eliminate him before he grew up. Chapter 2645. This was because he realized that the kid in front of him was equally terrifying. If he allowed the kid to continue growing, he might not even be able to sleep peacefully in the future. Therefore, he had to kill the kid today to prevent future trouble. Kid, I have to say that you're really amazing. Even I suspect that you're a top saint. But unfortunately, you met me. I won't let you live today. The Million Blade King's expression was ferocious. Boom. He slashed out with his blade, and the bright blade light instantly tore apart the ancient Taoist robe. However, the Million-Blade King was shocked to discover that under the Taoist robe, dense runes appeared on Lin Xian's body. It was extremely mysterious. With a clang, it collided with the rune's body, producing a clanging sound, but it wasn't damaged. However, this shocking power still sent Lin Xian flying for 3,000 miles. "Kid, are you okay?" the dark red dragon exclaimed. The power of an invincible king was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Lin Xian had just started cultivating the 9-yang divine body, so he could not unleash its full power. "I'm fine." Lin Xian stood up. Dozens of bones in his body were broken, but at this moment, they were recovering. His face was extremely pale, but his eyes were shining with incomparable light. He blocked it. He actually blocked the attack of an invincible king. This made him extremely excited. The gap between him and the invincible king's sword was very big. It was 2 major realms apart. Under normal circumstances, an almighty could not even block the aura of an invincible king. However, he could block the attack of an invincible king. Moreover, his 9-yang divine body had just broken through to the 4th stage recently. Otherwise, it was very likely that his body would have been blown apart by that strike. However, he now felt a strong sense of danger. This was probably not the full power of his opponent. An invincible king was indeed terrifying. Seeing that he did not split Lin Xian's body open, the Million-Blade King snorted coldly. "Kid, let's see how many times you can block it." Ruffian dragon, attack together. Lin Xian held the dragon source sword in his hand and attacked again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon also charged over. The two of them used great divine abilities and great techniques. All kinds of terrifying light enveloped them as they fought a great battle with the Million-Blade King. On Lin Xian's side, the Dragon Source Ancient Sword, the 9-fold Thunder Sword, the 5-elemental sword, and the Primal Chaos Exterminating Sword were all executed by him. At the same time, he used another of the War Clan's ultimate techniques, the Heaven Battling Divine Fist. Although he did not possess the Battle Clan's bloodline, he possessed the 9-yang divine body. Thus, when he unleashed the Heavenly Battle God Fist, it was also extremely frightening. In fact, it was even more terrifying than when the 4 great battle kings used it. On the other side, Dark Red was controlling the 3 heaven-tier artifacts. Together with the great abilities of the dragons, they were fighting. His body abruptly expanded to 100 feet long as he continued to roll and roar. However, the Myriad Blade Monarch was truly too powerful. As an invincible king, his strength far exceeded that of Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon. 1 against 2, not only did he not fall into a disadvantageous position, he even gained the upper hand and gained an absolute advantage. After dozens of moves, Lin Xian and the Dark Red Dragon were sent flying again while vomiting blood. Many cracks appeared on their bodies as blood dyed their bodies red. "Damn it, this is not good, kid. An invincible king is too terrifying. We can't fight against him now." The Dark Red Dragon's blood surged as it repaired its body. On the other side, Lin Xian used the longevity art to absorb the energy in the sky. The 9-yang divine body emitted crackling sounds as it healed his wounds. Go! Lin Xian summoned the Bloodwing Bat King and the 3 of them attacked again. However, this time, they were still pushed back and their injuries were even more severe than before. Their expressions were ugly. However, the Myriad Blade Monarch was even more shocked. One had to know that he could kill people of this level with just a glance. But now, he had attacked more than 100 times, and his opponent was only injured. And he was not dead. He could not believe it. He had never encountered such a strange thing in thousands of years. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Why did he feel that his physique was not inferior to the Yi family's Saint Physique? Could it be that he was also a genius of the Yi clan? He even suspected that he was a hidden peerless genius of the Yi family. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? One had to know that even the saints and saintesses of the large sects and sacred grounds could not fight against him. But this kid in front of him had broken this rule. Damn it, even the 3 of them could not kill him. "Kid, take out your saint artifact and kill him." The dark red dragon gritted its teeth and used the saint artifact. Lin Xian shook his head. He did not want to fight and had to leave quickly. The other party probably had something like the saint artifact. Moreover, the other party was an invincible king and was indeed stronger than them. They had to leave and find Yi Dao Denier. You want to run? Can you escape? The myriad blade monarch sneered and chased after them. Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out an ancient silver lamp. He waved it gently and silver flames flew out. There were a total of 12 floating between heaven and earth. In an instant, the myriad blade monarch screamed because his outstretched palm touched the silver flame and burned instantly. In fact, his entire palm had been burned off. Blood and bones were exposed. The pain caused his expression to change. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? He was too shocked. He did not expect that the other party would have something that could hurt him. It seemed to be an ancient treasure. Could it be the legendary 3,000 spiritual fires? The myriad blade monarch was shocked. He had seen this flame in ancient books, but he had never seen it before. He did not expect that the other party would have such a treasure. Damn it, he snorted and did not dare to take it head-on. Curved blade light bloomed all over his body, forming a terrifying light as he quickly dodged. However, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon took advantage of this opportunity to enter the black earth and fly away. The myriad blade monarch waved his hand, and the myriad blade domain kept rolling. Even if the other party could use the 3,000 spiritual fires to block him, the other party could not break through his domain. As long as he was in his domain, he could easily kill the other party. Dang! The myriad blade domain bloomed with light, and endless blade light mixed with the black earth. It caused the black earth to roll and tremble. Damn it, this domain is too annoying. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Kid, give him a shot. Lin Xian nodded. He threw out some divine crystals, and the black earth bloomed with light. With a whoosh, a black beam of light shot out and shattered the blade light. It tore through the myriad blade domain and disappeared. How is this possible? They actually escaped. Seeing this scene, the myriad blade monarch's face was full of shock. 2 7-star kings had escaped from his hands, and more than once. This time, it was a slap to his face. Chapter 2646. Just as he was getting excited, 12 silver flames came to his side again and ignited him. The pain made him grimace in pain. Damned flames, extinguish them! He was furious. He used his ultimate technique, and the biting cold saber light resisted the flames that filled the sky. In the end, he extinguished the 12 flames. However, his body was dripping with blood, and white bones could be seen in many places. I won't forgive you. I will catch you and tear you into pieces. The myriad blade king roared angrily. He opened his mouth and absorbed the spirit chi within tens of thousands of miles to repair his body. Then he soared into the sky and chased after his opponent. This time, he had already locked onto his opponent. He would not let his opponent escape again. Oh no, that guy is chasing after me. The dark red dragon's expression changed drastically when he sensed the scene behind him. He did not expect to be targeted by the other party this time. Let's go. Lin Xian controlled the black earth and kept changing directions. However, the other party kept locking onto him. Just like that, the two sides began a great escape and a fierce pursuit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The myriad blade king chased after him relentlessly. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's faces were gloomy. The myriad blade king was so angry that he vomited blood. To be honest, he had gone crazy. He wished he could find a rock and smash his head to death. After chasing for half a month, he could not catch up to his opponent. What a fucking irony. Who was he? He was an invincible king, the myriad blade king. An invincible king. Just by hearing the name, one would know that he was at the peak of the king. In the era when the saints did not appear, they could control the entire world. However, 2 7-star kings had escaped from his hands one after another, and they had injured him more than once. That deeply provoked the myriad blade king. A cold light appeared in the myriad blade king's eyes. The hand seal on his hand changed again, and a red stream of light appeared on his body. It caused his speed to suddenly explode. It was clear that he had used a secret technique. Fuck, that guy is catching up. Give him a shot. The dark red dragon roared angrily. Then he also threw out a handful of divine crystals. Immediately, a black beam of light flew out and blasted behind him. Bang. Behind him, the Million-Blade King screamed as he was sent flying. Many of his bones were broken, and the blood in his body was roiling. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was too shocked. The reason for that was because he had never imagined that his opponent would actually be able to injure him. What exactly was the grade of this spirit boat? How could he be so powerful? Brat, I didn't expect you to have so many treasures. Now that you're dead, all of them are mine. Crackling sounds came from the Million-Blade Monarch's body as it quickly recovered. At the same time, his eyes were bloodshot as he charged over again. Indeed, he realized that the other party had too many treasures. First, it was the silver flame. Now, it was the black spirit boat. Both of these items could injure him. If he could obtain them, his strength would be greatly enhanced. Ignorant ant, it's a waste for such a treasure to be in your hands. Hand it over obediently. Behind him, he slashed out streaks of sharp saber light, which quickly blasted forward, causing the black earth to tremble continuously. Inside, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were also affected. Their faces were gloomy. The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, if it wasn't for the huge cost, I would have directly blasted him into pieces. Indeed, the black earth's attack required a lot of energy. Open the space array and teleport us out. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. The dark red dragon shook his head. No, this time he is locked onto us. If we teleport, he will teleport over too. We have to think of a way to kill him. Kill him? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He still had the Saint's Fragment and Flower Protector in his hands. The dark red dragon also had the Saint's Fragment. If he crazily unlocked the seal, it wasn't impossible for him to fight against the other party. However, it was still difficult to kill the other party. After all, the other party was an invincible king. He was very powerful. With his current strength, it was really not easy to kill the other party. However, at this time, the black soil floated over and said, I have an idea. However, it consumes too much energy. What is it? Lin Xian asked quickly. As long as there was a chance to kill the other party, it was fine even if he had to pay a huge price. The black earth had many functions. One of them was to suppress a person's cultivation. Of course, it could only suppress the cultivation of those below the saint level. Suppress the cultivation? You mean you can suppress the cultivation of an invincible king? Lin Xian was shocked, and the dark red dragon's eyes lit up. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Damn it, suppress his cultivation and torture him to death. How much can we suppress? Lin Xian asked. He was also excited. The black soil thought for a while and said, in theory, it can be suppressed to the same level as you. However, the cost is very high. Of course, it can also be suppressed to 8 stars. Soon, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon understood that this function could indeed suppress one's cultivation. Moreover, it could be suppressed to 7 or 8 stars. However, the energy required for the two was not the same. After Lin Xian heard the energy, he gasped and his eyelids twitched. This consumed a lot of energy. To suppress the cultivation to the same level as him, it would probably require half of his resources. This was after he killed so many powerful people, obtained their storage rings, and obtained many treasures in the ancient tomb. If it was in the past, he probably wouldn't even dare to have such thoughts. After thinking for a while, Lin Xian took a deep breath and suppressed his cultivation to the late 8-star level. An invincible king was too powerful, but if he fell to the 8-star level, even if he was only at the late 8-star level, would he still have a way to kill the other party? Okay. The black soil nodded and prepared to activate the array. This result directly consumed a quarter of the resources in Lin Xian's hands. This caused him to feel pain in his heart. One had to know that a quarter of the resources in his possession was a vast amount of divine crystals and precious treasures. Damn it, I hope this invincible king's storage ring won't disappoint me. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. He swore that he would get back the resources he lost from the other party. The Black Earth was mysterious and unfathomable. It was left behind by the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword. There were many functional arrays inside. Soon, the black soil activated the array to suppress the cultivation. He floated over and said, "I just need to lure this guy in." Lin Xian nodded. His eyes flickered. He wasn't afraid that the other party could cause damage after entering, because when he first entered the Black Earth, he found many corpses. There were many invincible kings inside. So many invincible kings couldn't break the Black Earth even if they joined forces, let alone the Million-Blade Monarch. Chapter 2647. They had been chased all the way, and the other party was so arrogant. This time, they were going to pay back all the anger they had suffered before. Lin Xian nodded and directly controlled the Black Earth to fly upwards. When he reached the 9th heaven, he stopped. Behind him, the Thousand Knives King sneered when he saw this scene. Running upwards? Unless you escape from this world, you will definitely die. His figure flashed and he chased after him. Not long after, he found that the other party's spirit ship had stopped there. What's going on? Not running anymore? Could it be a trap? He scanned his surroundings and found no enemies. He sneered, and his gaze fell on the spirit ship in front of him. Could it be that he was in despair? Very likely. He revealed a cruel smile. No matter who it was, being chased by an invincible king like him day and night, he would have broken down long ago. Kakaka. The cabin door of the Black Earth opened, and a dark red figure walked out. It was the dark red divine dragon. After the dark red divine dragon came out, he looked around and saw the Thousand Knives King not far away, revealing a contemptuous smile. "Damn old fart, how dare you chase after me? Get lost. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Hearing this, the Thousand Knives King was furious. A snake dared to speak to him like that? You don't know death. I'll skin you alive later. With a tap of his foot, he instantly rushed out like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon pretended to be afraid and quickly ran into the Black Earth. However, it did not close the cabin door. All of this was to trick the Thousand Knives King into coming in. Sure enough, the Thousand Knives King did not hesitate and directly entered the Black Earth. "Let's see where you can run today." He was too excited. As long as he entered, the other party would have nowhere to go. Then he would be able to kill these two ants as he wished. Ha! Kneel down obediently and accept your death. After the Thousand Knives King entered, he saw Lin Xian, and his smile became even wider. Because this kid had a lot of treasures on him, and he wanted to take a few cultivation techniques for himself. But soon he was stunned. This was because he discovered that the other party didn't scream in fear as he had imagined. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. The dark red snake beside him laughed even more arrogantly than him. "Ha, are we dead meat? I think you're the one who's going to die. Old bastard, quickly kneel down and kowtow to us 100,000 times. This emperor can still consider letting you die a quick death later. Otherwise, I'll let you know what torture is. Courting death." At this point, the other party still dared to say such words. The Million Saber Emperor flicked his finger, firing a sharp saber glow. It grew in size, turning into a streak of divine rainbow as it hacked forward. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon executed their movement techniques and dodged swiftly. At the same time, the dark red dragon roared and activated the array formation. Soon, the Black Earth was lit up with countless runes, encapsulating Lin Xian, the Crimson Godly Dragon, and the Million Sabers Emperor. Seeing this, the Myriad Blade Monarch frowned and sneered. A blue battle armor appeared on his body. Above it, the piercingly cold saber light flashed. A mere array formation, what can it do to me? He couldn't care less about it. Unless it was a formation set up by a sage, it could kill him. Otherwise, there was no chance at all. How could these two have a sage's formation in their hands? However, soon he was stunned. The overwhelming attacks he imagined did not happen. The surrounding array formation flickered incomparably, forming a strange space and domain. Even the surrounding scenery changed. It was as if they had left the spiritual boat and arrived in a strange space. Surrounding them were vast mountains and primeval forests. In the distance, there was a Milky Way waterfall falling from the sky, producing a rumbling sound. It was a scene of paradise. Where was this? The Million Saber Emperor frowned, his eyes emitting a piercingly cold light. Illusion? He carefully guarded his soul, but in his heart, he was even more disdainful. As a peerless saber artist, his mind was extremely tenacious. How could a mere illusion confuse him? Kid, do you think you can scare me by using an array formation? You're too naive. Now you can go to hell. The Million Saber Emperor drew the blue saber on his back and slashed out. Disillusionment Milky Way slash. When the saber slashed out, it was as if a starry sky of the universe was charging over. Pumph. Lin Xian took a step forward, and his 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, as if he was a god. He waved his fist and used the heaven-fighting divine fist. The terrifying fist illuminated heaven and earth and directly charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The fist and saber light collided, producing a shocking sound. In the next moment, the Million Saber Emperor screamed. He discovered that his saber light had been shattered by the other party's punch. How was this possible? The Million Saber Emperor's eyes widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. Just a day ago, he had beaten the other party until he vomited blood and kept running. The other party did not dare to face him head-on. But now, the other party had shattered his saber light with a punch? This was simply too shocking. Could it be that the other party's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change in one day? He had also reached the invincible king realm? No, impossible. It was definitely not like that. The Million Saber Emperor shook his head frantically. What a joke. It took him nearly 2,000 years to reach the invincible king realm. The other party could reach it in one day? What a joke. Perhaps even the ancient emperors did not have such ability. Damn it, what was going on? Illusion, it must be an illusion. The Million Saber Emperor roared crazily. He guessed that he might have fallen into an illusion. The previous scene was all an illusion. Damned illusion technique, unseal it for me. Countless saber lights rushed out of his body, cutting through the void and slashing in all directions. As a saber user, his saber intent was very powerful. Therefore, he was confident that if he attacked with all his strength, he could definitely break this illusion. It's useless, stop struggling. This was not an illusion at all. The 1-pound dark red divine dragon also walked out, sneering. Old bastard, I said that if you dare to come in, you will die. Since you have come to die, then don't blame me for being impolite. The dark red divine dragon waved its dragon claw, and a black pearl appeared above its head. As it moved, the black pearl kept enlarging. It was like a black sun, burning fiercely and smashing forward. Damned snake, get out of my sight. The Million Saber Emperor was trembling with anger. A snake dared to look down on him? The long saber in his hand slashed out again, turning into a sky full of stars that collided with the black sun. An intense collision sound rang out, and the sky full of light exploded, so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. The Million Saber Emperor screamed in horror. Impossible! He realized that a snake could actually compete with him? They were evenly matched. What was going on? Chapter 2648. The Million Blade King was stunned. The two of them broke through from the Almighty Realm to the Invincible King Realm in one day, surpassing the cultivation of others by 1 or 2,000 years. How was that possible? Even an immortal pill could not do that. No, there must be a reason. There must be a reason. The Million Blade King tried to calm himself down. Yes, the array. They activated the array just now. It must be because of the array. Could it be that this array could provide energy to make one an invincible king? What kind of array was this? It was too scary. If there were more of them, wouldn't they be invincible? The Million Blade King looked terrible, as if he had eaten a dead rat. Suddenly his eyelids twitched. Know my power? He was surprised to find that his cultivation was no longer at the Invincible King realm. Damn it, what was going on? He was too shocked to notice it before. But now, he realized that there was a force between heaven and earth that suppressed him. It made his cultivation fall from the invincible king realm to the 8-star king realm. This was impossible. My cultivation is being suppressed. He finally found the reason. It turned out that it was not that the other party had become stronger, but that his cultivation was suppressed. He was suppressed to the 8-star king realm. It was the effect of the array. The Million-Blade King understood immediately. No wonder the other party dared to be so arrogant in front of him and kept provoking him. It turned out that it was to lure him in and suppress his cultivation. There was actually an array that could suppress the cultivation of an invincible king. This shocked him. But at the same time, he was relieved. Fortunately, it was not that the other party had become an invincible king. In this way, this dilemma could be solved. The next moment, he looked at the two and said coldly, "You can suppress my cultivation. I have to say that your means are really amazing. However, do you think that you can contend against me just because of this? Even if I have fallen to the 8-star king realm, I am still stronger than you. It is also easy for me to kill you." Indeed, in his opinion, his strength had weakened, but he was still a realm higher than the other party. The other party was just an ordinary 7-star almighty, while he was an 8-star king. In addition to his combat experience and trump cards, he had completely surpassed the other party. Therefore, he wouldn't lose this battle either. "Even now, you still want to kill us?" The dark red dragon sneered. Lin Xian's voice was also cold. "I've already killed more than one late-stage 8-star king tier. So, do you have any last words? If you can tell me your plan and the mastermind behind it, I can consider giving you a quick death later." Courting death. Lin Xian's words thoroughly infuriated the Myriad Blade Monarch. Lin Xian's confident manner infuriated him. Killed with a cold shout, the Myriad Blade King charged over with a sky full of blade lights. He was really mad. He had to kill these two despicable people in front of him. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. "Since you want to die, then don't blame me." Lin Xian's expression turned cold when he saw his opponent charging at him again. He executed the heaven-battling divine fist. The terrifying fist blasted forward, causing the entire world to tremble. Terrifying shattering sounds could be heard as the space in the sky continued to shatter. The saber light around the 1,000-blade sovereign was also shattered into pieces. This was the heaven-battling divine fist. Combined with the power of the 9-yang divine body, it was extremely terrifying. Damn it, this kid's fist is so scary. The Myriad Blade King's expression changed drastically. He didn't realize it when he was an invincible king, but now that his cultivation was suppressed, he realized that his opponent was too strong. No one below the invincible king tier could be his opponent. Damn it, he actually felt a trace of fear in his heart. "I don't believe it. I'm an invincible king, and my methods are heaven-defying. Even if my cultivation realm falls, I can definitely kill an ant." The Myriad Blade King kept hypnotizing himself. His aura was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to break through the sky. However, there were mysterious runes between heaven and earth that firmly sealed his cultivation. He couldn't break through it all. "Damn it, taste my venomous dragon spike." The Myriad Blade King took out a treasure from his storage ring. It was a black venomous spike that was as long as an arm. It was covered with black scales, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Buzz. The Myriad Blade King formed a seal and quickly activated the venomous dragon spike. The venomous dragon seemed to have come alive as it continued to grow. It turned into a black dragon that was 100 feet long and roared in the sky. "Kill him." This was a heaven-grade treasure that was extremely terrifying. It sealed the soul of a flood dragon. Sure enough, after the venomous dragon spike transformed into a flood dragon, it roared, and a terrifying demonic sound resounded between heaven and earth. A pressure that came from the soul was quickly produced. "Kid, go to hell." The Myriad Blade King roared with a ferocious expression. This flood dragon soul was a powerful demon king, and it was the soul of an invincible demon king. It was sealed inside by a saint and formed into a treasure. It was extremely terrifying. He didn't believe that the other party could withstand the soul of an invincible king. After the flood dragon's roar, another loud and clear sound resounded between heaven and earth. This sound was several times stronger than before. Between heaven and earth, invisible waves of air rolled, and the myriad Blade King's body trembled. His face became terrified. Damn it, what was that sound? It was actually the roar of a dragon. He didn't believe that it was released by the venomous dragon spike. Because the venomous dragon spike only sealed fine dragons, and there was a world of difference between them and real dragons. A mere flood dragon dares to be arrogant in front of me? The dark red divine dragon floated in the sky, his eyes filled with disdain. He roared again, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. Damn it, it was that snake. He could actually release a dragon's roar. The myriad Blade King's eyes widened, and his face was filled with fear and shock. Previously, he thought that the other party was just a snake, but now it seemed that it was definitely not the case. The other party's dragon's roar was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the invincible flood dragon. What was the other party? Could it be that it was really a dragon? He didn't dare to imagine. Were there really dragons in this world? Other than the legend of the nest of 10,000 dragons, he had never seen a real dragon appear in this world. While the myriad Blade King was shocked, the venomous dragon spike in the sky also trembled nonstop. Although that soul was an invincible king, how could it compare to the dark red divine dragon in terms of aura and pressure? At this moment, the light on the venomous dragon spike dimmed a lot. Damn it, even if it was a dragon, so what? In the face of absolute strength, everything would be destroyed. The myriad Blade King grabbed the venomous dragon spike and stabbed out. Between heaven and earth, countless black flood dragons rushed out. Chapter 2649. The sky was filled with black dragon phantoms, and the entire world was trembling as if the world was about to fall. The dark red divine dragon used the dragon clan's great theurgy to fight back. Any black dragon phantoms that got close to him were all destroyed. Lin Xian was even more terrifying. He used the chaotic yin-yang steps to form yin-yang qi and walked in the void as he quickly charged over. Any black dragon phantoms that he encountered were all destroyed by his fist. Boom, boom. Tens of thousands of thunderous sounds rang out, making people tremble. The terrifying collision erupted with countless rays of light. Fortunately, this was a strange space. Otherwise, the real world would have been destroyed long ago. Lin Xian finally reached the front. He looked at the 1,000-Blade King with a cold smile. Countless sword chi exploded from his body. He was like a god of swords, fighting against the saber light. The 1,000-Blade King's face changed when he felt the sword chi. So terrifying. Lin Xian's sword chi was too sharp. It even surpassed the saber light that he had cultivated for 1,000 or 2,000 years. He found it hard to believe. When he saw Lin Xian's gaze, his heart trembled. What kind of gaze was that? It was like an emperor looking down on the world. Heaven battling divine fist, one punch to break the sky. Lin Xian waved his fist, and the terrifying fist emitted light. Countless sword chi transformed into mysterious runes and fell together with Lin Xian's movements. This punch had the power to shatter the starry sky and swallow the mountains and rivers. This was the 9-yang divine body. It was too terrifying. It was the purest and most yang energy, incomparable. The 1,000-Blade King's body trembled. At this moment, it was as if he had seen a supreme emperor. He could not help but want to kneel down. Damn it. Hold it in. Saber light exploded from within the 1,000-Blade King's body, and he stopped that thought. His body was covered in cold sweat. Lin Xian was too terrifying. He roared and tried to stay awake. He waved his venomous dragon spike and stabbed out crazily. Venomous dragon breaks the sky. Boom. The two collided, and heaven and earth collapsed, destroying everything. A miserable sound rang out. The soul of the black dragon let out a miserable cry. Even the black dragon phantoms were rolling in the air. The venom dragon spike was sent flying, and the myriad Blade King was sent flying. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled, and his armor was dyed red with blood. his face was extremely pale, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Damn it! Damn it! The Myriad Blade King was so angry that he coughed up blood. The Myriad Blade King was so angry that his entire body was trembling. However, not long after, he revealed a sinister smile. That was because he discovered that there were no cracks on his body, nor were his bones shattered. This scene made him go wild with joy. It seemed that only his cultivation was suppressed, but his life rating could not be suppressed. In other words, his body was still that of an invincible king. Thinking of this, he smiled proudly. Ha! Brat, do you think you can win by suppressing my cultivation? With your strength, you won't be able to break through my defense. I can't break through your defense? So what? Today, I'm going to beat you up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Ruffian dragon, attack together. Torture him to death. Ha, I can't wait any longer. When the dark red divine dragon heard that, it also roared excitedly. It swung its dragon tail and rushed forward to take a palm strike from Lin Xian. The Myriad Blade King could have dodged that attack. However, at the same time, Lin Xian's fist flew over. He had seen the power of Lin Xian's fist, so of course, he did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he could only take Lin Xian's fist head-on. At the same time he kept dodging, bang, smash. Although he blocked Lin Xian's fist, he was slapped by the dark red divine dragon. Immediately, his body spun in the air and flew backward. The dark red divine dragon kept swinging its hand. Damn it, old Chamao is too thick-skinned. Even my hand hurts. Bang! The Myriad Blade King had just stood up. When he heard that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling with anger. Ah, damn it! I'm going to kill you! However, what greeted him was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's frenzied attacks. The two of them knew that they couldn't break the other party's defense, so they directly slapped each other's face. They wanted to slap each other's face ruthlessly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Myriad Blade King's face to be slapped more than a dozen times. Each slap made a deafening sound. However, his life level was extremely high, so he wouldn't be injured at all. Therefore, after more than a dozen slaps, his face was incomparably red, like a pig's liver. Of course, it wasn't because he was beaten, but because he was angry. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He felt that his lungs were about to explode. Damn it, this old thing's face is too thick. If I can't use my hands, I'll just kick him. Lin Xian changed his strategy. The dark red divine dragon also swung its dragon tail directly at the other party. Lin Xian raised his leg and kicked at the other party. Bang bang bang. From the beginning to the end, the Myriad Blade King was suppressed by the two of them. If others saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. Because this was an invincible king. Two 7-star powerhouses were actually beating up an invincible king. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a dream. Go to hell. The Myriad Blade King was finally enraged. He took out a broken treasure. This was a sage's broken treasure. As soon as it appeared, the sage's aura was overwhelming, and it directly pushed back Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The broken treasure box floated beside the Myriad Blade King. The Myriad Blade King's eyes were red, and he couldn't stop panting. I must tear you into pieces. Not only the two of you, but I won't let off anyone who has anything to do with you too. I want to kill all of them. He screamed like a madman. TSK, you want to scare us with a mere sage's broken treasure? The dark red divine dragon snorted and took out a broken treasure pagoda. Lin Xian also took out the sage's hand bone. Sage's broken treasure, and there are two of them. The Myriad Blade King was extremely shocked, and his face instantly turned green. Damn it, the other party's foundation is too rich. Two 7-star powerhouses actually have something like a sage's broken treasure? One had to know that not everyone, even invincible kings, would have a sage's broken treasure. It could be said that it was very precious. But the other party took out two of them in an instant. How was he going to fight? As expected, his broken treasure was directly suppressed in the void and couldn't reflect at all. Lin Xian took out Flower Protector again, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Do you really think that I can't break your defense? He gently shook the bell, and a demonic sound turned into a terrifying sound wave sword chi that rushed forward. The myriad Blade King shot out countless blade lights to resist it. But soon he was sent flying. The armor on his body was damaged. Damn it, what is this? Flower Protector? Could it be the legendary great weapon, Flower Protector? He was extremely terrified. The other party even has such an ancient weapon? Damn it. Galaxy Seal. The myriad Blade King quickly formed a seal, and the blade lights in the sky revolved around his hand, forming a galaxy. Chapter 2650. He pushed his palm forward, pushing the entire Milky Way to resist the sound wave attack. With a loud clang, an earth-shattering collision sound was heard. He blocked the wave of attack. Looking at this scene, the Thousand-Blade King heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying seal. As expected of an invincible king. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was still so powerful. One should know that an ordinary late-stage 8-star powerhouse would have been killed by him. The other party could hold on for such a long time. It could be said that he definitely had the foundation and combat experience of an invincible king. However, the other party was no longer an invincible king. Therefore, he still had a way to kill the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, he tore open the seal of the Flower Protector. Instantly, the terrifying sound wave sword chi became even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Countless black holes appeared in the Milky Way diagram in the sky, and those Milky Ways became dim. Damn it, the power became stronger again. The Thousand-Blade King kept retreating. The armor on his body was directly penetrated, and a few bloody holes appeared. Blood flowed out. Finally, under the attack of the Flower Protector, he was injured. This scene caused him to be terrified. It seemed that the other party had the ability to kill him. This made him feel a strong sense of fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. As long as he left this array, as long as he left this strange spirit boat and appeared in the real world outside, he would still be an invincible king. He would still be an invincible existence. He would no longer be afraid of the other party. Therefore, he had to leave this place quickly. The saber slashed out, tearing the world apart, and a huge black hole appeared. The Thousand-Blade King's body swayed and flew in. He wanted to leave this space. But soon he was blasted out by a punch. Now, you still want to run? From the moment you stepped into this formation, your fate has already been judged. This is the place where you will perish. Lin Xian's body emitted thousands of rays of light, and his cold voice sounded. Lin Xian threw the Flower Protector to the dark red divine dragon, letting him control the Flower Protector to kill the Thousand-Blade King. As for himself, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. His entire body was surrounded by sword light, and he rushed over like a god of death. Seeing that the other party had abandoned Flower Protector and dared to attack him, the myriad Blade King also roared crazily. Without Flower Protector, he wasn't afraid of them. Therefore, in the next moment, he pointed his finger forward. Blade God's finger. Then he stretched out a finger, which contained a supreme profound intent. Together with the saber light that filled the sky, it blasted forward. Boom. This finger attack was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the saber light unleashed by the Thousand Saber Monarch. Clearly, this was a finger formed from the essence of countless saber lights. Go to hell, Brett. The myriad Blade King revealed a ferocious expression once again. His opponent's physical defense was not as good as his. If his opponent was hit by his finger of the Saber God, both body and soul would be destroyed. Ninefold Thunder Sword. The current Lin Xian was still able to use the third stage of the Ninefold Thunder Sword. Along with his sword light, countless thunder seas surged. Streaks of Thunder Sword chi transformed into thunder dragons that roared incessantly. It dashed through the void and charged towards the broadsword god's finger. The incomparably terrifying and extremely sharp divine saber finger was actually severed by a single slash. The finger of the saber god was severed. The myriad Blade King's finger was also broken, and it was strangely deformed. He grunted and was pushed back, He did not care about the wound on his finger. What shocked him more was that his opponent's strength and sword chi could actually break his finger of the saber god. It was too terrifying. If his opponent had used the flower protector to break his finger, he could still accept it. After all, the flower protector was an ancient weapon. It had killed many terrifying experts. But now, his opponent had broken his finger of the saber god with his own strength? Could it be that his opponent had reached such a terrifying stage? You are very powerful? You have been chasing after me with the strength of an invincible king. Do you really think that you can kill me? You are only relying on your cultivation of over 2,000 years. If you were at the same level as me, I could kill you with a single slash. Therefore, you do not have the right to be arrogant in front of me. If I had lived for 2,000 years, I would have become a sage long ago. I could kill you with a single slap. Moreover, you are not an invincible king now. Do you think that you can still fight against me now? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Damn brat, don't be complacent. Do you think that you can kill me just because you broke one of my fingers? You are too naive. My trump card is not something you can imagine. The Thousand Saber King roared crazily. Being slapped in the face by a junior and pressed on top of his head, this feeling was extremely unpleasant. Not only was he unhappy, he was about to go crazy from anger. And if I was in my full state, I could kill you with one move. The Thousand Saber King was filled with hatred. The biggest mistake in his life was to enter the other party's spirit boat. Then, Lin Xian sneered. The 9-layered thunder sword danced crazily. Behind him, 3 huge thunder swords surged forward. The power of the great dragon sword spirit combined with the sky-high sword and the 5 seals of the ancient dragon abyss sword. That power was extremely terrifying. The Thousand Saber King resisted with difficulty and kept retreating. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shifted his position. In the end, he descended from the sky like a deity and viciously kicked the Million Blades monarch in the stomach. This kick not only contained the power of the 9-yang divine body, there was also the shadow of a dragon on the sole of his foot. 2 powerful forces collided with each other. Boom! The other party's armor shattered. The Thousand Saber King's body smashed into the ground like a meteor. The Thousand Saber King kept vomiting blood as he roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his 5 fingers. The 5-element sword technique formed the 5-element seal and directly enveloped the Thousand Saber King, suppressing him. After that, Lin Xian raised his foot and stepped on the Thousand Saber King's head. I am an ant? Then now that I am stepping on your head, what are you? Trash among the ants? Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. Time was indeed a good thing. It could allow some trash to use the advantage of time to climb to a high position. But in the end, trash was still trash. When he lost the power of time, in front of a peerless genius, he could not withstand a single blow. You are just a trash who took advantage of time and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was abnormally cold. It was like a cold sword piercing into the Thousand Saber King's heart. He was despised? He was actually despised by the other party. Moreover, he was called trash by the other party. The Thousand Saber King's lungs were about to explode from anger. That's right, he was about to explode from anger. The blood in his body was tumbling and he had suffered serious internal injuries. There was no other way. He had already lived for more than 2,000 years and had become an invincible king. It could be said that he was proud of the same price. Back then, when he was young, he was also a shocking genius. His path was smooth and he became an invincible king. But now, he was actually despised by a kid in his 20s. He was called trash. Chapter 2651. Kid, you've become so eloquent. You can't kill me. As long as I leave this spiritual boat, it'll be your death. The Thousand Blade King's voice was cold. His eyes were like 2 peerless heavenly blades as he stared at Lin Xian. Do you think you can still survive today? The dark red divine dragon also snorted coldly. It activated Flower Protector and charged forward. Boom boom boom. The Thousand Blade King looked like he was struck by lightning as a few more bloody holes appeared on his body. However, at this time, A mysterious heavenly blade diagram formed on his body. He quickly rose into the air and fought against Flower Protector. Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? Flower Protector is powerful, but with your strength, you can't unleash its power. That's why you're ants. You don't even know how to use the treasure when it's in your hands. The Thousand-Blade King laughed maniacally again. Without Flower Protector, how could Su-Mo kill him? At most, he would just humiliate him. He would definitely get his revenge. Do you think I can't kill you without Flower Protector? Lin Xian waved his hand and recalled the Saint's hand bone to suppress the Thousand-Blade King to prevent him from escaping. Besides, the Saint's fragment could be blocked with the Pagoda fragment. Saint's fragment? Seeing this scene, the Myriad Blade King was also extremely frightened. If Su-Mo used the Saint's fragment, he could really threaten him. However, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. With a cold snort, tens of thousands of rays of light shot into the sky as the Thousand-Blade Domain appeared, trying to break free from the Five-Element Seal. However, Lin Xian used the Saint's hand bone to suppress the Scimitar Domain, so the Thousand-Blade King couldn't escape at all. Buzz. With a flash of light, Lin Xian unlocked the sixth seal on the ancient dragon Abyss Sword. A terrifying sword light shot into the sky. Sensing this sword light, the dark red dragon spat out saliva. The Thousand-Blade King was also shocked. Su-Mo was a small powerhouse, but he could unleash such sword chi. It was indeed surprising. He snorted coldly. You want to kill me with this little sword chi? You can try. You probably can't even break my defense. Without saying a word, the sword slashed at his neck. Instantly, a terrifying vibration sounded. The 10,000-Blade King was in so much pain that he kept rolling on the ground. The 10,000-Blade Domain emitted a cold light, but it was suppressed by the Saint's hand bone. Lin Xian did not use any bone attacks. Instead, he used all his strength to suppress his opponent. He knew that the trump cards of a Peerless Realm Cultivator were extremely terrifying. He had to suppress his opponent in order to kill him. Buzz, the ancient dragon Abyss Sword, which had its 6 seals removed, emitted a resplendent light. As Lin Xian swung his arm, it ruthlessly slashed forward. With a clang, the sword landed on the opponent's head, emitting a thunderous sound. The flying spark sword pierced through the void. Countless large cracks appeared in the surrounding space. This sword was extremely terrifying. The Myriad Blade King was also struck until he saw stars and felt dizzy. However, his head did not split open. There was only a shallow scar on his head. Brat, I've said it before, it's useless. You can't break my defense at all. The Myriad Blade King revealed a ferocious expression. His eyes were bloodshot like a demon. No matter what you did to me today, when I catch you, I'll return it 10 times, 100 times. I'll let you taste the consequences of offending me. Damn it, old man, your skin is so thick. Lin Xian also frowned. Even the 6 seals could not hurt his opponent. The defense of an Peerless Realm Cultivator was truly terrifying. It seemed that he could only use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian sighed. His expression became extremely solemn. Within his body, a dragon's roar sounded. Hearing this sound, the Myriad Blade King's expression changed. Damn it, dragon's roar. How could this guy use dragon's roar? He was already shocked by the dark red divine dragon's roar. However, he did not expect that this human brat in front of him could also use dragon's roar. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was not human? At this moment, he was indeed stunned. However, what made him even more shocked was yet to come. Because in front of Lin Xian, a sword shadow appeared. The dragon-like sword shadow was very mysterious and emitted a monstrous killing intent. The moment it appeared, the Myriad Blade King's body turned cold, as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Damn it, what was this sword shadow? Finally, fear appeared in his eyes. Because he felt that his life was in danger. How could there be such a terrifying thing in his opponent's body? Seeing the other party's frightened eyes, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. What, now you still think that I can't kill you? Damn brat, how dare you attack me? The Myriad Blade King screamed. He did feel that his life was in danger. How about this, the two of us discuss. You let me go, and from now on, I won't attack you again. How about it? He was really afraid and began to negotiate with the other party. Now you want to negotiate with me? When you were chasing me before, did you think of negotiating with me? As an peerless realm cultivator, you shamelessly chased after a rising star like me. Don't you feel embarrassed? Now you want to negotiate? Too late. Today will be the day of your death. Lin Xian sneered, and the killing intent on his body grew colder and colder. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him bloomed with a primordial power. Humph, brat, I admit that you have many trump cards. But if you really want to kill me, it won't be that easy. The myriad blade king roared, and a mysterious blade pattern appeared on his body. It seemed that he wanted to counterattack. Buzz. Lin Xian didn't give him a chance at all. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed at the other party's head. The dragon's roar and the sword's cry rang out, and a peerless sword light filled the sky, piercing through all directions. This sword was incomparably terrifying. The myriad blade king screamed miserably, and blood burst out, dyeing the surrounding void red. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that this sword had indeed injured the other party. However, it didn't directly split the other party's head. It only split open a third of the head. The physique of an peerless realm cultivator was actually this strong. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated an peerless realm cultivator. Fortunately, he had many trump cards. Otherwise, the consequences of rashly starting a fight with an peerless realm cultivator would be terrifying. Brat, I want you dead. The myriad blade king crazily burned his spiritual energy. At this moment, he was really going all out. Otherwise, his body would really be split open. Boom, boom. Terrifying power surged out, and his split-open head quickly healed. At the same time, it formed a huge rebound force that acted on the ancient dragon abyss sword. The ancient sword trembled, and released countless sword chi. Lin Xian's arm was also numb from the shock. However, his eyes also burst with a cold light. Even now, he still wanted to resist. He fully activated the great dragon sword soul, and the dragon-shaped sword shadow exploded with unparalleled power. Sword after sword. Lin Xian crazily attacked, and in the end, the myriad blade king was split in half. The myriad blade king crazily screamed. As an peerless realm cultivator, so what if he was split in half? As long as a small part was intact, he could recover. Boom. Chapter 2652. Damn it, how was that possible? It couldn't heal. His body couldn't heal at all. There was a sharp sword aura left on the sword mark that he couldn't erase at all. What kind of sword aura was that? What kind of sword technique was that? What exactly was that sword shadow? Why was it more powerful than his 2,000 years of saber light? He didn't know. The Million Saber King was in despair. Did he really have to give up his body? The next moment, he stared at Lin Xian and revealed a sinister smile. Kid, you actually made me lose my body. I won't let you go. However, I'll enjoy your body. There was a sinister aura in his voice. The Million Saber King knew how terrifying an invincible king's body was. Its defense was terrifying. If not for the mysterious sword shadow, the other party wouldn't have been able to break through his defense. Not only that, the blood contained endless power. Therefore, the Million Saber King didn't want to give up his body unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, he was seriously injured. Moreover, although the other party was young and only a 7-star powerhouse, he had too many secrets. If he could snatch the other party's body, it wouldn't take more than a few years for him to become an invincible king again. More importantly, his body couldn't heal at all, and his life would be threatened. Therefore, the Million Saber King decided to go all out. His soul rushed out of his body and turned into a torrent, rushing toward Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. He flashed a ferocious smile and disappeared into Lin Xian's head in an instant. Not good, soul possession. The dark red dragon was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. He abandoned the invincible king's body and wanted to possess Lin Xian's body. However, his expression was very strange. Lin Xian's soul power was very strong, and he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. It wasn't weaker than an invincible king's soul. However, the other party was also an invincible king, and it was very terrifying. Therefore, he didn't know what the final result would be. He couldn't help. The battle of souls was very dangerous, and it was in Lin Xian's mind. He could only wait at the side. This kid should be fine, right? The dark red godly dragon had nothing to do, so it could only use Flower Protector to completely shatter Million Blade King's body. At the same time, he unleashed his dragon's great divine ability and began to absorb the surrounding blood. This was the blood of an invincible king, and the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian was in grave danger. He never expected that the other party would actually dare to seize his body. In an instant, a translucent figure appeared in his mind amidst the endless chaos. It was the Million Blade King. He looked around and laughed loudly. "Brat, get the hell out here. Once I destroy your soul, your body will be mine. Don't worry, I will make good use of your body and become a saint." He could see that the other party had great potential. It would not be difficult for him to become an invincible king. He could even become a saint. This made him very excited. One had to know that even though he had become an undefeatable king a long time ago, it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. However, with this body, things were different. You want to seize my soul? You really don't know what's good for you." Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, a pair of golden eyes slowly appeared in the endless void. It was as if the eyes of a god were looking down. "Damn it, what is this thing?" Million Blade King was shocked, and his face became extremely ugly. He was now in his soul state, and ordinary attacks really could not hurt him. However, the pair of golden eyes in front of him had a mysterious power. It was a great threat to him. In fact, this threat was not weaker than the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Damn it, why does this kid have so many secrets in his body? In addition to the sword shadow, there was also a pair of golden eyes. What kind of eyes are these? Million Blade King was about to go crazy. However, since he had already entered, he would not let this go. He formed a seal with his palms and launched a soul attack. Soul Harvest. Many soul blades appeared on his body. There were a total of 9 of them, and they spun rapidly, attacking Lin Xian's soul. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party was, so what if he had many trump cards? The two of them were not on the same level at all. He was an invincible king, and the other party was only a 7-star almighty. There was a real gap in the soul between the two of them. He could easily crush the other party and destroy the other party's soul. Ha! Go to hell. The 9 soul blades spun rapidly and crazily. However, they suddenly burned in midair. They burned fiercely. These soul blades were evolved from Million Blade King's soul. Once they burned, Million Blade King's soul directly screamed. He was rolling in midair. He was extremely frightened. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he hurt me? He was too shocked. Why is the other party's soul so strange? You don't know what death is. Go to hell. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his pair of golden eyes looked down on the world. In his left eye, golden runes spun, and the floating light secret technique was activated instantly. Buzz Million Blade King's soul was pulled into a strange space. This space was not big, and it was just a small black room. The dim light flickered. Million Blade King was surprised to find that his whole body was hanging in the red, and his limbs were bound by the soul chains. He could not move at all. In front of him, there was a pair of invisible hands controlling all kinds of weapons and stabbing at his body crazily. Damn it, soul space. You can actually create a soul space. He was too shocked. This was an extremely terrifying secret technique of the soul. You know quite a lot. Since this is the case, I don't need to explain too much. This is my floating light space. In here, a moment outside is equivalent to 100 years here. From now on, you will receive 100 years of arrows piercing your heart. Poo pew pew, a miserable sound rang out. Million Blade King screamed again and again, but he could not struggle at all. Because this was not a real injury, but an illusion. It was an illusion that he could not resist. However, this pain was real, and it could be said that it was extremely strange. A moment was 100 years. This time, Million Blade King could be said to be incomparably miserable. The outside world paused for 3 seconds. In other words, Million Blade King endured 300 years of arrows piercing his heart. Then, a soul flame jumped out from the right eye of the golden eye in the sky. Soul burning. Huffa. Million Blade King, who had just come out of the illusion space, screamed again. This time, he screamed even more miserably, because this was not an illusion, but a soul attack. It directly ignited his soul. He wanted to extinguish it, but he could not do it. In the end, in the soul flame that filled the sky, he turned into nothingness. He was completely killed and disappeared. With his soul destroyed, Million Blade King could no longer revive. An invincible king, who stood at the peak of the continent, was killed by a 7-star almighty, by a young genius. Chapter 2653. Lin Xian also slowly exhaled. His face was pale as he rubbed his head. This battle was not easy for him at all. He had used up a lot of soul power, and there was not much spiritual power in his body. Moreover, at this moment, he had used up all his trump cards. It could not be helped. His opponent was an invincible king, the most powerful existence in the king competition. It was not easy to kill such a person. However, in the end, he succeeded. "Kid, you're awake." Seeing Lin Xian's body move, the dark red dragon also flew over. "Are you all right? Where's that old fart? I've already killed him. From now on, there's no king of 10,000 blades. Is he dead? That's great." The dark red dragon was also excited. No matter how arrogant he was, he still chased us all day long. Now he's finally dead. In that case, even if we encounter an invincible king in the future, we won't have to be afraid. Just suppress him. Activate the array formation, suppress his cultivation, and destroy him. The dark red dragon was too excited. This was definitely a powerful trump card. One had to know that their current strength was not enough to compete with an invincible king. However, if their cultivation was suppressed, they could kill him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. "It's not that easy. I've already used up a quarter of my resources. If there are a few more invincible kings, I won't have any resources left. How am I supposed to cultivate then?" He shook his head. He did not want to use this unless he had no other choice. Speaking of resources, his eyes suddenly lit up. "That guy's storage ring? It's here. Let's see what treasures are inside." Lin Xian took it and probed it. However, he was soon ejected. That was because there was a protective seal on the other party's storage ring. It belonged to an invincible king. I've already killed the king of 10,000 blades, let alone a mere seal." Lin Xian snorted coldly. A piercing sword light burst out from his eyes and directly pierced through the seal. In the next moment, his soul probed in. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, I've struck gold." He was too excited because this storage ring was truly a huge treasure trove. Even he was dazzled by it. The dark red divine dragon's soul also probed inside. In the next moment, he cried out in surprise, "Damn, is this the wealth of an unrivaled king? That was way too powerful. Damn it. Now all I want to do is rob invincible kings." He also cried out in surprise. Previously, they had killed quite a number of peerless almighties. Among them, the Crimson Divine Dragon was getting pickier and pickier. He was only interested in the storage rings of the 4 great battle monarchs. However, compared to an invincible king, the 4 war monarchs were nothing. Even if the items in the 4 great kings' rings were added together, they wouldn't have half of what this invincible king had. Lin Xian was even more delighted. This storage ring directly replenished a quarter of the resources he had used. Moreover, it had given him a lot more. He did a quick calculation and found that the entire ring of holding was equivalent to 1/3 of his total resources. He had to admit that it really made him shocked and excited. It seemed that it was not impossible to use this method to kill invincible kings in the future. Only a quarter of it was consumed, and they could obtain even more resources. This was definitely a profitable business. Of course, this was just a thought. He wouldn't casually provoke an ordinary invincible king. However, if someone like the Million-Blade Monarch came to kill him, he wouldn't hold back. After removing the formation, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon once again landed on the Black Earth. The two of them didn't go out, but sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. While Lin Xian was in the process of killing the Million-Blade Monarch's soul, the Crimson Divine Dragon had already used the Pagoda Fragment to collect the Million-Blade Monarch's Saint Fragment. This was another huge treasure. In their hands, they already had the fragments of 3 saints, as well as numerous heaven-grade treasures. Especially the Million-Blade Monarch's blue longsword, which was a mid-grade heaven-grade artifact. The Crimson Divine Dragon was pleasantly surprised to have so many treasures in his hands. He already had an idea. He was prepared to use these treasures and the Saint Fragment to form a super powerful killing formation. A killing formation formed with the God Fragment and heaven-grade artifacts would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. It might even be able to kill an invincible king. Thinking of this, he was very excited. He had to implement this idea. On the other side, Lin Xian began to swallow all kinds of treasures to quickly recover his strength. In fact, while Lin Xian was fighting with the Million-Blade Monarch, on the other side, a door opened in the sky. A few figures descended. They were the elites of the Immortal Palace. This time, there were 2 protectors. The Great Protector, the 6 protectors, and a figure. It was a woman in a black dress, and her face was covered by a black veil. However, the aura on her body was not weaker than the 2 protectors at all. Obviously, she was also an invincible king. As soon as the 3 of them descended, their gazes swept across all directions. Soon they all frowned. Sure enough, someone had sealed off this area. Let's do it and send a message to the Yi family, the Great Protector said in a deep voice. The 6 protectors took out exquisite artifacts and began to prepare to send the message. The appearance of these 3 people also attracted the attention of those mysterious forces. Oh no, an invincible king has appeared. In the sky, exclamations came one after another. Soon, in a certain mountain peak, a few mysterious people in black robes quickly moved out. These 3 people were extremely terrifying. They tore through the void and charged out. These were 3 invincible kings. Soon, they discovered the Great Protector and the others. With a furious roar, they directly attacked without saying anything. Buzz, a long sword streaked across the sky, emitting an aura that made people tremble. Countless sword lights pierced through the void and slashed downwards. The scene was extremely terrifying. Another person formed a seal with his palm, forming a mountain and river that slammed down from the sky. The last person opened his mouth and spat out a black sea that enveloped the Great Protector and the others. As soon as they attacked, the 3 of them were going for the kill. Obviously, they would not give the other party any chance. The other party's 3 invincible kings had come here for no reason. It was obviously related to the Yi family. They would definitely not let the Yi family have any reaction. Old 6, send the message. Little Wu and I will fight against them. The Great Protector took a step forward and took out a red spear in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, the sword lights that filled the sky instantly shattered. The terrifying Black Sea was also torn apart. The Great Protector charged towards the 2 invincible kings alone. The woman in the black dress also stretched out her jade-like hand and struck out with a mysterious palm technique. She fought against the black-robed man who used the seal of mountains and rivers. Courting death. The 2 invincible kings were furious. The other party wanted to fight the 2 of them alone? What a joke! They were all invincible kings. How dare he fight the 2 of them alone? The 2 of them revealed sinister smiles and decided to use the fiercest method to kill the other party. One of them summoned a black ocean, which transformed into terrifying demonic beasts. Their huge bodies stood up from the sea, emitting monstrous killing intent. They pounced towards the Great Protector. Chapter 2654. The Great Protector's expression was cold. With a cold snort, the red spear in his hand erupted with endless blood light. His aura also burst out from his body. He was like a supreme god king, sweeping across all directions. Boom, boom. After an intense battle, the Great Protector was fighting 1 against 2, but he wasn't at a disadvantage. This made the 2 black-robed men's faces filled with shock. Damn it. The 3rd black-robed man was also stunned. Who was this person? How could he be so powerful? He separated a wisp of his soul and looked to the side. A cold voice sounded. You should be worried about yourself. Countless runes flickered in the black-robed woman's palm, forming a white jade pagoda that directly suppressed down. With a bang, the black-robed man was sent flying. Damn it! The black-robed man roared angrily. With mountains and rivers in the sky, he charged over again. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely terrifying. Later on, the 6 protectors activated a terrifying forbidden artifact and began to transmit news to the Yi family. The Yi family was an ancient family, an emperor family. They ruled countless territories, and no one dared to provoke them. The place they were in had a huge spirit vein surrounded by spirit mountains. Spirit springs gushed out. It could be said to be a paradise on Earth. At this moment, in the sky above the Yi family, space suddenly split open. Runes interweaved and covered the sky. Seeing this scene, the Yi family's elders rushed into the sky. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Yi family? Following this voice, 8 elders appeared in the sky. Their auras were sharp. In the mountains and rivers below the Yi family, countless formations flickered. Clearly, if the situation wasn't right, they would immediately activate the Great Protector formation and attack. The Yi family's disciples and martial artists also raised their heads and discussed spiritedly. Someone actually dared to act recklessly in my Yi family? What kind of situation was this? Where did the big crack come from? These people discussed, but in the crack, countless runes interweaved, and a voice sounded. Yi family's friend, there is no need to panic. I am Immortal Palace's protector. This time, Immortal Palace's master came to Eastern Wasteland and discovered that your Yi family's sacred body, Yi Wudao, is being chased by a mysterious force. Therefore, we hurried over to deliver the news. What? Wudao is being chased? Hearing this, the Yi family's elders were stunned. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. You say you are from Immortal Palace, but how do you prove it? Besides, who dares to chase after our Wudao? They didn't believe it. Do you believe it or not? You will immediately go out. The area within a radius of a few million miles around the Yi residence had already been sealed off. No news could be transmitted over. We used Immortal Palace's restricted artifact, used tremendous magical force, and only then did we tear open space and enter. What? The Yi family was. The elders didn't believe the Great Protector formations. Teams flew out one after another. They rode on clouds, immortal cranes, and spirit boats, moving out quickly. Soon news. There's a mysterious person. The 8 elders' faces fell, and they hurriedly contacted Tyrannical and the others. Although they hadn't contacted Leaf Dao Denier for a long time, they didn't think anything unexpected had happened. After all, who in the entire world? Who in the world? But this time, the situation was really beyond their expectations. Not good. Elder, I can't contact the Saint Physique. They knew something had happened because Tyrannical couldn't get in touch. That was impossible unless someone had cut off the connection, or Tyrannical was being hunted down. However, the truth was that both of these things had happened. Fellow Taoists from Immortal Palace, do you know where Wudao is? The old elder of the Yi family hurriedly asked. They were too anxious. We don't know. However, I think you should first destroy the surrounding formation. At the very least, you should let the news in. Otherwise, you will never find Yi Wudao. Many thanks to Immortal Palace for the reminder. The Yi family elders' eyes shone brightly as they hurried into action. Boom! The sound of a bell rang throughout the entire Yi clan, spreading in all directions. The Yi clan immediately took action. Countless elders and geniuses came out of seclusion one after another. Even the clan leader was startled. Soon, the family lord called for a family meeting. When they learned that Yi Wudao's life was in danger, they all became nervous. Wipe out everything around you. Bring your holy weapons. I will discuss this with the Grand Elder. If necessary, we will use imperial weapons. The Yi family lord was a middle-aged man. He was very dignified, and at this moment he was like a divine king. There was nothing they could do. Yi Wudao was too important to them. Therefore, they had no choice but to attack with all their might. The elders, invincible kings, and young experts all moved out. Among them, many elders held undamaged holy weapons. Some experts also took out the family's forbidden weapons. They all moved out, sweeping in all directions. The Yi family lord also turned around and went to the family's forbidden area to meet with the Grand Elders. Firstly, he wanted the living fossil elder to help. Secondly, he needed the help of the Grand Elders to revive the imperial weapon. It seemed that the Yi family lord was really angry. He didn't say that out of anger. He was really going to do it. Boom. In the sky, a long sword soared into the clouds. Its biting cold light swept in all directions. A terrifying holy aura quickly swept out. It was revived. An undamaged holy weapon was directly revived by the joint efforts of the Grand Elders. A terrifying pressure enveloped a radius of millions of li. At this moment, the entire sky was illuminated, and the light spread out for millions of li. The martial artists in a radius of millions of li all raised their heads at this moment, their faces filled with fear. Heavens, what was going on? Someone used a holy weapon. Who was it? Nonsense, it had to be the Yi family. The martial artists in the nearby cities looked at the resplendent light in the sky and trembled. The Yi family used a holy weapon? But were they going to start a war again? No one knew. These people didn't know about Yi Wudao. Moreover, no one was idle enough to go to the Yi family's territory. Buzz! Just as they were discussing excitedly, another ray of light exploded in the sky. A purple saber light appeared in the sky, bringing with it divine lightning. In an instant, it illuminated millions of li heavens. It's another saint weapon that's in perfect condition. What was going on with the Yi family? Boom! A green hammer floated up and down. It was also incomparably terrifying. A third holy weapon. Everyone was stunned. Many people sat on the ground. The three undamaged holy weapons were revived, forming a triangle that suppressed the heavens and the earth. A terrifying holy aura swept through the world. At this moment, the mysterious black-robed men's expressions changed. Not good, the Yi family still found out. Damn it, you actually sent a message. Chapter 2655. Damn it. How did they do it? The group was completely stunned. After all, they had set up an ancient restrictive spell formation, which was extremely terrifying. Ordinary methods wouldn't have been able to transmit any information. And yet, the three people in front of them had actually been able to transmit information to the Yi clan. That was completely beyond their expectations. How could they possibly have known that Immortal Palace had existed for a very long time, and that its origins were extremely mysterious and terrifying? Furthermore, they had used a forbidden item from Immortal Palace. That was why they had been able to quickly notify the Yi clan. What do we do? The black-robed figures had unsightly expressions. Even further away, a tall figure who looked like a devil king was frowning. Had they been discovered? But we've already been delayed for a long time. I wonder if they've succeeded. I don't think so. Otherwise, we would have received the news by now. The mysterious figures next to him also shook their heads. Their expressions were very unsightly. They had been chasing Leaf Dao Denier for a very long time, but had yet to succeed. Furthermore, they had already sent out many invincible kings. Was a trifling Leaf Dao Denier really that difficult to kill? Have most of your people retreat. Don't fight them head-on. However, guard every stronghold that leads back to the Yi clan. If you find Leaf Dao Denier, send me a message immediately. The remaining invincible kings will stay here with me. This time, we'll see what kind of power the Yi clan has. With that, a vicious smile appeared on his face. The demonic aura on his body pierced through the clouds, forming a demonic cloud that spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sky for millions of kilometers turned completely dark. Were those dark clouds or devil energy? Off in the distance, the martial artists in the cities looked up at the sky. As the sky grew darker and darker, their faces filled with terror. That was because they could sense a cold, killing intent emanating from the dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to crush everything in their path. Who would have thought that you'd still find out? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a loud laughter came from the horizon. It turned into rolling thunder and swept out in all directions. When the martial artists in the distant cities heard the voice, they were so shocked that they prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to withstand the power. Not good. Who would have thought that there would be someone so terrifying among the mysterious figures? The Great Protector's expression also changed. He brought the 6 old men and the black-dressed woman, Xiao Wu, and the 3 of them quickly retreated. They did not continue fighting because their main mission this time was to inform the Yi clan. Now they had accomplished their mission. Where was the palace master? He had to find him quickly, or else he would be in danger. The 6 protectors were extremely anxious. The Great Protector's eyes flickered. There was no rush. The palace master had an imprint of the immortal palace on his body, and we could sense it. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm, and a disc array appeared in front of him, flickering nonstop. In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was not very far from us. It was less than 2 million miles away. Let's go and meet with the Temple Lord first. The Great Guardian waved his hand, and the 3 of them soared into the sky. However, when they had just flown 30,000 li, they were stopped. Countless black-clothed individuals descended. The ones leading the group were none other than the peerless emperors that were fighting the Great Protector and his crew. You want to leave just like that? How dare you ruin my plan? Do you think we will let you go? Capture the 3 of them and kill them. Shred it into pieces. Light exploded in the sky, and the 3 peerless emperors roared. A shocking battle erupted, and it was extremely terrifying. However, this battle was ignored by the demonic clouds that filled the sky. That was because the demonic clouds were too terrifying. It was as if hell had descended from the universe, causing people to tremble. Who are you people? How dare you oppose the Yi clan? Do you want to die? On the Yi clan side, an elder also roared. Golden light bloomed in the sky, and the 3 great sage soldiers erupted with incomparably terrifying light, forming a world of light that blocked the pitch-black clouds. Damn it, if anything happens to Wu Dao, the Yi clan will definitely not let you off. Every single one of you who participated in this plan, and every single one of your clans, will be uprooted. The Yi clan will exterminate all of you. The Yi clan experts roared. They had really gone crazy, and all of them were surging with killing intent. How domineering! How arrogant the Yi clan was! The mysterious voice sounded again. As expected of an emperor clan. However, this threat is useless against me. This time, Yi Wudao will definitely die. As for the rest of you, stay here obediently, and I won't touch you. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. At this point, the dark clouds in the sky churned, and then formed ferocious heads. They were like the heads of demons, and they roared. Space shattered, and countless bolts of lightning surged. A terrifying aura descended on the world. Accompanied by those terrifying heads, the dark clouds began to spin, forming a huge vortex in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. From the vortex, a black death demonic blade appeared. With a slash, heaven and earth were split in half. Countless mountains and rivers below shattered, and the entire space cracked open, forming a crack of millions of miles that continued to spread. It was as if this slash was going to split the entire Yi clan in half. How dare you attack the Yi clan? You really don't know life from death. The Yi clan elders snorted coldly, and countless figures flickered. Activate the formation. A cold voice sounded, and the Yi clan elder also walked out. He looked at the sky with a cold expression. He gave the order, and the land of the Yi clan, within a radius of millions of miles, began to flicker. At the center, the largest formation was formed, and it spread to the surrounding area. One formation after another appeared, emitting a peerless aura to block the attacks that filled the sky. This was their territory. Who could break through? However, the power of this slash was still beyond their imagination. They even suspected that a saint had made a move. Because this slash had shattered countless formations, and many formations within a radius of a few million miles were shattered. However, the main formations within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were not affected. Who was this guy? How could he be so terrifying? No matter how terrifying he was only one person. Our Yi clan has tens of millions of experts. It would be easy to kill him. They were preparing to attack, but in the sky, other than that fiend-like figure, more than 10 figures appeared. Each of them emitted a peerless aura. They were invincible kings and extremely terrifying ones. Damn it, there were so many terrifying invincible kings. The Yi clan was shocked. Although the dozen or so unrivaled kings were no threat to them, the strength that they had displayed had left them astonished. What kind of force was this? It was definitely not a small force. Which sacred ground was it? Chapter 2656. They didn't know that the feeling of being tricked was too unpleasant. A huge battle broke out between the two sides. It was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were recovering on the black earth. Suddenly, the black earth trembled again. The two of them opened their eyes. Damn it, could it be that someone was coming again? The two of them probed out with their souls, wanting to see who dared to kill them. Even if it was an invincible king, they would dare to fight against him this time. However, there was no one. However, the surrounding wind and thunder rumbled, and many large cracks appeared. Terrifying energy bombarded the black earth. In an instant, the black earth flew tens of thousands of miles. Damn, what's going on? Could it be that a saint had come? The dark red dragon was shocked. Damn it, did the two of us attract a saint's pursuit? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Don't talk nonsense. How could such a person appear and attack us? He was also startled. The black earth said, actually, when the two of you were fighting with the invincible king, such a situation had already happened outside. It was just that the power back then wasn't so great. Now, it seemed to be getting more and more terrifying. What exactly happened? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were puzzled. Indeed, they had been hiding in the black earth. Previously, they were fighting with the thousand-blade king. After the battle, they resumed their cultivation. Therefore, they didn't pay attention to the situation outside. They didn't expect that the outside was already so dangerous. It was that mysterious force that was fighting with the Yi family. The Yi family had many experts with intact sacred weapons. However, they didn't expect that this mysterious force was so terrifying. There were also many terrifying invincible kings. Moreover, one of them was extremely terrifying. Did you see the dark clouds above your head? It was summoned by that person. It was too powerful, no weaker than a sacred weapon. Damn. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon finally saw the scene outside clearly. They looked at the dark sky in the distance. There were a few rays of light flickering like the sun. Those should be the intact sacred weapons. The two sides were actually fighting. It seemed that the Yi family had received the news. Thinking of this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It should be Xing Tian and the others who made a move. However, did they make a move in the Immortal Palace or here? They should be fine. Kid, it's too dangerous here. Let's get some distance away first. The dark red divine dragon suggested. Lin Xian controlled the black earth and the two of them quickly retreated. They retreated about 3 million miles and then stopped. But not long after, Lin Xian frowned again. This was because he felt a few sharp auras coming from behind him. What's going on? He hurriedly used his heaven-tier divine eyes, and a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, looking down on everything within a million miles. Soon, his eyes lit up in surprise. Leaf Doudenier had appeared. What? You're saying that kid is still alive? That's great. The Crimson Divine Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. How is he? Is he okay? Lin Xian's expression became serious. Things weren't looking good because there were several unrivaled kings chasing after him. Several people were chasing after him. The Crimson Dragon grinned. The Yi clan really was strong, especially Yi Doudenier. Being chased by so many invincible kings, he was actually able to survive and hold on for so long. It was truly surprising. The two of them had just killed an invincible king. Naturally, they knew how powerful invincible kings were. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Let's hurry up and help him. Lin Xian controlled the Black Earth and quickly attacked. Yes, it was Yi Dao Denier who was escaping a million miles away. At this moment, there were only 4 elders left beside him. It could be said that he was in a miserable state. Even Yi Dao Denier was covered in blood and his face was pale. From the looks of it, he was also heavily injured. After all, being chased by so many invincible kings, it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Kid, you can't escape. Behind him, an invincible king laughed sinisterly and waved his hand. A large bell that was flickering with light flew out. It enlarged in the sky and descended from the sky, wanting to envelop Yi Dao Denier and the others. Buzz. The bell was dark green with many runes engraved on it. It looked very simple. At a glance, it was a treasure. Yes, it was a mid-grade heaven-tier treasure. At this moment, when an invincible king used it, it could suppress everything. Rumble. As expected, when the bell fell, the void was instantly torn apart. Countless runes flashed in the sky, and wind and thunder rumbled. A strange power enveloped Yi Dao Denier and the 4 elders of the Yi clan. Yi Dao Denier didn't resist. Instead, he pushed the golden chariot and fled like crazy. He didn't have much strength left, so it wasn't wise for him to fight with the other party. More importantly, they were now very close to the Yi family. As long as he entered the Yi clan's range of influence, he would be safe. With a boom, heaven and earth shattered. The bell missed and didn't injure Yi Dao Denier. However, Yi Dao Denier and the others were still pushed back by the shockwave. Kid, you don't have much power left, do you? Let's see how many more times you can escape. The green-robed king behind him sneered when he saw that his attack had missed. An elder of the Yi clan snorted coldly. Damn it, when we get back to the Yi clan, you'll die. They were furious. 4 of their elders had died, and Yi Dao Denier was seriously injured. If it weren't for the fact that they were protecting him, and that he had used the projection of his ancestor, he would have been killed long ago. You want to go back to the Yi clan? How naive. We've already set up an inescapable net for millions of kilometers around the Yi clan. Do you really think you can escape? If you had fled to some other place, we might have been in a bit of a pickle. But you chose to flee to the Yi clan. Isn't that the same as walking right into a trap? In fact, we didn't even need to do anything. All you had to do was run a bit more and we'd kill you. What? An inescapable net was set up near the Yi clan. The faces of the elders of the Yi clan fell. Yi Dao Denier snorted coldly. Elders, don't listen to him. He's definitely trying to interfere with us. The Yi clan is an imperial clan. How could someone possibly be able to set up an inescapable net without anyone noticing? Yi Dao Denier's words made the 4 elders feel much more at ease. However, the 3 invincible kings behind him were laughing coldly. You don't know the difference between life and death. Go ahead and try. The red-robed king was also laughing coldly. Even now, you still dare to question our strength? Your Yi clan might be strong, but there are plenty of terrifying powers out there. That's especially true of the people who are trying to kill you this time. Chapter 2657. Damn it. The few elders gritted their teeth. This matter was too strange. Leaf Dao Denier didn't say a word. His face was cold as he urged the war god chariot forward. The group moved very quickly. As they spoke, they had already traveled more than 300,000 miles. During this time, the invincible kings attacked a few more times. However, Leaf Dao Denier controlled the war god chariot to quickly dodge. Every time he dodged, his face paled a little. Clearly, this kind of dodging was very taxing on him. If he persisted a little longer, he would reach the family. Leaf Dao Denier gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing. Behind him, the invincible king sneered. It seems that you are really naive. Since that's the case, let us show you our inescapable net. As he spoke, the green-robed old man activated his jade green bell. Immediately, the sound of the bell filled the air and spread out, forming a strange sound wave. Clearly, he was notifying his companions. Buzz, buzz. Not long after, countless black clouds appeared in the surroundings. They were like demons and monsters rolling toward them. There were these terrifying dark clouds in all directions. In an instant, they completely enveloped the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. Not good. Seeing this strange scene, the Yi family elder's expression changed. Leaf Doudinier's face was gloomy. Charge! He shouted coldly and activated the war god chariot. It exploded with millions of golden rays, and at the same time, an immortal king phantom appeared on his body, roaring to the 9 heavens. He charged forward like a madman. In front of him, the black clouds dispersed, and black-robed men appeared, laughing coldly. When they saw Leaf Doudinier, their eyes bloomed with fiery red light. It's him. It's that kid. Catch him. Reward him heavily. They screamed crazily. But soon, many of them were sent flying. Most of them were almighties and peerless experts. Although Leaf Doudinier was seriously injured, the war god chariot he was driving was an extremely terrifying ancient treasure. Moreover, the immortal king phantom wasn't something that just anyone could resist. In an instant, hundreds of black-robed men were sent flying, vomiting blood. The weaker ones were directly killed. Blood dyed the world red. A terrifying scene surrounded them. A bunch of ants want to stop me? When the other black-robed men saw this scene, they were shocked. Is this a Saint Physique? He was too powerful. Damn it, looking at his appearance, he was still seriously injured. To think that it could still unleash such power. No wonder he was able to escape from the hands of so many unrivaled kings. These people were extremely shocked. That's great. Let's get out of here. When the elders of the Yi family saw this, they regained their hope. Leaf Doudinier went all out, and his golden war chariot shot through the air like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom. However, it was at this moment that a loud explosion rang out between heaven and earth. A streak of black demonic chi pierced through and turned into a black sun, crashing into the golden chariot. With a hong sound, heaven and earth collapsed. A terrifying black hole extended outwards, and the golden war chariot was blasted backwards. Puff, 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 Leaf Doudinier and the other 4 elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with terror. Damn it, who are you? You still want to leave? In front of them, a tall figure walked out. He wore black armor and held a black hammer in his hand. His body emitted a monstrous power. He was the one who had unleashed that attack earlier. An invincible king. The elders of the Yi family were shocked, and their faces became extremely ugly. Leaf Doudinier frowned. Damn it. Another invincible king had appeared. The situation was critical. Their escape route had been blocked, and 4 invincible kings had locked them in the air. There were also thousands of black-robed men around them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Moreover, this was only the vicinity. Who knew if there were more black-robed men ahead? Damn it! Could it be that the Yi family was really surrounded? The elders of the Yi family were filled with terror. They hadn't believed it before, but now it seemed that these people really had set up an inescapable net around the Yi family. Boom! In this moment of crisis, a dazzling light exploded in the distance, as though it were an eternal light. Everyone within 10 million kilometers saw it, and they all looked up. Leaf Doudinier and the other elders of the Yi family looked up. The black-robed men also frowned, their expressions grave. What's going on? Someone was fighting. The elders of the Yi family cried out in alarm. It's the aura of our holy weapons. They were too excited. It seemed that the family had discovered them. Leaf Doudinier breathed a sigh of relief, but then he was shocked. From the looks of it, the 2 sides were fighting fiercely. Just who could possibly stand up to the Yi family? So what if they're fighting? Our people aren't people you can imagine. Don't expect them to come and save you. The 4 invincible kings laughed coldly, while Leaf Doudinier's expression darkened. Elders, hurry up and send word to the family. I can hold them off for a while. Actually, there was no need for Leaf Doudinier to say anything. The elders of the Yi family had already sent word. Hurry up and capture him. A long night is fraught with dreams, the green-robed king said coldly. They didn't dare to be careless. The 4 invincible kings attacked together, while the surrounding black-robed men watched from a distance. Kid, you're going to die obediently. The 4 of them laughed savagely, and terrifying light exploded. The 4 invincible kings were sent flying, and the surrounding black-robed men were even more shocked. Damn it! What just happened? Meanwhile, Leif Daudenier urged the golden chariot to flee. As it turned out, he had just detonated a mid-heaven tier treasure. The power of the explosion was so terrifying that it had forced the 4 invincible kings to retreat. Kid, you won't be able to escape. The 4 invincible kings' expressions darkened. The explosion had forced them back, but it wasn't enough to threaten them. Snorting coldly, they attacked again. At the same time, they issued orders to stop him. The surrounding black-robed men unleashed furious lotuses, filling the sky with light. Leif Daudenier was in a critical situation. Was he really going to die here? The 4 elders' faces were incomparably pale. They were already at their doorstep. Dying here was too depressing. Leif Daudenier was covered in blood. Although he had a saint body, fighting invincible kings was too much for him. And 4 invincible kings at that. In the blink of an eye, many of his bones were broken, and the golden light dimmed. The immortal king projection let out an unwilling roar. Don't struggle, kid. You're going to die today. The 4 invincible kings laughed coldly. Just as they were about to succeed, off in the distance, another shocking wave of energy came. What's going on? Are the Yi family people coming? Or are they our people? When they looked up, the first thing they saw was black light. Seeing this, the 4 invincible kings breathed sighs of relief. They had used black robes, black light, and black energy to conceal themselves. Therefore, when they saw the black light, they immediately assumed it was one of their own. It was over. There was no hope. Leif Daudenier and the Yi family elders were ashen. From the looks of it, more reinforcements had arrived. What could they do? Chapter 2658. The black light that came from afar suddenly shot out 4 pillars of light that reached the sky and blasted over. The light was very fast, arriving beside them in an instant. It carried a monstrous aura. Then, the 4 invincible kings beside them were sent flying. The surrounding black-robed people who were affected directly split open and turned into a bloody mist. In an instant, all kinds of miserable cries rang out. The terrifying light swept through the 9 heavens. What happened? The Yi family elders were stunned. Yi Wudao seized the opportunity to activate the golden chariot, forming a terrifying defense that wrapped around them. Perhaps it wasn't one of them. The black-robed people screamed. Damn it, who was it? They retreated like crazy. The 4 invincible kings were also sent flying. Damn it, their gazes were like sharp heavenly blades, piercing through the void as they stared ahead. Spirit boat, it's a spirit boat. The black light in front of them gradually approached. Then they could finally see it clearly. The black light was a spirit boat. It was abnormally simple, and the flickering runes on it dazzled them. Damn it, it doesn't seem to be one of us. The black-robed people roared. Yi Wudao and the others were also shocked. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's figure appeared. Wudao, are you okay? Brother Lin, it's you. Seeing Lin Xian, Wudao was also surprised, but then he smiled. The Yi family elders were even more excited. Hall Master Lin, please save him. They recognized Lin Xian. He was also a peerless genius, and behind him stood Immortal Palace. He was very mysterious. If he helped, perhaps they really had a chance to escape. Lin Xian smiled. I came here to help Wudao. Don't worry, Immortal Palace has already notified the Yi family. The Yi family has already begun to move. Come with me first. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a black light enveloped Yi Wudao and the Yi family elders. Lin Xian wanted to pull them into the black earth. Once inside, no matter how fierce the enemy's attacks were, they wouldn't be able to break through the black earth. They would be safe. Damn brat, how dare you! Seeing that the other party wanted to help, the black-robed people roared crazily. The 4 invincible kings, however, laughed loudly. Reckless brat. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you too. They didn't care at all because they could see that the other party was only a 7-star expert. Such a cultivation base was like an ant in front of them. How dare he resist? The Black Hammer Invincible King waved the hammer in his hand and smashed it out. When Lin Xian saw this, he sneered and entered the Black Earth, using the Black Earth to block the attack. With a bang, countless cracks appeared all around. The Black Earth was unharmed just based on the 4 of you old farts. You can't kill me. Lin Xian Wudao, of Immortal Palace, Yi Wudao, Lin Xian Xian, of the Yi Wudao, of Immortal, but this kid. But now, the lad before them was no pushover. At the very least, the spirit vessel in his hands was of a high grade, allowing him to withstand their attacks. Don't even think about it. The green-robed Invincible King and the Black Hammer Invincible King were very fast. In an instant, they arrived beside Yi Wudao and the others. They actually followed the beam of light and flew forward together. Soon, the 2 of them entered the Black Earth. Ha! Seeing this, the remaining 2 Invincible Kings laughed crazily. The surrounding black-robed people also looked ferocious. So what if the other party's spirit boat was powerful? Their 2 Invincible Kings went in and killed everyone. Soon, the other party's corpse would be thrown out. But after waiting for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, no corpse came out. Not only that, the Black Earth turned into a stream of light, knocking dozens of black-robed people away and flying forward. Damn it, what's going on? The surrounding black-robed people were stunned. The 2 Invincible Kings were also stunned. Damn it. Chase after him. We can't let them escape. Contact the people in front and have them set up the Skynet formation to kill them. Although they didn't know what was going on, they wouldn't let the other party escape. On the other side, when Yi Wudao and the Yi clan elders entered the Black Earth, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the 2 Invincible Kings following them, their faces turned ugly. Not good this time, they were really dead. Inside the spirit boat, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Let's see where you can run this time. Damned ant, kneel down obediently and accept your death. The 2 Invincible Kings looked at Yi Wudao and the others and sneered. The green-robed Invincible King stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. You 2 dare to interfere with our business? In a moment, I'll let you know what it means to be torn to shreds. You'll wish you were dead. Brother Lin, I've implicated you. Yi Wudao's expression was ugly. No matter. Lin Xian waved his hand, not nervous at all. Wasn't it just 2 Invincible Kings? He couldn't fight them before, but with the formation suppressing his cultivation base, that wasn't necessarily the case. Although it would consume half of his resources, if he could get the rings of holding of the 2 Invincible Kings, he would definitely be able to make up for it. He could even make a big profit. Therefore, Lin Xian said, Black Earth, move out. You don't know what's good for you. You want to attack us? The 2 Invincible Kings sneered and prepared to attack. However, the world around them spun, and countless runes flickered, enveloping the 2 Invincible Kings, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Yi Wudao and the Yi clan elders were stunned. They saw a strange formation in front of the spirit boat, emitting an aura that made their hearts tremble. Then, the 2 Invincible Kings, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, disappeared. They seemed to be floating in the formation, but it didn't look very clear. What was going on? Where was Brother Lin? They looked around in shock. At this time, Black Earth floated over. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Xian will take care of the 2 Invincible Kings. You can rest here for now. There are spirit fruits and recovery pills here. There are also many cultivation rooms. You can rest at ease. When Leaf Dao Denier and the other Yi clan elders heard that, they were completely taken aback. Those were 2 Invincible Kings. They couldn't even defeat them, so how could Lin Xian deal with them alone? They really couldn't understand. What was even stranger was that the one speaking was a sword. A broken black sword. It was too strange. Yi Wudao was also worried. Was Brother Lin really fine? And what's your name? Don't worry, he's fine. This formation has a strange effect. Chapter 2659. Yi Wudao and the rest of the Yi family asked some simple questions again. Then, they entered their respective cultivation rooms and prepared to cultivate and recover. The pursuit during this period of time had consumed too much of their energy, and they were all seriously injured. As a result, Yi Wudao's injuries were even worse. If they didn't clean it up now, it would definitely affect their cultivation and martial path in the future. Therefore, these people didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. They were recovering with all their strength. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were fighting with the two invincible kings. He too controlled the Black Earth and flew towards the Yi family. At the same time, he was trying to contact the Yi family. On the Yi family side, the battle was very intense. The Yi family elders' faces were gloomy. They had used 3 intact holy weapons, and they had fully recovered, but they still couldn't suppress the other party. This was too shocking for them. They even wanted to use more holy weapons. Many people suggested to the patriarch that they use extreme weapons to destroy the other party. This time, they were really too angry. When had their Yi clan ever been attacked by others? The warriors in the surrounding cities were also terrified. Of course, they didn't dare to go and could only obediently stay in the city. However, their hearts were in turmoil. Who dared to start a war with the Yi family? Was it someone from the Immortal Palace? As He too was flying, he caught a few familiar energy traces. He changed direction and rushed over. It was the Palace Master's spirit ship. The Great Guardian and the 6 Guardians also cried out in surprise. "Palace Master, we are here." They hurriedly transmitted their voices. He too shot down a ray of black light, enveloping the Great Guardian, the 6 Guardians, and the black-dressed woman, Xiao Wu. The 3 of them entered the Black Earth and quickly asked. He too gave a simple explanation. When they learned that Lin Xian was fighting with 2 invincible kings, they were extremely shocked. No way, was the Palace Master in danger? They were too shocked. There was no danger. Could it be that the Palace Master had broken through to the invincible king realm? Seeing the shock of the 3, He too shook his head. No, that formation could suppress the cultivation of invincible kings. There was such a magical formation. They were shocked. When they learned that Yi Wudao was also here, they completely heaved a sigh of relief. They revealed a smile. That's great. This time, I've done the Yi family a huge favor. Thinking about it, the Yi clan would definitely not mistreat them. After a simple discussion, they sat down cross-legged and began to recover. The invincible kings outside were all going crazy. What was going on? So many people had been taken away by the spirit boat? That was especially true when the invincible kings realized that Leaf Dao Denier was on the ship and began to chase after him like madmen. The Black Earthen was followed by 5 or 6 invincible kings and countless black-robed men. This scene was very frightening, but the Black Earth went all out and left them far behind in the dust. When they arrived at the Yi family, the Great Protector and the others stood up because the battle here was the most dangerous. They were all filled with holy might, and even invincible kings didn't dare to approach them. The black-robed men also roared angrily and quickly transmitted the message to their leaders. He wanted them to kill him. Sure enough, in the sky, a black-robed man received the news and coldly shouted. He waved a snake-coiling cane and directly charged over. This crutch was an undamaged sacred weapon, and a saint's aura directly enveloped the Black Earth. Seeing this, the black-robed man laughed. With a sacred weapon in hand, no matter how strong the opponent was, they wouldn't be able to block it. Let's do it too. Seeing this, the Great Protector directly took out a golden decree and sent it out. Outside the Black Earth, the golden decree unfolded, and mysterious runes flickered as a vast power blocked the attack. This golden decree was also a sacred weapon, and an undamaged one at that. At the same time, the 6 Great Protectors sent another message to the Yi family, telling them to quickly come to their aid. The Yi family was extremely anxious. The surrounding black-robed men were already so terrifying. How many people were chasing Leaf Dao Denier? They didn't dare to imagine. In fact, they were already preparing for the worst. But at this time, they received news from Immortal Palace. When they learned that Immortal Palace had brought Leaf Doudenier back, they were wild with joy. Hurry and move out. Go and welcome him. Do whatever it takes. Bring them over to me. The Yi family patriarch roared. Immediately, the elders of the Yi family moved out. This time, they moved out over 1,000 people. When the Yi family was angry, it was extremely terrifying. The remaining people frantically activated their sacred weapons. Even a grand elder walked out from the forbidden area. Patriarch. When they saw this person, the experts were excited. The Yi family patriarch was also extremely respectful. This was because this was a true sacred weapon. The sacred weapon was in perfect condition, and the sacred weapon was sent out. Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying sacred might in the sky tore apart the black demonic clouds. The world regained its clarity. The black-robed men quickly retreated, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Tens of thousands of black-robed cultivators were directly torn apart by this attack. Even the invincible kings were filled with fear. This was bad. The sacred weapon was attacking. Damn it! Where's Leaf Doudenier? Asked one of the invincible Black Devil kings coldly. He was the leader of this operation, and the one who had summoned the demonic clouds millions of li away. Sir, it was taken away by someone. It was a black spirit boat. It was that one. Why did he point ahead? However, 2 of us invincible kings were also inside. Seeing this, the invincible Black Devil king coldly shouted and attacked. This was the final attack. But this time, tens of thousands of Yi family experts had moved out, making it impossible for the black-robed men to succeed. At this moment, an old figure walked out from across them. He gave them a sense of endless pressure. Not good, it's a sacred weapon. Damn it, could it be that this mission was going to fail? What do we do? The other black-robed men all looked at the invincible Black Devil King. The invincible Black Devil King was very decisive. If their attack failed, they wouldn't let their sacrifice go to waste. So, they quickly retreated like a black cloud. This is great. They finally retreated. The Yi family cultivators sighed in relief. The Black Earthen also arrived at the Yi family. Boom! The door opened, and the 3 protectors, as well as Yi Wudao and the others, walked out. Wudao! When the Yi clan members saw that Leaf Doudenier was still alive, they breathed a sigh of relief. But when they sensed that Yi Wudao was injured, they all turned savage. Damn it, who was it? I don't know. We were chased for a long time. Fortunately, Wudao had the projection of his ancestor. Otherwise, we really would have died. The elders all gnashed their teeth. Family head, we must take revenge. Someone actually dared to make a move on our future hope. This had indeed touched their bottom line. Chapter 2660. Damn it, he wasn't dead. How was that possible? The black-robed figures in the sky retreated to a certain distance, but they didn't leave immediately. They knew that the 2 invincible kings had entered the spirit vessel and were fighting. That gave them a glimmer of hope. After all, the 2 invincible kings had joined forces, while the other party only had a heavily injured elder and 2 7-star experts. With such strength, how could he possibly contend against it? Perhaps Leaf Doudenier had already been killed in Massachusetts. Of course, that was only their guess. They wanted to see Leaf Doudenier's corpse with their own eyes. However, things greatly exceeded their expectations. They didn't see Leaf Doudenier's corpse, but he was alive. How was that possible? The invincible king's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Impossible. Green Robe and Black Hammer went in personally. Where were the 2 of them? Indeed, their companions had entered the spirit vessel, but why hadn't they killed Leaf Doudenier? And why hadn't the 2 of them come out yet? After Leaf Doudenier and the chief enforcer came out, Lin Xian also came out. He looked at the countless black-robed figures in the distance and sneered. What, are you still waiting for the 2 invincible kings? They're here. With that, he waved his hand, and the 2 corpses flew out and landed on the ground. What was that? The Yi family elder was shocked and looked carefully. The countless black-robed figures in the sky were shocked. The Green Robe and Black Hammer had been killed. Damn it, Could there be other invincible kings in the spirit vessel? They didn't dare to believe it. The elders of the Yi family also cried out in alarm. Those were the corpses of invincible kings. Their faces were also filled with astonishment. Leaf Daodenier and the 4 elders with him were even more shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with disbelief. They had seen Lin Xian and the 2 invincible kings being enveloped by the formation with their own eyes. They had been worried about Lin Xian's safety, but now Lin Xian had killed 2 invincible kings. Damn it! Damn it! This scene made them feel as if they were dreaming. In the sky, those black-robed men roared madly. Their plan had failed. Their plan had been perfect, and they had deployed so many invincible kings that Leaf Daodenier was in a dire situation. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful the other party was, it would be difficult for him to escape. But now they had actually failed. Damn it! Who the hell is this brat? It's him. He's the one who messed up all my plans. That's right. If Lin Xian hadn't appeared, their plan would have been perfect. Leaf Daodenier would definitely be killed. However, the appearance of this person in front of them completely disrupted their plans. Leaf Daodenier was still alive, and none of them had taken advantage of him. Instead, it completely infuriated the Yi family. When the clan chief saw that Leaf Daodenier was alive and well, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment he snorted coldly, and a piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes, turning into thousands of divine lights. Disciples of the Yi family, listen up. Kill them all. He had to find out who the mastermind was. With that order, the elders, experts, and young geniuses all moved out. The sage in the sky even reached out a palm that covered 5 million miles, completely enveloping everyone. The Yi clan retaliated. The black-robed men screamed like madmen, and many of them hurriedly drew on their sacred weapons in an attempt to resist. However, the sage of the Yi family was simply too strong. He swept through everything. Apart from the areas covered by the sacred weapons, which were temporarily able to resist, everything else was destroyed. The black-robed men were reduced to a bloody mist, and their souls were extracted and collected by the Yi family elders. However, their cultivation levels were too low, and they didn't know the core secrets. In the blink of an eye, their souls were destroyed. The Yi clan had launched their most powerful counterattack. Great Protector Lin Xian and the others were also astonished. As expected of a primeval clan, a clan of the ancients. However, none of this had anything to do with them. Once the Yi clan got their hands on the truth, they could just ask about it. Off to the side, Leaf Daodenier and the others were taken to the Yi clan's forbidden area to recuperate. As for the Yi clan chief, he led the clan's elders, experts, and disciples to receive Lin Xian, the Grand Enforcer, and the others in the grandest fashion. They had no choice. Lin Xian had become their savior this time. If it weren't for him, Leaf Daodenier would have been killed. They couldn't bear the consequences. Thank you for your help, Hall Master Lin. The Yi clan chief personally welcomed him. The Yi clan chief was too polite. Lin Xian cupped his hands and walked forward side by side with the Yi clan chief. In the main hall of Huihong, there were songs and dances, and all kinds of rare fruits were placed on the table. The elders of the Yi clan were extremely grateful. After 3 rounds of wine, both sides were very happy. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Yi clan chief, I came to the eastern wilderness this time because I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Hall Master Lin, as long as it's within the Yi clan's power, we will definitely not refuse." "Thank you very much." Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that the Yi clan was indeed loyal. "I came here to join forces with the Yi clan, because I received news about the nest of 10,000 dragons." "What? News about the nest of 10,000 dragons?" Hearing this, the elders of the Yi clan were also surprised. The Yi clan chief was stunned. Then he waved his hand and said to the dancing beauties, "You can leave first." "Yes, clan chief." The beautiful disciples of the Yi clan quickly left. Only Lin Xian, the great guardian, and the others were left in the main hall. The elders and experts of the Yi clan. "Hall Master Lin, to be honest, we also know some information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. But we don't know the details. We only know that it seems to have been rumored in Zhongzhou for many years, but no one has really seen it. The Yi clan chief frowned. He thought that Lin Xian wanted to ask him about the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "This time, I received accurate information. I can definitely find the nest of 10,000 dragons." "What? Accurate information? Are you sure?" The Yi clan chief also gasped. The elders and experts of the Yi clan were even more shocked. Of course. With these words, Lin Xian briefly explained how he had obtained it. When everyone heard that the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons came out together with the Yuhua immortal robe, they believed it. They knew how big the commotion caused by the Yuhua immortal robe was. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually obtain news about the nest of 10,000 dragons during that opportunity. The nest of 10,000 dragons was of great importance. Once it appeared, it would affect the entire True Spirit continent. At that time, it wouldn't just be a matter of Zhongzhou. Eastern wasteland, western desert, southern mountains, northern plains, and countless great sects would be alarmed. That scene would definitely be more spectacular than exploring an ancient tomb. Moreover, even if they found the nest of 10,000 dragons, it wouldn't be easy to break the seal of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Chapter 2661. My immortal palace can't swallow it alone, so I want to make some allies. The Yi family is my first stop. Good, my Yi family is willing to join forces to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Yi family head laughed loudly. They were already very happy that Yi Wudao's life was not in danger. They didn't expect that they would also receive an unexpected surprise. They learned about the nest of 10,000 dragons. The nest of 10,000 dragons was rumored to be the burial place of dragons. Dragons were mystical creatures, and they knew it very well. They were the most terrifying race among beasts. The burial place of dragons must have endless natural treasures, and even many great divine abilities of dragons. Perhaps there were endless dragon veins. All of this was endlessly tempting for humans like them. Lin Xian was also happy because although Immortal Palace was powerful, it also had its drawbacks. Firstly, the Immortal Palace he controlled was only the tip of the iceberg, and he couldn't mobilize all of its strength. Moreover, Immortal Palace had just appeared in the world. Although they had done some shocking things, their appeal was definitely not as strong as the Yi family. Moreover, he had many enemies such as the Tai dynasty, the Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, the War Clan, and so on. They were all shocking great forces. When the time came, these people would definitely join forces. Therefore, if he formed an alliance with the Yi family now, there would only be many benefits and no disadvantages. Next, Lin Xian, the Yi family head, and a group of elders began a close meeting. This meeting lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the others got up and left because they had reached an agreement. When the time came, they would join forces to hold a grand meeting and invite the sect masters and sacred lords of the great sage land in the world to discuss. Hall Master Lin, this time, my Yi family owes you a huge favor. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. The Yi family head led a group of Yi family experts out to send them off. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yi family head, there's no need to send us off. We'll take our leave. With that, he and the other 2 boarded the Black Earth and left. After leaving the Yi family, the 6 protectors heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was really too dangerous. Who are these black-clothed men? They don't know yet. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need to rush. With the Yi clan attacking with all their might, the fate of these black-clothed men would definitely be miserable. When the time came, all he had to do was ask Leaf Dao about them. By the way, Abaddon, after what happened with Leaf Dao, we've come to the conclusion that you're being targeted by some mysterious people. Therefore, we will send you an invincible king. Shall we? With that, the lady in the black dress stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Greetings, Hall Master. An invincible king? Lin Xian was surprised. Then he smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Xing Tian was currently busy gathering the nest of 10,000 dragons and couldn't be by his side. It would be good to get another invincible king to protect him. After all, many people had their eyes on him now, because his performance in the ancient tomb was too dazzling. Moreover, this time, he threw out the corpses of 2 invincible kings. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. One had to know that he had a lot of enemies. The Yin-Yang sect, the Tai dynasty, the 5 palaces, and the war race were all great sects of the Holy Lands. If these forces sent invincible kings to kill him, it might be very troublesome. Now that there was such a beautiful invincible king, Lin Xian felt a lot more at ease. Next, let's go to the Jade Pool. Lin Xian controlled the Black Earth and flew in the direction of the Jade Pool. The Jade Pool was the holy land where Murong Qingqing was. He would definitely go there. Not only that, he would also make a trip to the Purple Dawn Holy Land. After all, Qingqing and Shinjingqiu were both holy maidens. With their help and recommendation, Lin Xian could quickly get in touch with these 2 great sages. Sure enough, when Lin Xian came to the Jade Pool, found Murong Qingqing, and told her about his idea. Murong Qingqing was also very surprised. "Brother Xian, don't worry. I'll go tell Master now." Not only was Murong Qingqing the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, but she was also the last disciple of the Jade Pool sacred leader. When the Jade Pool sacred leader received the news, she also came out of seclusion in surprise and personally welcomed him. The Jade Pool sacred leader was known as the Queen Mother of the West. She was a very dignified and beautiful woman. Greetings to the Queen Mother of the West. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. "Hall Master Lin, you're too polite. You're the owner of a shop, so you're on the same level as me." The Queen Mother of the West's voice was very pleasant. "Hall Master Lin, please." "Queen Mother of the West, please." Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless at all because the Jade Pool sacred ground was also very terrifying and had produced a great emperor. Moreover, there were extreme weapons in the Jade Pool. It could be said that the Jade Pool was as terrifying as the Yi family. Next, Lin Xian and the Queen Mother of the West had a meeting. When Lin Xian mentioned the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Queen Mother of the West and all the elders of the Jade Pool were shocked. When they learned that Lin Xian had confirmed the news, their breathing quickened. "I've already formed an alliance with the Yi family's head before this trip. I wonder what the Queen Mother of the West thinks this time? Of course I'm willing." The Queen Mother of the West was also tempted. All of this was as Lin Xian had expected. Next, he discussed some details with the Queen Mother of the West and the others again. Then, he stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing. "Queen Mother of the West, I hope you can give Qingqing an invincible king-level guardian." "What?" The Queen Mother of the West was stunned. Every saint and saintess had a guardian, but this guardian was also based on the saint and saintess cultivation. Right now, Murong Qingqing's Tao Protector was an 8-star peak almighty. Of course, he had many trump cards in his hand, and he might even have a sacred weapon in good condition. After all, Murong Qingqing's safety was very important. The Yi family's sacred body, Yi Wudao, is being hunted down. I think the eastern wilderness will not be peaceful recently. What? Yi Wudao is being hunted down? The Queen Mother of the West was shocked, and the elders of the Jade Lake sacred ground gasped. "Hall Master Lin, is what you said true? That's impossible." The Yi family is a clan of the ancients. Who would dare to attack them? Moreover, they came to assassinate Yi Wudao. These people all knew how important Yi Wudao was to the Yi family. Lin Xian said, "It's true. I think this news will spread soon. You can ask around and find out." Seeing Lin Xian so sure, the Queen Mother of the West's expression turned serious. It seemed that this matter had really happened. She said, "Don't worry, we will give Qingqing an invincible king-level guardian, and he will also have a sacred weapon in good condition." Before figuring out who attacked the Yi family, these people did not dare to be careless. After all, the other party dared to attack the Yi family. Who knew if they would attack other geniuses? "Big Brother Xian, where are you going next?" Murong Qingqing asked from the side. Lin Xian smiled. "I'm going to the Purple Dawn's sacred ground." Chapter 2662. The Queen Mother nodded. Okay. She was at ease with Lin Xian by her side. Moreover, she was very satisfied with Lin Xian from the simple interaction just now. Perhaps it was not impossible for the two of them to become a couple. Next, Lin Xian bid farewell to the Queen Mother and left the Jade Lake Sacred Ground with Murong Qingqing. They headed to the Purple Glow Sacred Ground. Purple Glow Sacred Ground. It was also a peerless sacred ground in the eastern wilderness. It was located in a fairyland. The purple qi that filled the sky was very beautiful. When Xin Jingqiu learned that Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had come, she was very happy. She turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Brother Lin Xian, sister Qingqing, you're both here. She jumped into Lin Xian's arms happily. This scene made the male disciples of the Purple Glow Sacred Ground envious. They all widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian with gritted teeth. Damn it, who is this guy? There were countless disciples in the Purple Glow Sacred Ground, but not everyone had seen Lin Xian before. Therefore, when they saw their saintess in the arms of a strange man, they were stunned. It's him, it's that kid. Damn it, I didn't expect him to come. Some people also recognized Lin Xian. What is he doing here? These people discussed animatedly, and many of them directly reported to the elders. Sure enough, the elders of the Purple Glow Sacred Ground came not long after. For you, how dare you be rude to our saintess? When the elders saw this scene, they immediately blew their beards and glared. Lin Xian let go of Xin Jingqiu, looked into the distance, and said indifferently, I am the master of Immortal Palace, Lin Xian. The master of Immortal Palace. The elders were stunned, and then they were extremely shocked. They had heard of his name, but it was the first time many of the elders had seen him. When they saw the beautiful figure beside him, they cried out in surprise. The Jade Lake Saintess. Lin Xian might be unfamiliar to them, but they were no stranger to Murong Qingqing. Both of them were from the Eastern Barren Territory, and the other party was the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How could they not know each other? For a holy maiden and a hall master who was on par with their hall master to come here together, it was likely that they had something important to discuss with him. They hurriedly said, Please, gentlemen. Soon, an elder invited them over. Even more people went to inform their holy masters. The young ones also went back to call for help. When the young geniuses of the Purple Dawn Holy Land found out that their holy maiden had actually thrown herself into someone else's arms, they gritted their teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Damn it, who is it? No, I must teach him a good lesson. Among them, many peerless geniuses charged forward murderously. It's him, it's him. Many people pointed at Lin Xian and shouted from afar. Those peerless geniuses stared at Lin Xian and sneered. He was only a mid-stage 7-star king tier, so what was the big deal? I'm going to destroy him now. These people wanted to make a move. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs popped out. Because they found that their holy masters had actually personally welcomed the other party. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Fuck, dream, I must be dreaming. How could he be on the same level as the holy masters? Damn it, who is this kid? Those peerless geniuses also felt cold all over. Fortunately, they didn't have time to make a move. Otherwise, they would have been slapped to death by their holy masters. It seemed to be some immortal palace master, but this kid's strength wasn't that great. Many 5th-rank warriors gritted their teeth. When those peerless geniuses heard this, their faces turned green. What? Immortal Palace Master. The current Immortal Palace was no longer as mysterious as before. Ever since the ancient tomb battle, the name of Immortal Palace had gradually spread. All the major sects of the true spirit world were familiar with it. The other party was from Immortal Palace, and he was the Immortal Palace Master. He was definitely a super genius, and his status was on the same level as their holy masters. Thinking of this, those peerless geniuses' faces turned ugly. Damn it, do you want me to die? They began to reprimand their junior brothers. Those junior brothers also had bitter looks on their faces. Senior brother, we really don't dare. Lin Xian naturally didn't care about this small interlude. At this moment, he brought Murong Qingqing, Shinjingqiu, the Great Guardian, and the others to gather with the Purple Dawn Holy Land's Holy Master and a group of elders. Lin Xian went straight to the point, directly stating his intentions, because he knew that the other party wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, after hearing this news, the Purple Dawn Holy Land's Holy Master and elders were all fired up. Immediately, they decided to join forces with Lin Xian. Hall Master Lin, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you stay in my Purple Dawn Holy Land for a few days? The Purple Dawn Holy Master invited. Lin Xian thought about it. In any case, he hadn't seen Murong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu in a long time. Why not stay for a while? After all, he was going to leave the eastern wilderness and go to the other continents to join forces with the other holy lands. In the next few days, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shinjingqiu enjoyed the magnificent scenery. This scene made the male disciples of the Holy Lands so envious that they wanted to die. Damn it, not only had their holy maiden been chased by him, but even the holy maiden of the Jade Lake was by his side. One person with two peerless beauties. This made them go crazy with jealousy. This kid is too amazing, isn't he? How did he do it? That's right, even the Alcade Holy Son, Yi Wudao, and the others didn't receive such treatment. These people were so curious that they couldn't wait to run over and ask for guidance. However, before they could, a shocking piece of news spread. This news was, of course, related to Yi Wudao and the mysterious power. The news that Yi Wudao was being chased spread. The great sage lands and the major sects of the eastern wastelands were shocked. Not only that, but the news also spread to the other continents. The entire world was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The news had to be fake. Who would dare to chase after Yi Wudao? After all, Yi Wudao was the hope of the Yi clan. Touching him was touching the bottom line of the Yi clan. The Yi clan would definitely fight back at all costs. The Holy Lands, the major sects, and the imperial dynasties didn't believe it. However, after many inquiries, they discovered that the news was actually true. This scene caused their minds to go blank. What power would dare to do something like this? Could it be one of the three great assassin divine dynasties? The first thing they thought of was the three great assassin divine dynasties. They were the only ones who would dare to make a move on Yi Wudao. After all, the three great assassin divine dynasties were said to have killed sages in ancient times. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't the three great assassin divine dynasties, but rather a very low-key and mysterious organization. Of course, they didn't know what it was. Even the Yi clan didn't know. All of the black-robed men who had come had been killed by the Yi clan. The Yi clan had extracted their souls and used their divine abilities to soul-search them. However, they hadn't been able to find any useful information. Chapter 2663. They even tortured the souls of those invincible kings and interrogated them. But in the end, they got nothing. Because these people did not know at all. Damn it, who was it? They had hidden so deeply. The Yi family's elders all had gloomy expressions. From the looks of it, the other party had already calculated everything, even their escape route. Having such a hidden enemy made the Yi family very uncomfortable. In the future, when Wudao went out, they would send more invincible kings to follow him. They would bring intact holy weapons and some forbidden weapons. They could not let this happen a second time. This matter spread far and wide, and everyone was talking about it. Because such a terrifying thing had never happened before. Lin Xian also received the news, so he asked the Yi family. The result surprised him. The Yi family did not know who the enemy was at all. This point gave Lin Xian a huge headache too. It seemed that the enemy was more terrifying and difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, after this failure, the other party would not dare to act rashly again. The Yi family was not to be trifled with. This time, the Yi family killed all the black-robed men who participated in the hunt. None of them escaped. Their methods were extremely fierce. And that mysterious organization did not have any follow-up plans. Therefore, Lin Xian temporarily put this matter aside. He stayed in the Purple Dawn sacred ground for a few days and prepared to leave. because he still had to go to the Gu family. Then, he prepared to go to the Western Desert and contact Lanrua Temple, where no flower was. This time, Lin Xian did not bring Shinjingqiu or Murong Qingqing because he wanted the two of them to cooperate with his sacred ground and prepare. After he was done, they could join forces to hold a grand event. Lin Xian went to the Gu family and met with Gu Santong. Then, he discussed this matter with the Gu family's patriarch. The Gu family also quickly agreed. Then, Lin Xian opened a door and teleported to the Western Desert. Western Desert. The top forces here were mainly Buddhist sections. It could be said to be the sacred ground of all Buddhist sections. Lanrua Temple was one of the best. In the sky, a giant crack tore open. Countless runes flashed as a spirit boat crossed through space and time. It was the Black Earth. After all the energy dissipated, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out of the Black Earth. Of course, Lin Xian knew that there was another person by his side. It was just that no one else could see it. It was the invincible king that the great protector had assigned to him, Xiao Wu, the woman in the black dress. Now Xiao Wu was his protector. However, under normal circumstances, she would not appear. She would only silently follow him in the dark. Only when Lin Xian's life was in danger would she make a move. Lin Xian looked around and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the boundless golden desert. Looks like this is a huge desert. Let's leave this place first and explore the surroundings. The dark red dragon suggested. Next, the two of them turned into streams of light and flew forward. 2 days later, they left the desert. Mountains and forests gradually appeared in front of them. The types of trees here were completely different from those in the eastern wilderness and middle ground. They were all drought-resistant and looked very strange. After flying for another 3 days, they saw mountains again. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. So far, he had not met anyone. Therefore, he did not know where he was either. However, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed softly, "Why do I feel that this place is a little familiar?" "Familiar? Have you been here before?" Lin Xian asked. "No, but this place was very similar to what was recorded in the ancient books." The dark red divine dragon shook his head. His body swayed and gradually rose into the sky. Then he pointed below and said, "Kid, come here. I'll tell you." Lin Xian was puzzled. He rose into the sky and looked into the distance. "This is?" He was shocked. "How is it? Have you noticed it too?" "That's right. This place is very famous in the Western Desert." This place was called the Reclining Buddha Ridge. The mountain range was like a huge Buddha lying on the ground. It was not man-made, but formed naturally. It was very mysterious. It was said that many saints of the Western Desert's Buddhist sacred grounds had come here to gain enlightenment. However, no one knew what they had gained. Moreover, it seemed that not only the Western Desert, but also the other continents had experts who came here to gain enlightenment. It was said that even the ancient emperors had come here when they were young. So mysterious! Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that they would come to such a legendary place. "Is it dangerous here?" Lin Xian asked. Usually, such places were like forbidden grounds. Even if they were not, they were still very scary. However, this time, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. It was not dangerous. There were no formations in this place. However, there would occasionally be a trace of terrifying aura. Under normal circumstances, it would not attack people. "Kid, why don't we go down and take a look? Maybe we can gain some enlightenment?" Alright, since he had come to this legendary place, it would be inappropriate for him to leave without taking a look around. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon flew forward quickly. Soon, they arrived near the Buddha statue. The two of them landed and saw that they were surrounded by cliffs. There were all kinds of markings on the walls. There were also some patterns and runes. In short, it was very messy. The dark red divine dragon pointed at these markings and said, "These were left behind by those who had gained enlightenment. However, don't underestimate these runes. It is said that someone once found a mark left behind by a great emperor here. Then he gained enlightenment and became a terrifying saint. Left behind by a great emperor. There was such a thing." Lin Xian was shocked. He looked around, but he didn't find anything special. Of course, the great emperor that I mentioned was left behind by a great emperor when he was young. However, that was already very profound. Moreover, the younger the great emperor, the more ordinary the mark left behind. At their level, it was likely that they would have returned to simplicity long ago and turned complexity into simplicity. If a casual stroke could be developed, it would be thousands of worlds. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He used the heavenly secret god eyes and golden runes appeared in his eyes. He looked in all directions. He decided to meditate here for a few days. A day later, Lin Xian was astonished. He had gained some enlightenment from these engravings, and it was very enlightening for his own martial cultivation. This made him very happy. However, just as he was about to continue comprehending, a powerful figure descended from the sky. An aura that seemed to be able to split the world descended from the sky and swept in all directions. It wanted to crush Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The two of them changed their expressions and snorted coldly. A sharp sword light rushed out from their bodies and a terrifying light directly cut off the energy fluctuation. Chapter 2664. They saw a young monk descending from the sky in front of them. He was wearing a kasaya and had a handsome face. However, there was an unusually sharp aura in his eyes. At that moment, he glanced at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon and said coldly, "I'm going to meditate and cultivate here. Get lost, you nobodies." His voice was emotionless and cold. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, some figures quickly rose into the air and fled into the distance. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, there were other people meditating here. However, after these people sensed that biting cold aura, their expressions changed and they did not dare to stay any longer. Some of them even recognized the other party's identity. They were so scared that they wet their pants and quickly left. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon frowned. "Who is this person? He's so arrogant and insolent." When the young monk saw that the others had fled, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, when he saw that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon had no intention of leaving, his face darkened. "You two nobodies, get lost. Disappear in front of me in 3 seconds, or I'll kill you." As soon as he said that, Lin Xian's face darkened. The dark red dragon immediately jumped up. "Damn, who are you? How dare you talk to us like that? Do you believe that I'll slap you to death?" Lin Xian's expression was also cold. The two of them were meditating here and did not provoke the other party. However, the other party asked them to get lost as soon as he appeared. He even threatened to kill them. No one would be able to tolerate this, let alone Lin Xian. "You're courting death. Ignorant nobodies." The young monk was also angry. "How dare a little snake make a fuss in front of me?" He raised his finger and pointed forward. A piercing light tore through heaven and earth and instantly arrived in front of the dark red dragon. Boom! The dark red dragon waved its dragon claws and slapped forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard as he smashed the attack to smithereens. It shattered. The young monk was stunned and sneered. "You have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me." However, just this bit of strength was not enough to look at. He raised his palm and was about to attack. At this moment, the 1-pound Lin Xian also stepped forward. He raised his finger and a sharp sword wave flew out. Since the other party dared to make a move, they couldn't blame him. Buzz, the sword chi pierced through the clouds as a terrifying light filled the area. A terrifying force gushed out. The fleeing martialists felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. Who was this person? He actually dared to attack Yuan Kuan. Did he not want to live anymore? These martial artists were very surprised. They were all from the Western Desert. Naturally, they knew this young monk and his reputation. Most likely, no one in the younger generation would dare to compete with him. However, this brat in front of him actually dared to make a move. He was simply too bold. Courting death. Fang's young monk was also enraged. A piercingly cold light surfaced in his eyes as countless runes rose from his palm. He slammed his palm down, shattering the terrifying sword chi. However, his palm was also numb from the shock. This made him quite surprised. The other party was very strong, so strong that it exceeded his expectations. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. Judging from the other party's appearance, he should not be an unknown person. He should be a young prodigy. However, he knew all the young prodigies in the Western Desert. The other party was a stranger. He had never seen him before. "Now you know how to ask me who I am?" "Too late." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party had threatened to kill them as soon as he appeared. How could he tolerate that? Therefore, he waved his arm and flicked his fingers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sword chi flew out one after another. Yuan Kuan roared angrily. The other party dared to attack him. He was courting death. "Kid, do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have some skills? Today, I'll send you to hell." He formed a Buddhist seal with his palm. The Buddhist light on his body shone quickly as a terrifying force surged out. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was also very powerful. The sword flew out, illuminating the area as if it had turned into a dragon. Boom, the Buddhist light on Yuan Kuan's body shone. He formed a Buddhist seal with his hand and slammed it out. It collided with the sword chi again. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying light swept out in all directions. With this palm strike, he still managed to shatter the sword chi. However, the numbness in his arm became even more severe. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the third, fourth, and fifth sword chi flew towards him one after another. Damn it, who is this person? Is he a peerless swordsman? Why is his sword chi so powerful? Yuan Kuan was extremely surprised because he realized that these sword chi were not released by a peerless treasure. They were casually flicked out by the other party. This meant that the other party had not used his full strength. Thinking of this, his expression became extremely cold. In the distance, the fleeing warriors also felt their scalps go numb. In their opinion, since the other party dared to fight against Yuan Kuan, he would definitely be slapped to death. But who would have thought that the other party could actually fight against Yuan Kuan? This was really beyond their expectations. Who is this kid? Could it be that he's a peerless prodigy from some large family? That's very likely. However, no matter how talented he was dead for daring to provoke Yuan Kuan. Yuan Kuan was a top prodigy of White Horse Temple. His Buddhist magic was incomparably terrifying. That kid is so strong, casually flicking out a sword chi, and it has such power. He must be a peerless swordsman. Everyone discussed animatedly. And at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. A terrifying sword light rushed into the sky. The sword slashed down. The entire sky was cut into two halves. The pitch-black crack was like an endless canyon. It was also the first time Yuan Kuan's expression changed. This sword chi was really too strong. So this time, he did not resist it head-on. Instead, his figure swayed and he quickly dodged. Relying on his super-powerful dermic powers, he dodged the sword. But at this moment, his eyelids twitched wildly, because he felt an extremely terrifying power coming from behind him. Not good. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom. He was blasted back, his aura tumbling. Damn snake. He gnashed his teeth in anger. That's right, the one attacking from behind was the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon sent the other party flying with a tail and immediately sneered. "We're ants? We don't know what's good for us? Kid, before you make a move, find out who we are. Do you think that you can contend against us with just you?" The dark red divine dragon was also so angry that it gritted its teeth. The other party was too arrogant, wanting to kill them as soon as they appeared. Now, they were only retaliating to teach the other party a lesson. No way, this snake is also so powerful? When the warriors in the distance saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Who are these people? They're actually so powerful. Yuan Kuan's face was gloomy. Damn it, the other party is also a super expert. This is indeed beyond my expectations. However, he snorted coldly. Do you think that the two of you can defeat me if you join forces? Chapter 2665. Tear them into pieces? Lin Xian sneered. What a ruthless heart. You want to tear us into pieces without any enmity? Are you really a Buddhist? I think even the demons are not as ruthless as you, right? How can someone like you be called a Buddha? The dark red divine dragon also sneered. No matter what the two of you say, the two of you will not be able to escape death today. Yuan Kuan's expression was cold as Buddhist light spread out from his body. His hands danced non-stop as mysterious runes flickered around him one after another. Countless golden runes flickered as if forming a mysterious world that swallowed all the sword light. Yuan Kuan stood in the void with a cold expression. What a powerful Buddhist divine power. It could actually swallow such a terrifying sword chi. Yes, this Yuan Kuan was really too terrifying. When the cultivators in the distance saw this scene, they exclaimed. Among them, there were also people whose eyes flickered. They did not know how the man and the snake were going to counterattack. Swallowed them all? Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. No wonder he was so arrogant and told everyone to scram the moment he came. But so what? He had even killed an invincible king, let alone a mere young monk. Next, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword. Terrifying sword chi flew out one after another, densely packed and crisscrossing between heaven and earth. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Yuan Kuan stood in the void. The golden runes around him formed a world that swallowed all the sword chi. He looked at this scene and sneered. Is that so? How do you think my sword chi is so easy to swallow? Lin Xian snorted. The power of the great dragon sword spirit was not something that could be easily swallowed. Sure enough, not long after, Yuan Kuan's expression changed. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. The mysterious world formed by the golden runes exploded with a bang. Thousands of sword chi pierced out and shattered the place where Yuan Kuan was originally standing. It formed a terrifying black hole. Damn it, it actually came out. How was this possible? Although Yuan Kuan was not injured, he hid to the side with an extremely ugly expression. The other party broke his divine power so easily. It was really hard for him to believe. The people in the distance screamed as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of sword technique was this sword chi? This was too terrifying. That's right, he was actually able to break through even Yuan Kuan's sacred art, and by the looks of it, he was able to do it so easily. Incredible. He was definitely a peerless swordsman. It seems that if I don't show my true strength, you guys really don't know what's good for you. Yuan Kuan walked up and spat out a golden pagoda. The pagoda was 6 stories high, and it was engraved with very simple runes. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a heavy aura. Boom, boom. Strands of Buddhist light flowed out and pierced through the void. The terrifying power made those in the distance extremely terrified. Many people knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. How terrifying! Yuan Kuan's strength was actually so terrifying. Oh heavens, he had definitely been hiding his strength. He was even more terrifying than the rumors said. Why do I feel that none of those older generation figures are a match for him? That wasn't all. Probably no one below the level of invincible king tiers could defeat him. Why do I feel like he's close to becoming an invincible king? These people screamed in fear. There was nothing they could do. The power that Yuan Kuan had displayed was simply too terrifying. The Buddhist light that filled the sky floated out along with Yuan Kuan's palm. All of the sword chi in the sky were sent flying. In an instant, a terrifying sound rang out like 10,000 bolts of thunder. Yuan Kuan was like an ancient Buddha. With the 6-story pagoda in his hand, he quickly charged over. Kid, be careful. This guy isn't simple. The dark red divine dragon reminded from the side. Yuan Kuan's strength was definitely at the level of a saint. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary saint. He was a very terrifying one. However, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. It didn't matter. Indeed, although this strength was shocking, it wasn't enough to shock him. In the next moment, he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. The 9-yang divine body combined with the heaven-battling divine fist had the power of extreme yang. An endless fist could destroy heaven and earth. It shattered all of the Buddhist light that approached it. The endless mountains in the surroundings were shaking. The ground split open, and countless cracks appeared. However, the vicinity of the reclining Buddha ridge was safe and sound. This was especially true for the great Buddha. Under the terrifying attack, it disappeared without a trace in front of him. People couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This was indeed a mystical place of legends. From the looks of it, even an invincible king's attack wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest. No wonder countless people had been comprehending here and there wasn't a trace of damage. Lin Xian and Yuan Kun began to fight. Both of them were geniuses of the younger generation. At this moment, their attacks were truly earth-shattering. The momentum was terrifying. The martial artists in the distance were terrified. They knew how powerful Yuan Kun was, and it made them tremble. However, the strength of this young man who had just appeared also shocked them. "Kid, go to hell." At this moment, Yuan Kun shouted loudly. He seized the opportunity and arrived behind Lin Xian. He stretched out a palm that carried a golden light that filled the sky and fiercely blasted towards Lin Xian. Not good, that kid is going to die. That was for sure. If he was hit by such a palm, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. As expected, Yuan Kun was still more powerful. The people in the distance were discussing animatedly. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Energy erupted and this palm drowned the world. "Haha, reckless kid, you dare to attack me?" Yuan Kun retreated and arrived in the sky, looking down coldly. This kid had been dealt with. Next was this snake. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at the dark red divine dragon. Daring to fight with him, how ignorant! The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of a sneer, completely ignoring the other party. In the energy storm that filled the sky, a cold voice sounded. "Is this your strength? You're really pitifully weak." What? As soon as these words came out, Yuan Kun was stunned. The people in the distance were even more stunned. That was the other party's voice. The other party didn't die. And from the looks of it, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. How was this possible? Damn it, impossible! Yuan Kun roared angrily and waved his hand. A pair of golden hands stretched out and tore the void apart. The storm that filled the sky also disappeared. In the next moment, his eyes widened because the other party's figure in front of him appeared. His body was shining brightly, and he wasn't injured at all. Impossible! Yuan Kun was stunned. Even a late-stage 8-star mighty figure couldn't block his palm. The other party was hit head-on and suffered this blow, but he was actually unharmed? It was really out of his expectations. Even if he didn't die, he should be seriously injured. However, there was no blood on the other party's body, not a single crack. The power of the 9-yang divine body had increased again. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with joy. In the next moment, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. "Next, I'll let you have a taste of my attack." At this point, he took a step forward, and the 9-yang divine body erupted. The storm that filled the sky tore through the void. At this moment, he was like a sun war god, charging forward. As he walked, the void collapsed, and the mountain range below kept shattering. Chapter 2666. Bang! A golden fist streaked across the sky, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. Yuan Kun jumped in fright and hurriedly summoned the 6th-floored pagoda to his side to block. Ding! The sound of collision resounded. The distant martial artists bled from their ears, and many of them fainted. As for those who were still conscious, their faces were filled with fear. They saw the 6th-floored pagoda being sent flying, spinning in the sky and leaving Yuan Kun's range. Heavens! That golden pagoda was at least a mid-grade heaven step artifact, yet it was sent flying with a single punch. What kind of power did this kid have? What fist? Saint Body? He had the Eastern Wasteland's Saint Body. Someone cried out in alarm. They couldn't think of anyone with such a terrifying physique apart from a Saint Body. Facing a mid-grade heaven step artifact bare-handedly, he wasn't at a disadvantage. It couldn't be. Wasn't it rumored that the saint body had just been chased down by the mysterious organization and was recuperating in the Yi family? How could he appear now? These people also knew about Yi Doudonier's matter, as it had already spread throughout the entire True Spirit continent. Therefore they were all shocked. A few older generation figures shook their heads. No, he wasn't a saint body. We've seen a portrait of a saint body, and it definitely wasn't him. Then who was he? Was there a physique comparable to a saint body in the world? Of course there was. An older generation figure said in a deep voice. Although a saint body was powerful and astonishing, it wasn't impossible to stand shoulder to shoulder with it. One had to know that the True Spirit continent was too vast. No one knew how big it was, and no one knew how many terrifying geniuses there were in this world. Apart from a saint body, there were many other terrifying physiques. For example, the Gu family's divine body. For example, the demon race's powerful demon kings with heaven-defying bloodlines. Take my Western Desert for example. There are several body refining techniques that are extremely terrifying. 60 Zhang Golden Body, Indestructible Golden Body, 9 Transformations Golden Body. Once it was refined, it would be extremely terrifying and incomparable. Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, many people nodded in agreement. Western Desert was the holy land of Buddhism, and Buddhism paid great attention to the cultivation of the body. Basically, every peak holy land of Buddhism had an extremely terrifying body refining technique. However, the body refining technique of Buddhism was extremely obvious. Once it was used, Buddha light and even Sanskrit chants of Buddhism. However, although his body was also emitting boundless light, it was not the Buddhist light. Thus, they knew that he was not cultivating a Buddhist body refinement technique. Instead, it was a technique that they had never heard of before. Or perhaps, he possessed an extremely terrifying bloodline power. Boom! Just as these people were discussing intensely, Lin Xian's second punch came. Damn it! Yuan Kuan's pupils shrank. After witnessing the terror of the first punch, he didn't dare to take it head-on. His figure flickered, and countless afterimages appeared in the sky as he retreated rapidly. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the golden pagoda that had been sent flying backward, preparing to attack again. Phew, this punch had indeed missed. However, when the frightening energy swept across Yuan Kuan's body, it caused him to feel a burning pain. Brat, you've really pissed me off. Today, I will let you experience the great powers of my White Horse Temple. Yuan Kuan's expression was ferocious. He had never suffered such a blow. Therefore, he was prepared to take it seriously. However, in the next moment, his eyelids twitched violently. This was because an unparalleled power had erupted from his opponent's sword. There was even the roar of a dragon. His expression became extremely ugly because his opponent's sword chi was even more terrifying than the golden fist. As expected, when the sword slashed out, his entire body turned cold. The golden pagoda in his hand was sent flying again. Cracks also appeared on the kasaya on his body. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. This kasaya was also a treasure, but it couldn't withstand the other party's sword light. This was only the aftermath of the energy. If the other party's sword had slashed his body, he would probably have been cut open. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. Brathor, tell me your name. However, what answered him was a cold and merciless sword light. Damn it! Yuan Kuan roared angrily and quickly dodged. Just you wait, my White Horse Temple will definitely not let you off. Yuan Kuan was so angry that he vomited blood. This time he had really lost. It made him lose face. However, protecting his life was more important. He prepared to leave and bring back a few terrifying forbidden artifacts before coming back to fight with the other party. You want to leave? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. Weren't you very arrogant when you descended previously? Didn't you tell us to scram? Why are you scramming now? Hearing this, the escaping Yuan Kuan's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Indeed, when he came previously, he was extremely arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. That was because he had the right to be arrogant. He was young, but he could already kill a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. Not many people below the invincible king realm were his match. Other than a few other terrifying young prodigies of the Buddhist sects, he really didn't take anyone seriously. Therefore, after he arrived, he immediately cleared the place. He didn't want others to disturb him. However, he didn't know that when he cleared the place this time, the ant in his eyes turned out to be a terrifying prodigy. This time, he had really kicked an iron plate. "How dare you stop me?" Seeing the other party cut off the path in front of him with a sword, Yuan Kuan turned his head and roared. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Xian's body was filled with murderous intent. Yuan Kuan frowned when he saw the other party's murderous intent. He sneered. "Let me tell you, I'm from White Horse Temple. Moreover, I'm a top prodigy of White Horse Temple. If he revealed his identity, the other party would definitely not dare to make a move on him." White Horse Temple was one of the Buddhist sacred grounds of the Western Desert. It was not inferior to the sacred grounds of the Eastern Wilderness. As one of the top 10 prodigies of White Horse Temple, his status was naturally noble. If anything happened to him, White Horse Temple would definitely not let him off. White Horse Temple. I've never heard of it. Are you the White Horse Temple's successor? As he spoke, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword again. This sword transformed into a huge dragon that instantly flew out and slashed Yuan Kuan's body. It sent him flying. Yuan Kuan's body was directly cut open. Blood spurted out and dyed the void red. "Ah!" Yuan Kuan screamed and retreated crazily. At the same time, his broken body quickly healed with Buddhist light. In the end, he was completely intact. However, his face was abnormally pale. Blood was still splattering in the sky. This scene made the people in the distance go crazy. He made a move, he really made a move. Heavens, didn't he really intend to kill the other party? Who exactly was he? That was too terrifying. Was he not afraid of White Horse Temple's revenge? He shouldn't be from the Western Desert. The eyes of some of the older generation flickered. He was probably a top prodigy from the other continents. Chapter 2667. Is he a top genius from another continent? The cultivators gasped. Yuan Kuan's face was ferocious. "Kid, how dare you hurt me?" Before he could finish his sentence, he turned around and fled. That was because the other party had attacked again. After witnessing how powerful the other party was, how would Yuan Kuan dare to attack him again? He directly used a Buddhist grand divine power. Endless Buddhist light formed 2 golden wings that quickly spread out behind him. He tore through the void and ran into the distance. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. A dragon shadow appeared under his feet and brought him through the void quickly. The two of them quickly left the reclining Buddha ridge. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon also followed behind. The others were stunned. Heavens, is the other party really going to kill us? They were extremely shocked and followed behind, wanting to watch the battle. But soon they lost track of them. That was because the two of them were too fast. The cultivators could not see them. But the other cultivators saw them. On the way, many cultivators looked up at the sky. Heavens, someone is fighting a great battle. It should be a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. No, it's 2 young people. 2 young prodigies. Why does the one running at the front look so familiar? Damn it, isn't he Yuan Kuan from White Horse Temple? He's a top genius. Why is he being chased? Who's chasing him? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Yuan Kuan is being chased? Who is it? They all looked at the figure behind. He's so young and unfamiliar. I don't know him. If he's not a Buddhist, which family is he from? These people discussed animatedly. Bang! Just at this moment, they saw a shocking sword light flash out and slash Yuan Kuan's body, sending him flying and vomiting blood. Blood pierced through the void. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. It's too powerful. Kid, just you wait. I won't let you go. Yuan Kuan's kasaya was covered in blood. His face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and took out a Buddhist light wheel. A bright light enveloped him and he disappeared completely. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not attack again, because the other party had used a life-saving trump card. The next time we meet, I won't let you leave so easily. He snorted coldly and did not pursue. A mere genius was no threat to him at all. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the dark red divine dragon flying behind him. Let's go. The dark red dragon nodded and waved its claws, grabbing a few cultivators at the side. The martial artists were scared out of their wits. They quickly begged for mercy. Hero, please don't kill us. We are just passing by. Don't be nervous. I won't kill you. You just have to tell me how to get to Lanrua Temple. Lanrua Temple? These people were shocked. The other party had just beaten up a genius from White Horse Temple, and now he was going to Lanrua Temple? What was he trying to do? Could it be that they also wanted to declare war on Lanrua Temple? They didn't know, but they didn't have time to think about it. One of them hurriedly took out a scroll. It was a map that contained the way to Lanrua Temple. Lin Xian probed with his soul spirit and indeed found a map. After that, he waved his hand and let them go. They hurriedly left. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's bodies flashed, turned into two rays of light, and disappeared. The news that Yuan Kuan was injured and fled caused quite a stir. It quickly spread. Even Lanrua Temple knew about it. This made them very nervous. Not long ago, the Yi family's sacred physique was hunted down in eastern wilderness. Now, a genius from White Horse Temple in the western desert was being hunted down. This was very shocking. Could it be that the mysterious faction was going to make a move on the western desert prodigy? They were all on guard. After the people from White Horse Temple learned about it, they quickly sent powerhouses to rescue Yuan Kuan. At the same time, they quickly searched and decided to kill the culprit. However, after searching for a while, they did not find any traces of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. This made them grit their teeth in anger. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also arrived at Lanrua Temple. At this moment, Lanrua Temple was still shining with Buddhist light, and many runes appeared around it. Obviously, they had also become cautious. The arrival of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon caused 6 monks to walk out of the light in front of them. They held the Chi Mei staff in their hands and looked coldly in front of them. The people stopped in their tracks. Who are you? Why did you come to Lanrua Temple? They were extremely nervous. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I am Lin Xian, the master of the immortal temple. I am good friends with your son, No Flower. Lin Xian? Immortal temple? Hearing that, the 6 monks' expressions changed. Please wait a moment. We will report it. They hurriedly went to report it. Not long after, a loud laugh was heard. Countless Buddhist runes formed a Buddhist flower that dragged a young monk away quickly. Brother Lin. It's you. Long time no see. After seeing Lin Xian, No Flower was big. They met again. Lin Xian also smiled. Brother Lin, come with me. No Flower waved his kasaya, and all the Buddhist arrays immediately opened up a path. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon followed in. No Flower brought the two of them to a quiet place. There were mountains, rivers, and courtyards. Come, Brother Lin, try the spirit tea that I brewed myself. The two of them came to the stone pavilion and sat down. There were 4 exquisite dishes on the stone table. They were all vegetarian dishes, and there was a pot of spirit tea next to them. Delicious. Lin Xian tasted it and found it surprisingly delicious. I didn't expect that No Flower would have such culinary skills. The dark red dragon at the side finished all the food. Little monk, do you have more? He was very happy. No Flower smiled and said, Yes, I have enough. Soon, he waved his hand, and exquisite dishes appeared on the table again. At the same time, he took out a guqin and played it gently. The sound of the guqin was pleasant and comfortable. It even carried a mysterious power. Lin Xian felt that he had entered an unprecedentedly relaxed and peaceful state. The dark red dragon at the side was also surprised. No Flower was really amazing. His attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were so high. He would probably become a holy monk in the future. The sound of the guqin was melodious. On the other side, the sound of the guqin was also pleasant. It was a mountain. A man in a blue robe was holding a phoenix guqin and playing it gently. Cranes and spirit rabbits were flying around him. Obviously, they were all attracted by the sound of the guqin. Whoosh! Suddenly at this moment, not far from him, the ground bulged, and then, a head stretched out from the ground. The head was very strange. It was completely wrapped in black fog, and the face could not be seen clearly. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the man in blue in front of him. The plan has failed. Our people have all been killed. Hearing that, the man in blue stopped. Suddenly, the sound of the guqin also gradually stopped. When the sound of the guqin stopped, the surrounding cranes and spirit rabbits all ran away. When the black-robed man appeared, they were not afraid. But now that the sound of the guqin had disappeared, these little spirit beasts all left. Chapter 2668. I've already heard about it. The entire eastern wasteland, and even the true spirit world, is abuzz. But I'm curious. We've been planning for so long, and we've mobilized so much power to get such a good opportunity. Logically speaking, Leif Daudenier should have died without a doubt. But why is he still alive? The blue-robed man's voice was cold and emotionless. There were 108 stars on his robes, all of them flickering in and out of existence. Our plan had been successful, and Leif Daudenier had been seriously injured. He should have been killed soon. But then a brat jumped out and completely ruined our plans. Brat? What brat? The blue-robed man frowned. He had found the crux of the problem. Lin Xian, the master of Immortal Palace. He was the one who brought a few experts from Immortal Palace to save Leif Daudenier and ultimately caused our plan to fail. Lin Xian, the master of Immortal Palace? It was actually him. The blue-robed man's eyes flashed coldly. How could he have appeared at a time like this? I don't know, but he was the one who ruined the plan we've been working on for so many years. The black head radiated a shocking killing intent. Could it be that Leif Daudenier was destined to die? The blue-robed man stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sky. Yang Qi sighed. After this, it would be very difficult to kill Leif Daudenier again. However, if Leif Daudenier was allowed to grow, it would be troublesome. What should we do? Should we give up? The black head asked. The blue-robed man shook his head. Give up? Impossible. Leif Daudenier might be powerful, but it'll take him a long time to grow. Although he's being protected, we can do it in the open. Let all the young geniuses of the world challenge him. I refuse to believe that he'll win every battle. It seems you have a plan. The black head nodded. But what about that Lin Xian brat? This time, he ruined our plan. Should we send someone to deal with him? No need. It's not convenient for us to show our faces. Find someone to contact the infernal realm and have them attack. Let's not make any moves for now. I'll make some arrangements. Wait for my news. All right, I'll contact the infernal realm and have them attack that brat. The black head drilled into the ground and disappeared. The crack in the ground healed once again. The blue-clothed man's eyes flickered. His eyes were like the incomparably deep starry sky. Lin Xian? Let's see what qualifications you have to mess up my plan. Lin Xian had no idea that he was being targeted by the same mysterious organization that had killed Leif Daudenier. He was currently in the middle of a discussion with No Flower. When No Flower learned of Lin Xian's intentions, she was also extremely surprised. Soon, he found the abbot of Lanrua Temple and quickly explained the situation. Lanrua Temple also treated them with great respect. In the end, both sides also formed an alliance. Brother Lin couldn't stay here any longer. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to leave in a hurry, No Flower tried to stop him. Lin Xian shook his head. This matter is urgent. We should make preparations and then join forces to hold a meeting to announce the news of the dragon nest to the world. Don't worry, Lanrua Temple will definitely do our best in this matter. Both sides waved goodbye. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon soared into the sky. The two of them left Lanrua Temple and prepared to return to the reclining Buddha Ridge to meditate for a while. Then, they would open the door and return to the Immortal Palace. This time, Lin Xian and the dark red deity's meditation went smoothly. About a month later, on this day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had made some progress in his meditation. He felt that his understanding of martial arts had deepened. Not only that, his mastery of various divine abilities had become more proficient than before. Beside him, the dark red dragon had also gained something. However, at this moment, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's eyelids suddenly twitched. Then, the void split open, and two shadowy figures quickly attacked. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were forced back. They knocked over two mountains and fell into endless ruins. Damn it, who dares to attack me? A dragon's roar rang out as countless rocks were blasted away. The dark red dragon flew out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. On the other side, Lin Xian also smashed all the rocks with a punch and walked out. Golden runes appeared in his eyes and swept in all directions. Who is it? Did Yuan Kun bring the people from Whitehorse Temple here? If they don't know what's good for them, I don't mind sending them on their way. Lin Xian was stunned. No, it's not a monk. It's not the people from Whitehorse Temple. It should be a group of assassins. That was because he realized that these people were hiding in the void and constantly changing their positions. If he didn't have the heavenly secret divine eyes, he wouldn't have noticed them at all. What a terrifying assassination technique. The two blurry figures in front were also surprised. They didn't die? And they weren't injured. The two of them were too shocked. That was because the attack just now was a sure-kill attack. They could even kill a late-stage 8-star mighty figure with one strike. However, the two of them were only blasted away and knocked over two mountains. They weren't injured. Could it be that they're wearing some kind of treasure armor? Damn it, it's the two of you who ambushed me? The dark red dragon stared at the two shadow-like assassins. He waved his dragon claws and shrouded the front. With a bang, the void shattered, but the two figures calmly dodged. Their speed was very fast, so fast that it was hard to believe. They actually dodged. Damn it, I'll burn you to death. The dark red dragon opened its mouth and spewed out dragon flames that completely enveloped the void. Now, it was no longer a problem that could be solved by speed. However, the two ghostly figures disappeared into the void with a swoosh. Concealment technique. The dark red dragon was shocked. If they're not from the Gu family, then they're assassins. And they're not ordinary assassins. Kid, we're being targeted. Can you tell which organization's assassins are from? Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked in all directions. I can't tell, but judging from the other party's speed and this assassination technique, I'm guessing that it's the people from the three major assassin dynasties. The three major assassin dynasties? Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had fought with the assassins from the three major assassin dynasties before. At that time, he did feel a strong sense of danger. He didn't expect that after so many years, the other party would make a move again. However, he knew that the other party wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Someone must have spent a lot of money to assassinate him. That was why the assassins took action. But who is it? Who wants to assassinate me? He didn't know because there were too many people who wanted to kill him. The Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, the Tai dynasty, and the War Tribe were all possible. Since he couldn't think of anyone, he could only capture two and search their souls. Thinking of this, the void on Lin Xian's left shattered again. A black long sword pierced over. Chapter 2669. The dark red divine dragon was startled when the long sword pierced through, but he soon breathed a sigh of relief. Because there was no blood spilling out. Not good. The shadow assassin was also stunned. Then he retracted his long sword and quickly retreated. He knew that what he stabbed was not the other party's real body, but an afterimage. It was just that the afterimage was so fast that even he did not recognize it. The afterimage disappeared, and Lin Xian's real body appeared in the same place as if he had never left. This scene made the shadow assassin extremely shocked. The other party's speed was too fast. Did he want to leave? Lin Xian stretched out a large hand and grabbed in front of him. The terrifying palm carried endless light, shattering the void. The terrifying power was like an ocean, shrouding the shadow assassin. Get lost. The shadow assassin roared, and his long sword turned into lightning, slashing at Lin Xian's palm. Every sword cut through the void, and could injure a peerless almighty. However, such a terrifying sword light clashed with the radiant palm, splashing countless sparks, but it could not hurt the palm. Damn it, how is this possible? The shadow assassin was shocked, and the assassins hiding in the dark also exclaimed. Not good body training technique. This kid had an extremely powerful body training technique. His physique was very strong. Everyone had to be careful when they assassinated. These people quickly transmitted their voices, and the others looked even more dignified. These assassins' eyes bloomed with a biting cold light, trying to find Lin Xian's weakness. Lin Xian's large hand shook, and his palm seemed to turn into a thunder hammer. With a boom, it directly smashed the long sword in half. In the next moment, the thunder hammer palm turned into a large azure dragon palm, enveloping the shadow assassin. Damn it, get lost. The assassin roared, and an endless murderous aura rushed out of his body, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, he could not do anything to the palm. Lin Xian looked down and asked coldly, "Speak, who sent you to kill me?" "Don't even think about it, we won't sell out the buyer's information." The shadow assassin roared. In the next moment, the endless killing intent on his body turned into a black sea. A ferocious ghost face rushed out from his body. His palm shot towards Lin Xian. Not only was this ghost face's killing intent extremely heavy, but it also carried an incomparably gloomy and cold aura, as if it had rushed out from hell. The infernal realm was the infernal realm of assassins. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon screamed, because this aura was too obvious. Lin Xian's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. Hell's dynasty of assassins? If you don't want to talk, I'll search your soul myself. 2 rays of piercingly cold sword chi shot out from his eyes, directly destroying the ghost face. At the same time, a golden rune flashed and forcibly extracted his soul. That assassin from hell screamed miserably. Clearly, this collision of souls had caused him too much damage. However, it didn't take long for his head to explode and his soul to shatter into pieces. The yin-yang qi under Lin Xian's feet spun, bringing him back quickly. The 9-yang divine body also blocked all the energy impact. However, his expression was somewhat ugly. This was because an extremely terrifying restriction in the assassin's mind had exploded as soon as he collected his soul. Obviously, this restriction was set up in advance by the Hell's dynasty of assassins. The purpose was to prevent others from searching their souls. These assassins had extremely powerful restrictions in their bodies. Once they were in danger of death, they would explode with a loud bang. This would not leave any clues for others. The dark red divine dragon said from the side. Damn it, how could they be so cautious? Lin Xian's expression was cold. There was no other way. The 3 great dynasty of assassins had been passed down since ancient times and had not been destroyed for so long. They must have endless secrets. They would not allow this kind of secret to be leaked. Not even a trace of it would be allowed to be leaked. Is that so? If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. I can only kill all of these assassins. Lin Xian's body shone brightly, and a murderous aura erupted from his eyes. Since the other party had come to kill him, he would not show any mercy. Get out here, all of you! A cold shout shook the 9 heavens. However, these assassins were very experienced and would not let personal feelings affect their emotions. Although their companions had been killed, they did not act rashly. They were still lurking in the void, waiting to find the driver. As expected of the people of the ancient dynasty of assassins. They were indeed terrifying. You don't want to come out, right? Do you think I can't find you if you don't come out? A golden vortex appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch behind him. Boom! A terrifying force accompanied the punch and directly blasted the void behind him. The 2 assassins from hell were forced out. The 2 men's expressions changed. Damn it, how did he find out? Impossible, he must be dreaming. The 2 of them attacked decisively. Black sword chi fell from the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The terrifying murderous aura made even the peerless almighties tremble. Obviously, these assassins were very terrifying. Lin Xian also faced the attack with all his strength. He used the heaven-fighting divine fist and the nine-yang divine body to attack. The sword chi that filled the sky kept shattering. Whoosh whoosh whooshed, however, at this moment, for shadow assassins appeared from behind and directly attacked his back. For a moment, Lin Xian was attacked from the front and back. It had to be said that the timing of these four people was too exquisite. Just as Lin Xian punched, the four of them took action. This was the time when warriors were most relaxed. Their alive slain technique was indeed terrifying. Kid, be careful. The dark red divine dragon roared and was about to attack. However, he was also surrounded by four assassins from hell, firmly surrounding him. Get lost. With the four assassins fighting, Lin Xian's side was in great danger. Just a mere assassin, you want to kill me? Lin Xian shouted coldly as the dragon sword domain surged out. Behind him, it transformed into a giant sword and slashed out. With a clang, the four assassins were sent flying. The two assassins in front were also sent flying by a punch. The six top assassins vomited large mouthfuls of blood, their faces full of shock. Damn it, he's too strong. The other party was too strong. In an instant, he had injured six top assassins. This made them feel incredulous. One had to know that they had already estimated the other party's strength and ranked him as a top existence among the holy sons. Moreover, as a precaution, they had sent out a large number of top assassins this time. Killing any peerless almighties was not a problem. They were even confident that they could kill an invincible king. Because other than these assassins, there were even more terrifying existences. Lin Xian stood in the air, looking disdainfully in all directions. Just 6 assassins and you dare to kill me? You really don't know life from death. Chapter 2670. His eyes shone with a cold light. However, at this moment, a cold and merciless power came from the sky. A large black palm descended from the sky. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, countless black gas appeared around him, forming hell and sealing off Lin Xian's escape route. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, there were terrifying attacks. Lin Xian was completely sealed. Not good. The Crimson Divine Dragon's expression changed when he saw that. He could sense that the power was too terrifying. Damn it, this assassin's power is too terrifying. He did not expect that the assassins from hell would send out such a powerful existence. This energy was indeed too terrifying. The entire world was trembling rapidly. Even a peerless almighty would not be able to escape death. Only an invincible king would be able to escape such an attack. Therefore, seeing this scene, the 6 assassins from hell sneered. What a reckless brat. You dare to go against the infernal realm? Now, you can die obediently. If the elders attacked, he would definitely die. Get lost. Lin Xian roared angrily. He used the 9-yang divine constitution to the limit. Rays of light bloomed, making him look like a god of war. He held the ancient dragon abyss sword with both hands and slashed down. Endless thunder surged, and a terrifying chaotic aura filled the air. The terrifying power of the 5 forms swept across. He used the 3 heaven-grade sword techniques to the extreme. At this moment, he slashed the heavens and destroyed the earth. Boom, boom. A loud dragon roar sounded. The surrounding hell was cut into pieces by him. The large palm in the sky was also pierced by the 2 dragon-shaped sword chi. However, this palm strike was truly too terrifying. Even though it was pierced, it still fell like an ancient demonic mountain and crashed into Lin Xian's body. This brat is not simple. He can actually destroy such a terrifying hell and penetrate our elder's palm of light. His strength was simply too terrifying. Yes, it's probably not inferior to the Eastern Wilderness' sacred body. The assassins from hell discussed in low voices. Some assassins sneered. So what? No matter how powerful he is, he can't escape death in the end. There are more than 10 million prodigies in the Hell Kill. Yes, that's right. Once you're dead, you're nothing. No matter how talented you are, you will only become a corpse in the end. The men sneered. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the light in front of him exploded. Lin Xian's body flew out like a meteor, crashing into a dozen mountains. Phew! In the sky, a black-robed old man walked out. His aura was powerful. Seeing this scene, the dark red dragon was extremely shocked. An invincible king. It turned out to be an invincible king-level assassin. It was too terrifying. Such an assassin could kill other invincible kings. Furthermore, the alive-slain method of these people was very terrifying. In a head-on confrontation, that kid was probably in danger. However, the dark red dragon god knew that Lin Xian might be injured, but it was impossible for him to be killed. Boom. Sure enough, in the next moment, the ground split open and Lin Xian rose into the air. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were sharp. There were traces of blood on his body. That palm strike had indeed injured him. Not only were there external injuries, but there were also internal injuries. However, the longevity art quickly circulated and repaired him. The nine-yang divine body released billions of rays of light. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the black-robed old man in the distance. An invincible king-level assassin? You guys really think highly of me. He didn't expect that the Hell Assassins would have such a lineup to kill him, a saint-level genius. They actually sent an invincible king-level assassin. Who was it that wanted him to die so badly? What, he's fine? That's impossible. The Hell Assassins were all stunned as they looked at this scene in disbelief. The other party had received a palm strike from their invincible elder. How could he still be alive? One had to know that the gap between an invincible king and a peerless almighty was huge. With a palm strike, a peerless almighty had no chance of survival. However, the other party was only injured and didn't die. This was beyond their expectations. The invincible assassin was also stunned. What was going on? Was it the Taoist robe on his body? He looked at the flaming Taoist robe and shook his head. No, it wasn't a Taoist robe. A Taoist robe couldn't block my palm. Could it be that this kid had a special body tempering technique? But so what? The gap between the two sides was too big. He didn't believe that the other party could escape from his hands. In the next moment, the invincible king-level assassin sneered. Kid, you've exceeded my expectations. To think that he was able to survive under my attack. However, that was all. Everything was over. This time, there was absolutely no chance of survival. As he said that, he raised his palm again. The spirit energy within a radius of tens of thousands of miles gathered towards his palm. An incomparably dark palm with a biting, cold, murderous aura pushed out horizontally. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the chaotic yin-yang steps to dodge quickly. The void around him was completely shattered, and the mountains below collapsed. It was a scene of apocalypse. Of all the places, only the giant Buddha was intact. Lin Xian dodged the palm and was sent flying by the palm wind. Countless sword chi rushed out of his body and destroyed the force. He only stopped after flying for 2,000 to 3,000 miles. He didn't die again? The people of Assassin Divine Dynasty were stunned, and the invincible king-level assassin's face darkened. Previously, he was extremely confident and didn't put the other party in his eyes, threatening to kill the other party with one palm. But now, after 2 palms, the other party was still alive. This was a slap to his face. Let's see how long you can hide. The invincible king-level assassin attacked crazily, and one terrifying palm after another flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the chaotic yin-yang steps and turned into a yin-yang light, shuttling between the countless palm shadows. After more than 10 palms, Lin Xian was still alive, and the invincible king-level assassin's face was completely pale. Damn kid, you've completely angered me. He waved his palm, and a pitch-black hell domain flew out and enveloped the surroundings. At the same time, he pulled out a killing sword, and the killing intent on his body suddenly erupted. It seemed that he was really determined to kill. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. Old thing, do you think you can kill me? Kid, don't be so eloquent. Today, you will definitely die. You can't escape from my palm. The invincible king-level assassin snorted coldly, and the Hell Domain assassin sneered. Idiot kid, how dare you be arrogant in front of our elder? You're courting death. That's right, our elder has assassinated several invincible king-level assassins. Do you think you can survive? Do you really know the power of an invincible king-level assassin? These people sneered and looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Is that so? I think you're the ignorant ones. Chapter 2671. Who beside Lin Xian, a woman in a black dress and a black veil walked out. The power of an invincible king erupted from her body. What? An invincible king. This guy also has an invincible king by his side. This scene caused the Hell Assassins to exclaim. The invincible assassin's expression also became ugly. Damn it, he was too careless. His opponent actually had an invincible king. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, he soon sneered. Kid, do you think you're safe with an invincible king? You have to know that many invincible kings have died in my hands. Today, I'll let you know that there's a difference between invincible kings. I'll let you see the ultimate killing move of my assassin dynasty. Is that so? Let's see if you can succeed or if I'll kill your disciples first. With that, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and like a god of war, he rushed out. How dare you? Seeing Lin Xian rush towards the other assassins, the invincible king's expression changed. He swept his long sword, wanting to kill Lin Xian. However, Xiao Wu also made a move. Her jade-white palm was like the hand of a god, blocking the terrifying sword light. Your opponent is me. Xiao Wu's voice was cold. Damn it, get lost. The two unrivaled kings fought together. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon also laughed, not knowing the difference between life and death. Now, it's time to harvest. He didn't hold back anymore, and several heaven-grade artifacts were thrown out by him, sweeping across the area. As for Lin Xian, he charged towards the 6 assassins from hell. Courting death. Seeing Lin Xian rushing towards them, the 6 hell assassins roared angrily. Lin Xian wanted to kill the 6 of them alone? This was too much. Damned ant, go to hell. The 6 of them roared angrily. They were all extremely top assassins, and killing a peerless almighty was not a problem. Therefore, at this moment, the 6 of them attacked, and it was really terrifying. Terrifying killing intent swept through the world. It flooded towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily and took a step forward, exuding a supreme aura from his body. He swung his fists, opened the big box, and pressed forward with indomitable will. This was the essence of the heaven-battling divine fist. Boom, boom. The battle between Lin Xian and the 6 top assassins was extremely terrifying. The 6 top assassins were extremely shocked. The other party had single-handedly resisted the 6 of them. Moreover, this was only the other party's fist. His opponent's sword chi was even more terrifying. One of them was directly split into 2. This assassin had fled thousands of miles away and reassembled his body. His face was filled with terror. The other assassins also sucked in a cold breath. Too frightening, too frightening. Could it be that he was the second saintly being? How could his physique be so strong? The killing techniques that they were so proud of were actually unable to pose any threat to the other party's physique. This was too shocking for them. Killed with a furious roar, Lin Xian charged over again. His voice was like a thunderstorm, carrying with it an invincible conviction. This scene caused the expressions of the assassins from hell to change. Not good, his aura is too strong. If this continues, we will definitely die. We have to disrupt his invincible confidence. These assassins quickly retreated and dodged, preparing to look for an opportunity. In the distance, the invincible assassin who was fighting with Xiao Wu was also shocked by the confidence that the other party displayed. That aura of indomitable will surprised even him. This young man was simply too terrifying. The Killer King's clone. He formed a hand seal with his palm, and a shadow rushed out of his body and quickly charged out. Die, brat. This shadow was very fast. In an instant, it arrived near Lin Xian. The black dagger in its hand was constantly waving. This was a clone of the other party, and it also had the power of an invincible king. At this moment, coupled with that terrifying killing technique, it was truly terrifying. Buzz! Lin Xian directly pulled out the dragon-shaped sword and slashed out. It was as if 10,000 dragons had attacked, directly splitting the clone in half. What? This scene caused everyone to tremble in shock. The 6 top-notch assassins were completely dumbfounded. Even the invincible assassin's eyelids were twitching wildly. One of his clones was killed in an instant just like that? Impossible! How could the other party be so strong? Could it be that the other party had not used all of his strength before? Thinking of this, the invincible assassin's body turned cold. He roared angrily. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! This mission is cancelled. Hearing this, the top assassins retreated crazily. You still want to leave? The dark red divine dragon's body grew larger, becoming tens of thousands of feet long, directly enveloping 4 top assassins. The other 6 top assassins fled crazily. Stay for me! Lin Xian waved the dragon-slaying sword domain, and thousands of sword chi descended, enveloping the 6 top assassins. The 6 assassins also activated their own domains to resist. Boom boom boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. In the dragon sword domain, the roar of a dragon sounded, and countless dragon-shaped sword chi flew out, firmly restraining the domains of the 6 top assassins. There were even 2 of the domains that were directly pierced through. This sword chi was too terrifying. It pressed forward with indomitable will, destroying the heavens and earth. It was even more terrifying than the war god fist technique. It made the 6 top assassins tremble. In the end, there was no suspense. The 6 top assassins were all killed. They were split in half, and even their souls were split open by the sword. Because Lin Xian couldn't detect the souls of these people, he didn't hold back at all. Damn it! The invincible assassin roared. The 4 to 10 top assassins he brought were all killed. This made his heart bleed. Kid, just you wait. Hell will not spare you. At this point, his figure flickered and he turned around to leave. Humph! Xiao Wu snorted coldly. She wouldn't let him leave. In the next moment, she waved her hand and a black whip lashed out. The black whip was covered with scales. It was very strange. In an instant, it wrapped around the invincible assassin. Pung ping pung. A miserable sound rang out. The scales on the whip all pierced into the assassin's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Damn it, I'll fight it out for you. An ancient figure rushed out from his body, and a terrifying aura burst out. However, this ancient figure had just rushed out 1/5 of the way when a black shadow flew out from the black whip in Xiao Wu's hand. It covered the sky and earth, and with a pair of black wings, it directly swallowed this invincible assassin. His bones shattered, and blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, this invincible assassin was killed. How terrifying! Lin Xian was shocked. This was the first time he saw Xiao Wu attack. He didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. It seemed that Immortal Palace had given him a very powerful invincible king. After killing this invincible king assassin, Xiao Wu withdrew the black whip and disappeared into the void. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze across the bodies of these assassins. In the next moment, he summoned all 6 of their storage rings. Chapter 2672. The items in these 6 people's storage rings weren't rich, and there wasn't even any record of hell. There were only some pills, a few weapons, and armor. Other than that, there was nothing else. They were really cautious. There wasn't a single cultivation technique book, nor was there any record of it. There were only things related to battle. Who was it that hired these assassins from hell? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Could it be that monk from before? The dark red dragon frowned. Previously, they had chased away a genius from White Horse Temple. Perhaps the other party was the one who did it. Lin Xian shook his head. No, it wasn't him. This was the Western Desert. If he wanted to make a move, he could have just found the experts from White Horse Temple. Why would he invite the assassins from hell? I think it's inconvenient for those people to take the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The 1-pound dark red dragon's expression also changed. Why do I feel like it's a bit like the mysterious organization of the Sand Leaf martial arts? Kid, you'd better be careful. And let's return to the Immortal Palace and work together to prepare to open the nest of 10,000 dragons. We used a large number of natural treasures to open a door and teleport across continents. Boom, boom. In the sky, mysterious patterns flickered, and Lin Xian and the dark red dragon disappeared. In the endless mountain range, on a grassland, a blue-clothed man looked at the flickering array with a gloomy expression. They had failed. An invincible king had led 10 top assassins to assassinate a holy sun, yet they had failed. Could the Tao protector beside this kid be an invincible king? Interesting. It seemed that this guy wasn't much weaker than Yi Wudao. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Obviously, he had follow-up plans waiting for Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the other peerless geniuses. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon returned to the Immortal Palace. They immediately gathered the chief guardian, Xing Tian, and the others to discuss. Then they contacted the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, Purple Dawn, Grand Xia Dynasty, and Lanrua Temple. The 7 top families, holy lands, and dynasties joined forces to send a message to the true spirit world. The location of the nest of 10,000 dragons had been found. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. At first, they were still suspicious, because this information was first released by Immortal Palace. However, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, Purple Cloud, Grand Xia Dynasty, Lanrua Temple, and other great sects all spoke out one after another. The entire true spirit world exploded. All of the holy lands, sects, and clans went crazy. The nest of 10,000 dragons actually appeared. Heavens, does the nest of 10,000 dragons really exist? I always thought that it was just a legend. The elders of the 4 symbols' sacred grounds exclaimed. The nest of 10,000 dragons must contain an extremely powerful dragon vein. My 9 Li dynasty must obtain it. The elders of the 9 Li dynasty clenched their fists. That was the burial ground of dragons. The experts of the Demon King Palace were equally shocked. If they could enter and obtain the great divine abilities of dragons or obtain the blood of dragons, they would be able to evolve and strengthen themselves. It was even possible for the demons to regain control of the entire world. At the thought of this, all the sacred grounds, sects of the remote antiquity, and peerless dynasties were stunned. For a moment, they were like the families of the 7 holy lands that made a statement, asking questions one after another. In fact, many people even came to visit. However, the headquarters of Immortal Palace was too mysterious. No one found it for a while. However, the 6 great sage lands and clans were surrounded by countless people. The entire world was in an uproar. In every city, on every street, all the cultivators were talking about this matter. The influence of this matter was even wider than the Yuhua immortal robe. It was even deeper. Just as everyone was excited, Immortal Palace's Lin Xian released another piece of important news. That was, in a month's time, a grand event related to the nest of 10,000 dragons would be held at the Eastern Wasteland's Jade Lake. In the news, it was clearly stated that the great sage lands, great sects, and top families of the world were invited to come together. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Then, they were extremely excited. It seemed that the news about the nest of 10,000 dragons was absolutely true. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before these great sects of the Holy Lands made a move on the nest of 10,000 dragons. Ordinary cultivators were excited and shocked, but those great sects of the Holy Lands were shocked. Why was it Immortal Palace's announcement? Could it be that this news came from Immortal Palace? Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, they originally thought that it was the Yi family who received the news, but now it seemed that it wasn't. It was Immortal Palace. This Immortal Palace was really too mysterious. They could actually obtain news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it, that kid's luck was too good. The Yinyang sect, Tai dynasty, and other great sects of the Holy Lands gritted their teeth. They had a grudge against Lin Xian. However, they couldn't care less. Even if they had a grudge, they still had to go. Because the nest of 10,000 dragons was simply too attractive to them. Of course, there were also cultivators who were surprised by why the Immortal Palace would choose the Jade Lake. A powerhouse explained that it seemed that the Jade Lake Grand Event was about to arrive. This time, the two sides would probably gather together. What? Jade Lake Grand Event? You're saying that we have a chance to eat the Jade Lake's pan peach? Many people's eyes lit up and they drooled. In addition to being powerful, the Jade Lake also had another thing that was very famous, and that was the pan peach. The peach of immortality of the Jade Lake was not ordinary. It was an extremely precious natural treasure. It was not an exaggeration to call it the peach of immortality. There were 3 types of peach of immortality. There were those that bloomed once every 300 years, those that bloomed once every 1,000 years, and those that bloomed once every 3,000 years. Counting the time, the peach of immortality grand event was really about to arrive. Moreover, this time, it seemed to be the peach of immortality that bloomed once every 3,000 years. Which powerhouses? The elders and living fossils also came out of seclusion one after another and rushed to the Jade Lake's sacred ground. The Jade Lake held the Peach of Immortality banquet, waiting for the powerhouses of the world to gather. Let's get going too. On the other side, after Lin Xian sent out the news, he began to gather his troops and prepare to set off. This time, they only brought some protectors and elders with them. After all, this time, it was a discussion, not a real battle. When it was time to take action, they would mobilize a large number of troops. A month's time passed very quickly. On this day, the Jade Lake of the Eastern Wilderness was like a paradise. The misty fog covered tens of thousands of miles, and it carried a crystal-clear light. This scene could only be seen in dreams. At this moment, there were countless powerhouses and geniuses gathered at the Jade Lake. It was truly a golden age. The elders and powerhouses of the great sage land had all arrived. The younger generation of saints and geniuses had also gathered. Among them, Yi Wudao had also come. After more than a month of recuperation, and with the help of the Yi family's methods, he had already recovered his strength. Not only that, but this time's pursuit had made his cultivation base even more refined, and his strength had increased once again. Chapter 2673. Apart from the saints of the Eastern Wilderness, the geniuses of the Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Mountains, and Western Desert had all arrived. At this moment, they gathered together and discussed with each other. Some talked about martial arts, while others talked about the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. In short, it was very lively. Immortal Palace had arrived. A voice came from afar. Immediately, the cultivators of the Jade Pool hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Inside, the powerhouses and saints from all over the world raised their eyes and looked forward when they heard this. Many people's eyes flickered, and some people's eyes were cold. Since Immortal Palace had arrived, that kid should be here too. What they were looking forward to the most was still Lin Xian. This was because the other party's reputation had long spread far and wide, and he was ranked as a top saint. Moreover, the other party's identity was the master of Immortal Palace. In addition, this time, the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons was provided by Immortal Palace. It could be said that thousands of gazes were gathered on Lin Xian. At this moment, this young man had become the center of the true spirit world. In front of them, a red-clothed figure floated over. Beside him was a dark red dragon. Beside him was a mighty man. Behind him was a group of elders and powerhouses. This group of people descended from the sky like immortal kings. The red-clothed youth at the front was naturally Lin Xian. He was dressed in a bright red robe. His face was handsome, and his black hair danced wildly. He really had the aura of a king descending to the world. "Brother Xian, you're here." Murong Qingqing led a group of elders to welcome him. Not long after, Queen Mother of the West came and invited Lin Xian in. This scene made everyone's eyes widen in shock. They couldn't believe it at all. They didn't expect Queen Mother of the West to personally welcome him. This kid was really extravagant. That's right, he could actually get Queen Mother of the West to personally welcome him. Damn it, he was only a holy son. How could he be treated like this? Some people gritted their teeth, while others snorted coldly. Don't forget, he was the master of Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace was not inferior to the great sects of the Holy Lands. He naturally received the treatment of a saint. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Indeed, they could no longer ignore Immortal Palace. Although the other party was young, his identity was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed. He followed Queen Mother of the West and others into the main hall. He, patriarch of the Yi family, the saint of the Purple Holy Land, abbot of the Lanrua Temple, and the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. After these people, Lin Xian, and Lin Xian Lin. Firstly, the event hadn't officially started yet. Secondly, although he had a noble status, he was still a young man after all. He still liked to hang out with young holy sons. As for this place, let the Grand Elder and the others deal with it. Lin Xian quickly rushed out of the palace and turned into a streak of light, flying outside. Damn, why did this brat come out again? Everyone had different expressions when they saw Lin Xian come out. Quite a few people smiled and greeted him, including Flowerless and Leaf Dao Denier. Gu Santong, the saintess of all beginnings, and the prince of the Great Xia dynasty also came over. Lin Xian greeted them and took out the best spirit wine he had brewed. Everyone gathered in the pavilion. Damn it, they couldn't help but want to fight him when they saw him. The people of Five Elements Palace, Yin-Yang sect, and Tai dynasty looked gloomy, especially their saints. Their eyes flickered. Among them, Five Elements Palace, Yin-Yang sect, and Nine Heavens Holy Land were all newly elected saints. Their original saints had been killed by Yi. Therefore, these people did not have a good impression of Lin Xian. The Tai dynasty was divided into two factions. The eighth prince, who was now the crown prince, led his people to greet Lin Xian. They were quite friendly. Some of the people who belonged to the empress's faction gritted their teeth and wanted to kill Yi. However, they did not dare to do so now. If they dared to make a move, they would be killed before they could even get out of the door. Even the chosens and geniuses sitting with Lin Xian weren't people they could afford to offend, let alone those powerhouses. This was because every single one of them was a top-notch saint. New saints like them were no match for them at all. Not only them, but the other saints and saintesses also looked over. Because the small group formed by Lin Xian was too strong. There were monarch clans, top holy lands, and the Zhongzhou dynasty. The Buddhist holy land in the western desert. It was absolutely shocking. Big brother Lin Xian. In the distance, a purple figure rushed over, making everyone exclaim, "So beautiful! Qiu, come here." Lin Xian smiled and waved. It was Xinjing Qiu, Saintess Zixia. She also came to Lin Xian's side, sat down happily, and tasted Lin Xian's wine. "Brother Wu Dao, your injuries are not serious, right?" After a few cups of wine, Lin Xian looked at Yi Wudao and asked with concern. "I'm fine. I've completely recovered. Also, I've profited from a disaster. My cultivation has improved. It's really enviable." No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others laughed at the side. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. How could there be such a monstrous existence in the world? He was hunted down and narrowly escaped death. Not only was he fine in the end, but his cultivation had also improved. It had to be said that it was truly shocking. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. Then he had to congratulate Brother Yi. "Come, cheers. Brother Lin, you're too polite. This time I should be the one toasting you." Yi Wudao stood up with a serious face. "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be standing here. So with this cup, I would like to thank Brother Lin for saving my life." Everyone was shocked. They only knew that Yi Wudao had been hunted down, but they didn't know that it was Lin Xian who had saved Yi Wudao. It was completely shocking. Everyone was trying to guess what exactly had happened, But neither Leaf Dao Denier nor Lin Xian were willing to say anything. Lin Xian also raised his cup. How could one cup be enough? Come, let's drink 3 cups to our heart's content. With that, the two of them laughed loudly. There were flowers, wine, and beauties. The only thing missing was music. I wonder if you'll let me have a drink. At that moment, a carefree voice came from the distance. Many people turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. The young geniuses were also puzzled. Who was this person? Why did he want to join Lin Xian and Yi Wudao's group? Did he have the qualifications to do so? It was him, the holy son of the Taishan Holy Land. Someone exclaimed. The newcomer was a handsome young man in a blue robe with mysterious stars twinkling on it. He carried a guqin on his back, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked very carefree. He was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. His eyes were bright. So it was the Taishan Holy Sun. I've heard that Brother Yun's guqin skills were unparalleled. I didn't expect to be able to feast my ears, Gu Santong said with a smile. Chapter 2674. These saints all moved aside to make room for the great abstruse saint. The great mystic saint did not stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he drank a few cups. Then his eyes lit up. Good wine. It is indeed a top-grade wine. Looks like I came to the right place. With that, he picked up the guqin on his back and started playing. The sound of the guqin was melodious, like the sound of flowing water. Everyone was mesmerized by it. Even Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were astonished. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had heard No Flower play the guqin before. At that time, he had felt that No Flower's guqin was very mysterious. It seemed to contain Buddhist scriptures, which made people intoxicated. But now, when he heard the great mystic saint play the guqin again, he was even more amazed. Although there weren't any Buddhist scriptures in the sound of the zither, there was another mysterious power. This power was indescribable, mysterious, and mysterious. But it really existed. That was because Lin Xian could sense that Lin Xian's aura was extremely strong. What a magical guqin sound! The great mystic saint was indeed amazing. He was extremely surprised. In the eastern wilderness, the top few geniuses were Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, and the divine constitution of the Gu family. He was rumored to be very mysterious, but he rarely came out, so no one knew who he was. However, this did not affect the divine constitution's reputation. In addition, people like Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu were also famous. After all, the saintesses were peerless and beautiful. Naturally, they were sought after by countless people. However, although the great mystic saint was also a saint, he was not very outstanding. In fact, he was a very low-key person. Unexpectedly, the great mystic saint was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention his strength, just his guqin skills alone were enough to make Lin Xian admire him. While Lin Xian was amazed, a loud voice came from afar. The war tribe had arrived. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads to look and began to discuss among themselves. The war tribe had indeed come out. That's right, who would have thought that even the war race would come this time? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance at the flickering powerful figures. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The battle race's elders were led into the main hall by the Jade Lake's elders to discuss matters. As for the battle race's young heavenly geniuses, they descended from the sky. Their bodies flickered with mysterious symbols, and their horns were lofty. Their auras were extremely powerful, and as soon as they descended, they looked down on everyone. Brother Jean, you're here. Seeing this scene, the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Holy Ground, Tai Dynasty, and Toba family all reacted. The saints led their men and walked up to the platform. There was nothing they could do about it. They knew that the War Clan and Lin Xian were enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. If they wanted revenge, perhaps they really did need to rely on the War Clan. Because of this, these people were very respectful and surrounded the geniuses from the war race. The battle race's geniuses all had proud expressions. They raised their chins, looking extremely arrogant. In just a moment, there were quite a few saint children and heavenly geniuses surrounding them. Although this lineup couldn't compare to Lin Xian's and Yi Wudao's small group, it was still very terrifying. In just a moment, countless gazes looked in that direction. What was going on? Those who didn't know better would think that the Jade Lake was his territory. That's right. What was there to be arrogant about? He wasn't the master of the holy ground. Hearing this, a battle race's genius turned his head. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, like the divine light of the sun. Immediately, the 2 cultivators who had spoken were sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. What are you doing? Do you want to die? The people from Illusion Palace stood up and roared. The Illusion Saint Child's expression also darkened. The other party dared to attack someone from Illusion Palace. How arrogant! On the other side, the people from Unfettered Sect were the same. One of their disciples had been injured just now. The Unfettered Saint Child also walked over. What is the meaning of this? He asked coldly. The battle race's genius emitted a berserk aura. A blood-red light surrounded him like an ocean, causing the blood in one's body to churn. Bloodline power. This was the battle race's bloodline power. Oh my God! This person was too terrifying. The surrounding people quickly retreated. The Unfettered Saint Child and the Illusion Saint Child also frowned. They had to admit that the other party was a powerful enemy. However, the other party was too arrogant. Did he really think that the 2 of them from the Great Sage were easy to bully? You can't do it. You're not my match. Where's that Lin Xian? Tell him to get over here and die. His body emitted a bloodline light. The battle race's genius ignored the Unfettered Saint Child and the Illusion Saint Child. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He had a cold and arrogant expression. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The Yin-Yang Saint Child, 5 Elements Saint Child, Jiuxiao Seiko, and the others all had cold smiles on their faces. That's great. The other party was indeed here for Lin Xian. They could see that the person in front of them was very powerful. His strength was even more terrifying. Thinking about it, they should be able to kill the other party. Even if they couldn't kill the other party, it would be good to severely injure him. After all, the battle race had sent many geniuses this time. If they went up one by one, they would definitely be able to kill the other party. However, the Unfettered Saint Child and the Illusion Saint Child were enraged when they heard this. The other party actually dared to look down on them. This was intolerable. They were the saints and the other geniuses. They stood at the peak of the younger generation. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The Unfettered Saint Child roared and took the initiative to attack. His speed was very fast. Like a flash of light, he instantly arrived near the battle race's genius. His powerful aura was like a vast ocean, causing the nearby martial artists to tremble. Retreat! The Yin-Yang Saint Child, 5 Elements Saint Child, and the others all led their men and retreated, giving them enough space. The people from the battle race did not move. Especially the battle race's genius at the front, who had his hands behind his back, did not move either. He looked at the Unfettered Saint Child, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a disdainful smile. Do you really think you can fight against me? Zhang Chengfeng laughed coldly. He stretched out a palm and directly grabbed in front of him. Wherever it passed, divine lightning rumbled and formed a terrifying palm of lightning. The void was instantly pierced through. The powerful energy caused everyone's expression to change. Even the saints and saintesses looked solemn. The Unfettered Saint Child naturally felt a strong sense of threat. He snorted coldly, and endless light surrounded his body. Many feather-like things danced around him. Unfettered limitless fist. The energy in the Unfettered Saint Child's body was also very strong. A terrifying killing intent circulated around him. He threw out a punch and evolved a supreme secret technique. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Then the Unfettered Saint Child was forced back 7 to 8 steps. Zhang Chengfeng stood there, motionless. He looked at the other party and laughed coldly. The unfettered saint child was just SOSO. Chapter 2675. Saying this, a terrifying murderous intent burst out from his body and swept the 9 heavens. Everyone found it difficult to breathe. Heaven is so powerful. He actually defeated the unfettered saint. Yes, from the looks of it, it was just a casual attack. He did not use his full strength at all. Damn it. The unfettered saint was so angry that his face turned green. He stabilized his chi and blood and wanted to attack again. But at this time, the illusion saint made his move. Brother unfettered, let me do it. In the blink of an eye, he produced millions of clones and afterimages, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were so densely packed that no one could tell which was the real one. Countless clones surrounded Zhan Changfeng. Impudent. Lightning god heavenly palm. Zhan Changfeng sneered. Endless lightning filled his body, forming the shadow of a lightning god. He slammed his palm down. This was no ordinary lightning. He had cultivated it with the power of his bloodline. The lightning god heavenly palm and the lightning god heavenly palm were the war tribe's unique skills. They were extremely violent. As expected, all the clones in the sky were destroyed in an instant. The illusion destruction saint's son was also blasted back, smashing through the void. His face was pale, and his eyes flickered with a cold light. Zhan Changfeng snorted. I have said that the two of you are no match for me. Get lost. I won't kill you. Where is that Lin Xian? Tell him to get over here and die. The scene was silent. Everyone was shocked, scared, and horrified. The 2 sons of the great sage were forced back by the other party. This showed that Zhan Changfeng's strength was absolutely terrifying. He was at least at the level of a top-tier saint. Moreover, the other party had not used his full strength yet. They did not know how powerful he was. At the same time, they were even more shocked that the other party had threatened to kill Lin Xian. If this was in the past, they would have thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. But it was different now. What kind of person was Lin Xian? He had killed many saints and was a top-tier prodigy. Moreover, his status was noble. When he came, the Queen Mother of the West personally welcomed him. It could be said that he was a young prodigy who was the center of attention. Some people even thought that he was not inferior to top-tier prodigies like the Alcade Saint and Yi Wudao. Now, someone had provoked him. This made everyone excited and even expectant. The people from the war race were truly abominable. Shen Jingqiu coldly snorted. Her small face was ice-cold. The other party actually dared to find trouble with her big brother Lin Xian. Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others all frowned. Li Fudao asked, Brother Lin, do you need my help? Have you finished him off? There was no need for that. He was just a clown. Just ignore him. Lin Xian shook his head. He had no intention of making a move. What did you say? Who are you calling a clown? Do you want to die? When Zhan Changfeng heard this, he immediately became angry. He turned around and took a step forward. The thunder god projection on his body roared. The rumbling sound of thunder resounded in all directions, scaring the surrounding people so much that their scalps went numb. Many people directly knelt on the ground. Murong Qingqing's face turned ice-cold when she saw this. However, she did not stop them. Instead, she waved her hand and activated the formation. It surrounded the surroundings and prevented others from getting hurt. These formations were set up long ago, because they knew that there would definitely be people from the younger generation who would spar and fight with each other. Therefore, when such things happened, they did not stop them. They just activated the formation and watched from the side. Murong Qingqing was not worried about Lin Xian, because she trusted Lin Xian. She knew how strong Lin Xian was. Seeing the formation activated, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhan Changfeng's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Kid, who are you calling an ant? Don't you have any self-awareness? Of course I'm talking about you. Lin Xian sat there, swirling his wine glass and glancing at Zhan Changfeng. He looked very casual. He did not put Zhan Changfeng in his eyes. Courting death. Zhan Changfeng was furious. He had easily defeated the 2 sons of the great sage and gained the upper hand. He had become an unparalleled figure. He was in high spirits and wanted to kill Lin Xian in one fell swoop. However, Lin Xian actually said that he was an ant? Not worth mentioning? How could he tolerate this? In the next moment, he pointed at Lin Xian. Get over here and fight me to the death. You're definitely not my match. You think too highly of yourself. Fight you to the death? You're not worthy of being my match. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored him. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. They did not expect Lin Xian to not fight at all. In the distance, the people from the Yin-Yang sect, 5-element palace, and 9 firmament sacred emperors land frowned. Among them, the martial artists from the sacred grounds sneered. What do you mean by disdain? I think you don't dare to fight at all. That's right. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to the prodigy Zhan Changfeng? These people sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was afraid. As expected, the other martial artists from the sacred grounds began to talk among themselves. The people from the war tribe were even more proud. Kid, you don't dare to fight. Just kneel and kowtow. We can give you a quick death. Zhan Changfeng also laughed. So you're a coward. You don't dare to fight. I really don't know what despicable means you used to kill the war concubine and the Golden Lion King. I don't dare to fight? What a joke. Lin Xian sneered. I killed the 4 war kings with my own hands. Do you think I don't dare to fight? You're just trash. You're not worthy of my fight. His voice was light as a feather, but in everyone's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding. What? The 4 war kings of the war tribe were killed by him? Heavens, it can't be. When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? This kid wouldn't be lying, right? The crowd discussed. Indeed, the people from the Yin-Yang sect and 5-element palace sneered. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill the 4 war kings? However, as soon as they finished speaking, they realized that something was wrong. The people from the war tribe had ugly looks on their faces. Damn it, it's you. You're the one who killed our 4 war kings. Brat, I don't know how many elders you used as well as your immortal palace's backing to kill us 4 great war kings. But in a one-on-one fight, you're no match for the 4 war kings. Today, I'll take revenge. I'll let everyone know that you're just an ant. You dare to offend our war tribe? You're dead. The people from the war tribe roared crazily. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What? The 4 war kings were really killed? Heavens, this is really shocking news. Lin Xian shook his head. Sigh, why are there so many self-righteous and reckless idiots in this world? Only when you're killed do you realize how pitifully weak you are. Chapter 2676. Stand up and fight. Zhan Changfeng's body emitted lightning. Lin Xian laughed. No need. I can still beat you even if I give you a handicap of my legs. You're courting death. I'll grant you your wish. Zhan Changfeng was really angry. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Endless lightning wrapped around his palm. Then he grabbed Lin Xian's head with his palm. Kid, I'll make you kneel and wait for your death. Zhan Changfeng revealed a sinister expression. Yes, that's right. He wanted Lin Xian to kneel in front of him in front of all the elites in the world. He wanted Lin Xian to suffer a crushing defeat. He would lose face. Many people understood Zhan Changfeng's intention and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. How cruel. Not only did he want to kill Lin Xian, but he also wanted to torture him to death. However, whether Zhan Changfeng could kill Lin Xian was another matter. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others sat there and frowned. Countless runes flashed on their bodies. Their king's domains lingered around and blocked the terrifying lightning. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he turned his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his palm and grabbed Zhan Changfeng's lightning palm. Ping ping. The two collided and the void was torn apart. A powerful force swept out in all directions. Fortunately, those around Lin Xian were all elite elites. The impact of this energy was not too dangerous for them, so they easily neutralized it. However, the other cultivators were not so lucky. They all activated their defenses and battle armors to resist with all their might. Just as they retreated to a safe distance, they exclaimed because they saw a figure in front of them being pushed back. Was Lin Xian pushed back? They looked over carefully. No, it was not Lin Xian. It was the genius of the battle lord. When they saw that it was the genius of the battle tribe, Zhan Changfeng, who was pushed back, they exclaimed. The people of the battle tribe screamed. Impossible! The eyelids of the people of the Yin-Yang sect, 5-element palace, and 9 firmament sacred ground twitched. Bang bang bang, after retreating 5 steps, Zhan Changfeng finally stopped. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes emitted a blood-red glow. His entire body was trembling with anger. He was pushed back. He was actually pushed back in the exchange of blows with his opponent. How could he bear this? The other party was just sitting there nonchalantly. Yet, he was actually able to knock him back with just a casual strike? This was a slap to his face. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. Why did the scene seem so familiar? Not long ago, Zhan Changfeng had defeated the unfettered Saint's son and the illusion Mia Saint's son with such a powerful and condescending attitude. But now, this was actually happening to Zhan Changfeng. With an even more disdainful attitude, Lin Xian pushed Zhan Changfeng back with a palm strike. This Lin Xian was too strong. His strength had definitely increased again. The holy sons and holy daughters were shocked. No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were also shocked. Yi Wudao also laughed. It seemed that Brother Lin's strength had also improved a lot. No, at this cultivation level, the improvement was very slow. It was just that the other party was more useless. Lin Xian shrugged and drank another cup of wine. Pooh, when Zhan Changfeng heard this, he was so angry that he vomited blood. In the distance, the people of the unfettered sect and the illusion Mia Palace were excited. The unfettered Saint's son snorted coldly. Indeed, he would have to pay for what he had done. The illusion Mia Saint sneered. I want to see how this Zhan Changfeng is going to end this. The two of them were in a good mood now. Previously, they were provoked and humiliated by the other party. This made them go crazy. But they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the other party would be looked down upon by the even more powerful Lin Xian. This made them feel as if they had taken revenge. Zhan Changfeng's handsome face became extremely distorted. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you are courting death. Buzz, the thunder god's shadow roared to the sky. His palms turned into 2 thunder hammers and quickly attacked. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fists. Thousands of fist shadows appeared in the sky. He used the heaven-battling divine fist. Together with the 9 yang divine body, its power was extremely terrifying. The 2 ultimate techniques collided in the sky, becoming illusory and indeterminable. Black holes rose up one after another, shocking everyone who saw this. The faces of the battle master and the others became more and more ugly. Zhan Changfeng gritted his teeth and roared. Heaven-battling divine fist. Damn it, how can you counter my battle tribe's mystique? He was going crazy. Not only was the other party powerful, but he also used his battle tribe's ultimate skill. When the others heard this, they were also stunned. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian's ultimate skill was the battle tribe's ultimate skill? Isn't this too unbelievable? Such an ultimate skill is really a waste in your hands. Of course, I have to take it and use it to make it shine. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he stood up. An extremely terrifying aura erupted. It was as if a peerless immortal king had awakened. Everyone felt their bodies tense up. They couldn't even breathe. In fact, even the Chosens were shocked. You really don't interest me. So now it's over. Lin Xian stretched out a large palm and slapped forward. Zhan Changfeng snorted coldly and activated the Thunder God's shadow to resist. At the same time, his main body received the 5 Thunder Avatar. In that instant, he unleashed another great divine ability. Buzz buzz buzz. 5 colored lightning rushed out of his body. Each one turned into a lightning avatar and attacked Lin Xian. This scene was very sudden and very fast. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. Not good, that kid is in danger. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the elites twitched wildly. The saints were even more shocked. With such timing and speed, it would be difficult for the other party to dodge. Boom boom boom. Lin Xian didn't dodge. The 5 Thunder Gods' avatars all landed on him. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Lightning filled the sky. The place where he was turned into a sea of lightning. An apocalyptic energy roared nonstop. Haha. Seeing this scene, the War Tribe's martial artists all laughed. The Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground all laughed sinisterly. Let's see how this kid dies. The 5 Thunder Gods' avatars contained terrifying energy. Even the saints and saintesses were frightened. If he was hit directly, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. As long as Lin Xian was seriously injured, the rest would be easy. Zhang Changfeng would definitely kill him. The others were also discussing. No Flower, Gu Santong Yi Wudao, and the others all frowned. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were even more worried. They even wanted to help. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his tail and said, "Don't be so excited. It's just a small attack. It won't hurt this kid." He had always been by Lin Xian's side. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Lin Xian's 9 Yang divine body was. Chapter 2677. Lightning surged on Zhan Wuhan's body, and the shadow of the Thunder God circled behind him. He shattered the fist shadows and then looked at the sea of lightning in front of him with a smug smile. Reckless brat. Do you think that you can contend against me with just your ability? You're too naive. Today, I'll see how you die. He was very confident in his attack. He estimated that Zhan Wuhan would definitely be seriously injured and very likely lose half his life. Next, he would be able to kill him. You're very confident in your attack, aren't you? But I'm sorry to disappoint you. A calm voice came from the sea of lightning in front of him. Then, the sea of lightning was torn apart by a ray of sword light. Then Lin Xian walked out. He was wearing a bright red robe and had a handsome face. He didn't seem to be injured at all. As Lin Xian walked out, everyone's hearts raced. When they saw Lin Xian's condition, they went crazy. Heavens! What's going on? He's fine. He's not injured. How is this possible? It can't be an illusion, right? The saints and saintesses were shocked. They used all kinds of secret soul techniques to investigate. However, when they realized that Lin Xian really wasn't injured, these saints and saintesses were dumbfounded. What's going on? They couldn't understand. Defense, what a strong defense. How can this kid's defense be so strong? Finally, a powerhouse screamed. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. No Flower, Gu Santong, the great Xia prince, and the others were shocked. Yi Wudao also looked serious. He knew that Lin Xian couldn't have been injured, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to block it in such a way. In his opinion, Lin Xian should have used a strong sword qi to break the 5 lightning doppelganger, not a strong defense. The Taishan sage sat there with a smile on his face. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Xian like the stars in the sky being extinguished. He wanted to see through him. Impossible! How could you not be injured? Zhang Changfeng screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He knew how terrifying the 5 Thunder Doppelganger was. If it bombarded those saints and saintesses, it could definitely destroy half of their lives. Furthermore, all 5 of his clones had been hit. This was definitely the result of serious injuries. In the worst-case scenario, he might even lose his life. However, not only was the other party not seriously injured, he wasn't injured at all. This made him suspect that his 5 lightning clones did not hit his opponent at all. What 5 lightning doppelganger? It's just 5 water lightning. Do you really think you can hurt me? Lin Xian stopped smiling. I said, it's over now. He took a step forward, and his 9 yang divine body erupted. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, and a terrifying fist blasted out. The heaven-battling divine fist shook the heavens and earth. Lin Xian used one of the ultimate moves of the heaven-battling godly fist. His fist seemed to have turned into an incomparable sun that soared into the sky. Damn it, block for me. Zhang Changfeng used the thunder god's shadow to fight back. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The thunder god's shadow was penetrated, and a terrifying crack appeared. With a boom, the mysterious thunder god's shadow exploded, turning into a sky full of lightning that pierced through the void. Zhang Changfeng spat out mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. His blood pierced through the ground and dyed the void red. The battle robe on his body was bright red, and it emitted a monstrous bloody smell. So powerful. What a violent fist. How could this kid have such a powerful fist technique? Wasn't he a swordsman? At this moment, the saints and saintesses were all shocked. The experts and elders were also shocked. No Flower, Gu Santong, the great Xia prince, and the others all stood up and looked at this scene in disbelief. Yi Wudao's expression was even more serious. He stared at Lin Xian's body. What a strong physique. What he cared about was not Lin Xian's combat strength, but the flashing runes on Lin Xian's body. It was obvious that this was a very powerful body-refining technique. He felt that his saint body was reacting. Even the blood in his body was tumbling. This made him extremely shocked. One had to know that what could trigger his saint body's reaction was definitely an unparalleled physique. He didn't have it before, but he didn't expect that in just a few years, his opponent would have such a physique. So strong, what kind of body-refining technique was this? Was it the Immortal Palace's supreme ability? Yi Wudao was surprised. He knew that Lin Xian didn't have such a powerful bloodline. It must be an unparalleled body-refining technique that could cause this scene. Brother Lin was really too shocking. No Flower and Gu Santong also smiled bitterly. What a strong physique. The great Xia prince exclaimed. The great mystery saint's eyes shone with a shocking light. Obviously, this scene was also beyond his expectations. At this moment, his heart was in great turmoil. As expected of the Immortal Palace's master, a peerless genius. Looks like I have to re-evaluate him. The great mystery prince was shocked. Shen Jingqiu, on the other hand, clapped her hands happily. Wow, big brother Lin Xian is so amazing. He's much more powerful than before. Not only her, but Murong Qingchen, who was standing on the side, also revealed a smile. Among them, the dark red divine dragon was the calmest. This was because he already knew that this would be the result. At this moment he smiled like an old monster. Ha, shocked. Tremble. I'll let you know how powerful the 9-yang divine body is. On the other side, the Yin-yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, and Tai Dynasty all had pale faces. This scene also shocked them. They didn't even dare to mock Lin Xian anymore. All of them were stunned. Their bodies were trembling. The people of the war tribe were screaming crazily. Damn it, how could this be? How could this kid be so strong? Zhang Changfeng roared into the sky. His body was covered in blood, and his black hair was dyed red. It danced in the wind. The aura on his body suddenly exploded. The power of his bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. A terrifying aura spread out, and the shadow of the thunder god behind him quickly condensed again. But this time, it was different. A blood-red armor appeared on his body, and he was holding a blood-red long saber. Obviously, this was the result of the power of his bloodline. The shadow of the thunder god wasn't just his attack. It was also his king's domain. Now that it was fully unleashed, its power was much stronger than before. Kid, I didn't want to reveal my trump card before. But now, you can die peacefully. He was furious. He wanted to kill Lin Xian at all costs. How terrifying! Zhang Changfeng didn't use his full strength before. This was the power of his bloodline. The bloodline of the war tribe was extremely terrifying. And it was rumored that the more he fought, the stronger he became. Zhang Changfeng was definitely terrifying. That's right, the war race was too strong. However, that Lin Xian was even more terrifying. I wonder if Zhang Changfeng could defeat Lin Xian. I don't think so. But that might not be the case. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, they didn't think highly of Zhang Changfeng. This made Zhang Changfeng so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 2678. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have the power of bloodline? He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and unlocked the 6 seals on it. That's not how you should use lightning. Let me show you what real lightning is. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Suddenly, sparks of lightning appeared on the ancient dragon source sword. In the next moment, he used the 9-fold lightning sword. Roar, with a slash, 3 lightning dragons rushed out from the sword wind, bearing their fangs and claws. Each of them was extremely terrifying, as if they were real. They charged forward, carrying astonishing lightning with them. The terrifying lightning dragons carried the power of lightning, and their explosion was earth-shattering. The god of lightning's projection was wearing a blood-red armor and holding a blood-red saber. It swept through everything, but the 3 lightning dragons were too terrifying. In the end, they tore the god of lightning's projection apart. Everyone was astonished by what they saw. Heavens, this kid's lightning sword technique is so terrifying. He's insane. He's not human. The war tribe actually lost. I already said that this kid is a peerless swordsman. How can he not use his sword technique? His sword technique is even more terrifying than before. They already knew that Lin Xian was a peerless swordsman, and they were looking forward to seeing Lin Xian use his sword. Indeed, with a slash of his sword, Zhang Changfeng's trump card was instantly broken. Many elites screamed in excitement. Because they had nothing to do with either side, they just wanted to watch an exciting battle. Now, Lin Xian's sword technique had completely stunned them. Puff Zhang Changfeng spat out blood and flew out. His robe was torn, and there was a terrifying sword wound. His body was almost split in half. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Changfeng. When the elites of the war tribe saw this, they could no longer hold it in. They hurried forward and brought Zhang Changfeng back. Then they treated his injuries. Many elites of the war tribe stared at Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. Damn kid. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Get out of here. Lin Xian coldly shouted. The 3 thunder dragons roared together in the sky. The terrifying sound waves caused the battle race martial artists to continuously retreat. Their expressions were ugly, and the others were amazed. He was too powerful. Although Lin Xian was young, he still displayed the demeanor of a generation's overlord. His future achievements would be limitless. Just you wait, don't be arrogant. The number 1 person of our battle clan's younger generation didn't come. But he would be here soon. At that time, he will personally take your life. The war race's martial artists roared madly. The others were shocked and their eyelids twitched. What? The number 1 person of the war race's younger generation? Wasn't this title a little too terrifying? The war race was born for battle. They were an ancient race that was extremely terrifying. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Previously, there was Zhang Ji, the Golden Lion King, and other prodigies. Now there was Zhang Changfeng. Although they had lost to Lin Xian, each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. However, they weren't the war race's number 1. Just who was this number 1 person of the war clan? How terrifying was that? In an instant, everyone was filled with anticipation. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. The number 1 person of the war race's younger generation? The name sounded quite frightening, but he was not afraid. So what if he was the number 1 person? Number 1 person? I'm looking forward to his arrival. Lin Xian's lips curled into a confident smile. Kid, just you wait. You're dead meat. The war race's martial artists left with Zhang Changfeng after saying those harsh words. The others were discussing. On one hand, they were shocked by Lin Xian's strength, and on the other hand, they were guessing. Who was this number 1 person of the war race? How strong was he? Brother Lin, be careful. The war race has been passed down since ancient times, and their foundation is terrifying. The number 1 person of their family's younger generation must be terrifying. Gu Santong reminded. Lin Xian nodded as well. After that, everyone sat down and chatted, discussing martial arts and Tao. During this time, the Taishan sage was playing the zither. However, his gaze was extremely deep, and he even looked at Lin Xian from time to time. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Jade Lake was very lively, but there was still some time before the real opening. During this time, various powerful martial artists would come from time to time. Firstly, they wanted to know about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Secondly, they wanted to participate in the Feast of Peaches. Anyone who came would be given a peach. Of course, ordinary martial artists would be given a spiritual peach. Only the saints and saintesses, as well as those extremely powerful martial artists, would be able to get a real peach. However, even spiritual peaches were far more valuable than those in the outside world. Eating one would increase the strength of these martial artists. This was a huge temptation. In the next few days, Lin Xian sparred with Yi Wudao and the others from time to time. He also accompanied Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing. Of course, he spent more time with Shen Jingqiu because Murong Qingqing, as the Jade Lake Saintess, had many things to do. Most of the young martial artists who came were in charge of receiving them. The people from Demon Emperor Lightning were here. In the distance, a group of powerful figures landed, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Countless people gathered in front of them. The people from Demon Emperor Palace are here too? Why do I feel that there are many real demons among them? They were extremely shocked. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu also came nearby and looked forward. Lin Xian was also surprised. They saw a few very powerful figures. The demonic qi in their bodies was very terrifying. The one leading the way was still Huo Tiandu. Beside him, Yan Ruyu, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, had also arrived. Come, follow me. Lin Xian saw Yan Ruyu and smiled. He was about to go up. The 1-pound Shen Jingqiu pouted. Big brother Lin Xian, do you like that demonic woman? Why is my little Qiu jealous? Lin Xian smiled and pinched Shen Jingqiu's nose. Yes, Shen Jingqiu was angry. Lin Xian pinched her little face. Don't worry, Qiu. You will always be the most special in my heart. Really? Shen Jingqiu was happy. Her eyes narrowed into crescents as she happily followed behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian rose into the air and flew forward. Fairy Yen, we meet again. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Yan Ryu also smiled. This smile stunned all the surrounding martialists. Huo Tiandu's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn, why is this kid here again? He's really haunting me. The experts from Demon Emperor Palace behind him also had gloomy expressions. They all stared at Lin Xian. Despicable human, don't you dare have any ideas about Fairy Yen. That's right, get lost. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ignored all of these people. His face was as beautiful as jade. Fairy Yen, there will be a tea party later. I invited Yi Wudao and the other young geniuses to discuss martial arts. Chapter 2679. Hearing this, Yan Ryu was also interested. After all, it was very good to be able to exchange cultivation experiences with these young top geniuses. Naturally, she was interested. She said with a smile. Huo Tiandu's face darkened. Damn it, he wasn't invited. He looked at the human kid in front of him and wanted to kick him away. All right, then I'll wait for Fairy Yen. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand, then left the sky with Shen Jingqiu. Damn it, he's too arrogant. I really want to slap him to death. Don't be impulsive, he's not simple. He's killed several bodies, his strength is definitely terrifying. There were also experts who had solemn expressions, thinking that they shouldn't be impulsive. After the others heard this, their eyelids twitched. Damn it, he's not too arrogant, and he's so strong. But Fairy Yen, are you really going? That little one is obviously interested in you. Yes, he's plotting something against you. Many young geniuses hurriedly tried to persuade her. Yan Ryu was the goddess of their dreams, and they were still fighting among themselves. How could they allow an outsider to compete with them? Yan Ryu smiled. Don't misunderstand, it's just a martial arts tea party. "Little Qing, let's go down for a walk." Speaking of this, Yen Ryu said to the little maid beside her. The little maid nodded and followed behind Yen Ryu. Seeing Yen Ryu fly down with the little maid, the other geniuses sighed. Of course, there were also some experts whose eyes flickered. They came behind Hua Tiandu and asked in a deep voice, "Saint, what do you plan to do? Actually, in my opinion, you should let the old sacred leader come out and grant a marriage. It's best for you and Yen Ryu to be husband and wife." "I think so too, but my grandfather didn't say anything at all." "What do you want me to do?" Hua Tiandu's face darkened. At this moment, an old man beside him said, "We can't be impulsive in this matter. Her identity is too shocking. If we force it, it might make things worse." Another old man also stood out. "To be honest, I don't think it's possible for them to get married. However, as long as she's on our side, it's already very beneficial to our Demon Lord Palace." Hearing this, Hua Tiandu was extremely unwilling. Indeed, the other party's identity was frighteningly high. Not to mention him, even his grandfather, the old holy master of the Demon Imperial Palace, did not dare to do anything to him. Therefore, there was no need to think about using force. He could only rely on his own charm to win her over. However, this path was simply too difficult. He had never seen any genius that could catch the eye of the other party. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace were afraid that Hua Tiandu would be impulsive, so they hurriedly warned him again. "Tiandu, you must not anger Ryu, and you must not even go against her. Whatever decision she makes, it's up to her. You mustn't interfere." Indeed, her awakening was becoming more and more powerful. If she fully awakened, then countless demon kings would kneel at her feet. Some of the ancient great demons had to be used by her. Therefore, he must not provoke her. "I know." Hua Tiandu clenched his teeth, extremely unhappy. At this moment, a middle-aged man on the side said, "Holy Son, we don't dare to anger Fairy Yen, but that doesn't mean we can let that brat go. Isn't he discussing martial arts? Let's send a few geniuses over to spar with him. Let them know the power of the Demon Imperial Palace. Yes, it's best if we can teach that brat a lesson. That brat is too powerful. Even I don't have 100% confidence in winning." Hua Tiandu's expression was grave. Indeed, he had seen the strength of the other party. Moreover, he had heard that 2 days ago, the other party had injured the war race's genius in public. He was extremely domineering. "We also heard about the matter. Actually, we don't need to do anything. He's dead for sure." The war race's #1 genius will arrive soon. That brat definitely won't live. I feel that we can join forces with the war race. Although the war race's #1 genius hasn't come yet, the celestial race's little sky king has come. Are you talking about the celestial race's peerless genius, Little Sky King? He actually came too. That's right, he came. Little Sky King has always been arrogant, and he has a good relationship with the war race. As long as we contact the war race and sow discord, we can definitely make Little Sky King take action. With Little Sky King's strength, it's very easy to defeat that guy. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu's eyes lit up. All right, let's do that. The other elders of the Demon Imperial Palace didn't stop him. After all, they were afraid of Yen Ryu, not Lin Xian from the Immortal Palace. They felt that it was necessary to suppress him. Soon, Hua Tiandu led a few geniuses to the war race's location for a secret discussion. On the other side, at the Lake Paradise. This was the place that Lin Xian had chosen to hold the martial tea gathering. With Murong Qingqing there, this place was quickly taken over by them. Not only that, Murong Qingqing even called some of the Jade Lake's maids over. Soon, all kinds of spirit fruits and spirit tea were placed on the table. In the distance, countless figures also left. There were Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others. There were also some saints. Although Lin Xian didn't invite them, they also heard the news and came over. After all, it was an extremely rare opportunity to have an exchange with top geniuses like Yi Wudao. Lin Xian didn't refuse the saints and saintesses who came, because he was confident that he could control the situation. Therefore, even if there were some who had a grudge against him or wanted to cause trouble, Lin Xian didn't invite them. It didn't matter if they had such intentions, but if they dared to cause trouble, he would definitely suppress them. This place was indeed very lively. Two figures floated over from the distance. One of them was dressed in snow-white clothes, like a beautiful fairy. Behind her was a maid in green. The moment these two appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. So beautiful! It was Yenryu from the Demon Imperial Palace. She actually came down. Cries of surprise rang out. The saint's eyes flickered with excitement. The saintesses looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Because the other party was too beautiful, they felt endless pressure. Young Master Lin, I'm not too late, right? After Yenryu landed, she looked at Lin Xian. This scene made many saints speechless. Damn, what's wrong with this Lin Xian? How could he attract such a peerless beauty? He already had the Jade Lake Saintess and Xixia Saintess by his side. Now, even Yenryu favored him. This made everyone confused. What was going on? You're not too late. It hasn't started yet, Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, Murong Qingqing also stood up. Fairy Yen, please take a seat. Yenryu smiled. She had long heard that the Jade Lake Saintess was unparalleled in beauty. Now that she saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation. Fairy Yen is too polite. Fairy Yen is peerless. Her ethereal and elegant temperament is rare in the world. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.